stop if it takes out 40s. You've got the 50 period on the daily, which support to resistance, the old story, support, resistance. When it lines up like that, usually you're going to find some sellers in that range for Snowflake. Not a lot of volume, decent, but just going back to those EV names, yuck. Nio, I know Nio's up 4%, but come on. Like this thing, it just really stopped moving. So if they're gonna have a good delivery number, be up 4%, and the volume doesn't do some kind of a decent move to the upside soon, this might be like a nothing burger, sell in front of resistance kind of day and week for NIO. I wouldn't give up on it just yet. If you pull all the way back, like May 1st, there was a very, very big spike, huge volume, and it did make a bit of a breakout through it was a 480 level that got taken out that day. So there's always a chance. Maybe you could get some kind of volume going here. I just feel like when all of the eyeballs are going to be on Chewy, and rightfully so, it's hard for Nio to get going. I wouldn't completely discount it, but you need to have volume for this thing to break out of the range that it's just been languishing in. It's the only one of them, the three, that I'm actually looking at if volume can come in and try to take it to the upside, just because it was so good on May 1st when it broke 480. You'd hope for something similar, but I'm not holding my breath.
Yeah, I think I'm looking at Snowflake this morning. Some interesting action that we've had off of the earnings reports of. I guess we can just go back to March, right? This thing's been melting pretty much to the downside from the first report in February, as well as the last one just last month in May. You can see that steady little downtrend. But look at this flurry of a bid that we've had over the past week or so. Look at that strength coming right back in and pushing towards some of these highs here. 148s and 145s I'm seeing right there, looking left right there. So it's like if we're breaking this trend that we've been in since earnings, a very strong slope that we've been kind of just like treading into right there, and then coming right back up into 145s, 144. So it should be interesting. Again, with the Zacks report, you can see it's doing some relative volume in the pre-market as well. So an interesting look nonetheless in a arena where we may not have too many places to look for. Snow might be something on the horizon.
Yeah, plowing through those offers is.
Oh yeah, for sure.
All right, let's bring him in. Michael Noss, it's Monday morning. He's very kind to jump on Canada Day. Happy Canada Day, Mr. Noss. Good to see you.
Happy Canada Day.
It's going to be a holiday shortened week for both sides of the border. This week, obviously, July 4th. Coming up on Thursday this week. We'll get into performance-wise what things are looking like as we get new weekly charts, new monthly charts to digest. First half of the year, Sharif and I were just talking about the simple fact that 15% for the S&P, NASDAQ about 18 and change at this point so far this year, given the uncertainty, given what's to come still coming up in November south of the border. I think a lot of people would have taken that, hands down at the beginning of this year.
Yeah, absolutely. Generally speaking, and I'm going to bring some seasonality analysis around that. Generally, what happens around election time, broken down by month, I think on Friday for you guys, do a little bit more work on that. But generally speaking, we're in a choppy period because before the election generally occurs and then into summer months, generally speaking, you don't get these insane movements one way or the other. And, this market's just absolutely been on fire. But as mentioned, we have both weekly charts and monthly charts. And that means I'm not going through my 150 or so charts on the weekend. I went through 300 plus because you got to go through them twice. And I've got some thoughts. I've got some interesting things to take away. So first of all, this is just the S&P 500. It's the S&P 500 on the weekly chart. And if you look at the last two candles, so the last 2 weeks, you can see what's technically referred to as a tweezer pattern. And the idea there is that if you have two very close together, like right next to each other, candles, equal highs or equal lows, sometimes that just shows that we have rejected twice from that price and can be a short-term bearish signal. So I want to watch out for that. Again, it doesn't necessarily mean it has to happen. Probably means there's a lot of stop losses above there too. So if we end up pushing through, that will probably be the reverse of it. But, with the returns kind of shown as is, I wouldn't be shocked to see some profit taking here, and that could push things down a little bit. Or, as we talk about all the time, the S&P 500 is mega weighted to high cap tech right now, so it may be time for some rotation. So I've got some looks on that on some of these monthly charts. So the next chart, I really like the look of this this one, XW or X. SW, that one's hard, has been a laggard for a long time. And now this is the software industry. So we've been very big on hardware. We've been very big on AI and the utilities and the energy that's going to be made to run that. Software has been lagging. You can see not even close to that prior 2021 highs, pulling back a little bit, but putting in what looks to me as a very poorly drawn by my part cup and handle. So very strong last month. Again, I want to focus on the fact that the couple weeks on the SP 500 were those topping tails. No topping tails to be seen here. Nice little bull flag pattern. Looks to me like we could be getting some rotation into software from hardware. So that's an interesting look as well. Also here, taking a look at the next one, boat. So this is very nice, aptly named ticker here. Just looking at shippers. So this is shippers overall. We had that crazy run in shippers, last month or 2 months ago, and the month before that. Nice little pullback, but we're holding right at prior highs on this global shipping ETF. So I'm going to watch this closely to see if we have a digestion month or even just a digestion week or two around those all-time highs. Shippers look like they may be interesting. So this next chart is really the one that I wanted to focus on, and that's just the monthly chart of communication. So communications does not mean AT&T and Verizon and all those things anymore. I think the biggest component to the communications is actually Google. It has Google and Meta and all these kind of companies come into the XLC, and you can see we are right at those prior highs, and we had a massive run to get there. Would not surprise me at all to see again some rest or some pullback. Now we're looking at monthly candles here, and the reason we do that is because we want to know where we are. So if things start to get choppy on a weekly chart or a daily chart, we know why. We're up huge into this prior resistance. So I'm watching to see again a lot of signs of rotation from kind of one to the other on those things. Speaking of rotation, XLE here. This energy ETF is very interesting as well. We talked about topping tails in the S&P 500, big bottoming tail on XLE, our energy ETF, on the monthly chart as well. And that's happening after this ascending triangle breakout. So generally bullish pattern, ascending triangles. We see them all the time in the markets on different time frames. We broke out, we pulled back, and we held that and pushed higher. Again, just more evidence is starting to mount up for maybe a rotation out of some of the big tech names into, which would be communications, into energy, maybe into software. And then last but not least here is XLF, which has been now 4 months after breaking this prior high, has been just sitting here for 4 months now. Very, very tiny inside months, constantly finding support at that breakout point month after month. It gets to or through that level and then reverses. This one's also interesting to me. And again, not technology, not AI plays. So it may be time that we start to look to pivot from AI. My top things that I'm going to be looking for are energy and financials. These aren't going to be as fun. You're generally not going to get a lot of energy stocks that double or triple. Same with big banks. You're not going to get Goldman Sachs to triple overnight or a way Nvidia would. But if we're seeing the rotation, that's where we have to take a look at. So now that the monthly timeframes are done, it's time to zoom into some shorter term timeframes, which is what I'll be doing today, and see if I can find some more of that evidence of rotation and look to put my money that was doing very well in the AI space and into these other sectors.
Worth mentioning. I mean, it's always good to, at the end of a time period, whether it's weekly, monthly, quarterly, or all, take a step back and come up with a plan going forward. But worth mentioning, going into a holiday week with expected lower volume, lower volatility, there's no hurry here. We're just setting up for what could potentially happen next.
Yeah, absolutely. So we have a short day on Wednesday, and then we are closed on Thursday. So not a week that I'm going to be doing a lot, but that's why I love that it kind of lines up with this monthly time frame, because it gives me time to go through these charts and to make my plans and to figure out my points and set my alerts in trade ideas and use Trader TV 20. And then when the prices I'm interested get reached, then I take action, maybe next week, or maybe even a couple weeks if we can remain dull for the summer months.
Great stuff. Michael Noss, enjoy your Canada Day. We'll speak again later on.
Talk to you soon.
As always. And you know what? What's interesting, that XLC, the communication services, thank you, that he mentioned about, that's one most people are probably not going to know. Yeah, it's Google. It's basically just Alphabet and Meta. 45% is just those two names. So it's got all the other stuff in it, but that is very, very heavily weighted toward those two. And look, obviously it's performing well, right? Like if Meta's chart is going to look like, what it does, and Alphabet's chart looks just as good on the daily, like they've both gotten back into those highs. That's what the XLC is going to track. So it was one of the things that when I'm looking at my own personal account and my personal portfolio that sometimes I think gets lost for some people, I'm not saying for everybody, is when you own, and if you own those indexes or some ETFs, always try to remember like what's in them and what are the big constituents when you're trying to buy individual stock. Like I know that I've been dollar at cost averaging instead of the SPY. I've been doing the Q the last couple of years. I used to just buy the SPY every single month. Now I've moved that into the Q. So I know what it is that I'm picking up, individual names. Someone asked me if I own Broadcom. I'm like, well, no, because I own that in the index. So it's always important to understand that that's part of your holding as well, especially with some of these names being very, very top heavy in the major indexes. When you're buying an ETF, like if the number one thing in your portfolio is Alphabet followed by Meta, well then XLC, you kind of already own it. Like, so if you're thinking about an ETF like that, it's important to always understand that. Otherwise you can find yourself way, way more overweight in some of these things. Meta, by the way, I don't know if we see 500, but it didn't quite make my list of things to watch, but we're going to talk about some of those drops that you had at the close and the key levels that came in there for sort of like bounce plays, reference plays. But Meta dropped like $8 or $9 itself right at the close into like $504. Apple had a big drop that I like for a bit of a dip buy if we can get it. Do not sleep on when these moves happen. A lot of times they can give you a good indication or a good price level to trade off of on the following Monday.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with that. Especially with the ETFs. Again, knowing the constituents is a very, very key part. And I'm looking at XLC top 10 holdings, and there's a couple names that are familiar up in here that we were kind of indulging in last Friday. Disney being one of them. I don't think we still kind of figured out what the whole midday quadunc was, but regardless, being one of the top constituents in XLC, I definitely brought that back up on my board, and I was like, yeah, okay, well, this is a name that we were trading last week as well. Another one that's kind of near and dear to me, I would say, is EA. It's in the game, Electronic Arts right here. So. Not looking too bad, but I guess post if I can pull this up, post last earnings, we've been bidding up quite nicely to the top of this range that we've been doing for, it would seem, a couple of years. So interesting action nonetheless. But yeah, no, I definitely am a strong perpetrator for knowing what you're getting into and then finding better and more efficient ways to kind of make the same investments as well, and ETFs being a great opportunity and vehicle nonetheless. So,
you just said EA and sports. Of course, you're a gamer yourself. I'm not. I'm old. Favorite game of all time before we go to Adara? I'm talking all time.
For what?
No, it could be a video game, computer game. I don't care. What's your favorite game of all time?
I would say Dragon Age. It's like an RPG type of, yeah.
I'm gonna probably embarrass myself by saying I've never heard of it.
Okay, yeah, no, it's. Okay. What about yours?
I'm gonna have to. This is a weird one, but it is going to be sports talk baseball. It's an old game for like the Sega. But yeah, I'm probably embarrassing myself with that one. There was another sports talk football was pretty good. I played that one a ton. And then probably Mario Kart. Like it's one of those.
Mario Kart's always.
If it's not a sports game, it's definitely Mario Kart. Like that's just one of my faves.
Super Smash Bros.
I play that with my daughter still on the Switch. But apparently we're supposed to go and see some upgrades and downgrades too.
Birkenstock kicking off the list here, getting this upgrade from UBS with an $85 price target. Not the only positive analyst note, though, for Birkenstock this morning. BIRK also getting a initiation here with a buy rating from Stifel and a $65 price target. So BIRK definitely on watch here. We also have Exane BNP Paribas upgrading Magna and Goldman Sachs upgrading both American Tower and AT&T. On the downgrade side here, Next Era Energy down about 1.5%. Getting this downgrade from RBC Capital Markets. A couple weeks ago, they announced an equity sale, so NEE definitely on watch. DraftKings actually getting a slight increase so far on the day, but they do have that downgrade from Oppenheimer. Then we have Truist Financial downgrading ICF International. And last but not least, Zimmer Biomet getting downgraded by Piper Sandler, guys.
So I saw some good ones in the chat from you guys. You just remind my
yeah.
GoldenEye. Oh my goodness, So my this weekend, Sean and myself, one of our friends from high school was up from. He lives in Texas now. He was up from Texas. Had a birthday party for his 2-year-old. We're at his parents' house, which we used to hang out there. We used to hang out at that house when I was in high school playing GoldenEye.
Wow.
When that came out, like almost every single Friday, we were hanging at this dude's house, and I was just in his living room celebrating his daughter's birthday on Saturday. GoldenEye. Now I got to think about that.
That's a classic.
Because
I've played that one before. That's a good one.
I slept on that. GoldenEye might be right there with Mario Kart. But on the upgrade downgrade list, I think we pulled up this. At first, we pulled up the same name. I know you were going to look at DraftKings too.
No, I pulled up a couple of them. I think AT&T is a good one on that list as well. And I looked at Birkenstock, the first one, because that was an IPO recently, right? Earlier last year, ended last year, beginning of this year. But I was like, I wonder how Birkenstock is doing with a little bit of an upgrade. We are getting a slight gap up, I guess, nothing too significant in terms of volume in the pre-market here as of right now. But it does do some decent volume, and it's been holding up above its IPO price as well. Birkenstock trading at 56.66 with a high of 61 right here. And all-time lows were made not too long after the IPO, and we've only been holding this 36 level since and incrementally making higher lows. And we've had three sets of earnings reports as well. So we've pretty much, traded above all of those earnings prices, so it seems like the sentiment might be pretty decent going forward on Birkenstock with this upgrade as well. What's going on with DraftKings?
Well, I think DraftKings had a good day on Friday, and not everything had a great day at the end of the day. But DraftKings, if you just zoom it out, higher lows are good. Last I checked, I know it's making like lower highs as well into a bit of a wedge pattern. But if you look at the overall trend, it's been pretty solid. This last dip was harsh. So I think it has a problem with this trend up top. I feel like I'm gonna draw this trend line and just save it and leave it, and then maybe we trade back up to it at some point. And if we do, I want to remember how ridiculous that actual top was. But you've held the 50 period, you held the 200 period on Friday, just getting back above it at $38. There was a lot of names are gonna have these big volume candles end of the month there, end of the quarter, end of the half a year as well. So you're gonna have a lot of big volume candles, but this held right at the high of the day in and around that 38 level. So the 200 period moving average is at 38. It's got all kinds of action on Friday, 37.80, 38.20, just a 40-cent range all afternoon into that 200 period moving average. If it holds that today, I think this can make another leg to the upside. So I got it on watch. There's no catalyst today. It's only 40,000 in volume. The upgrade, not really giving it too much juice. But as long as it holds that this week, it's a great base of action for DraftKings.
All right, let's get into everything else we need to know here on a Monday morning. Sharif's going to lead us off with a look at the market.
Remember this one?
55.21, guys. That's where we closed out on Friday. We're still holding that key area of support, formerly resistance. 55.10, that was the consolidation area top from the middle to late June. We've been holding that level since that time. So unless we break down below 55.10, let's use it as support to the high side. That 55.50 has been a line in the sand the last few days. Let's see if we can break through that level.
Heavy volume you can see there on Friday coming into the downside for the futures. If you haven't done so, go grab that. Go to the website, tradertv.live. Wait for the pop-up, enter your email address, and then you get the absolutely free morning watch list every single day. Has everything you need to know in the pre-market daily. We'll talk Chewy here, but I mean, these kind of go hand in hand. GME downside in a big way here this morning, 7+% now on heavy volume. We're consolidating, however, just below 23 at this point. Yeah, Keith Gill getting slapped with this. I mean, there are allegations at this point of securities manipulation, securities fraud in the state of New York. And this goes back to the social media post starting in May of this year regarding GME.
Yeah, it's a tough look here. Obviously, with the multiple posts that Roaring Kitty had, with GameStop now looking on the wrong end of the suit. It was filed June 28th by an individual by the name of Martin Rydayev, basically alleging that he manipulated the stock through his social media posts, as Brendo mentioned. As we talked about earlier this morning as well, the amount of shares that he has in Chewy, very similar to the quantum of money that he had in those call options on GameStop. So you have to wonder if he rolled it.
Yeah, the price action this morning would tend to suggest the answer to that is yes. Can we get back above 23 here right now? Trying pretty hard, guys, on decent volume for GME.
Oh boy, nice.
I'm just saying, like this is a 15-minute chart of GameStop, and if it loses 22 and a half, that's a flat bottom break. I mean, 22 is probably the obvious level. You can see the difference in volume when it was hot to when it is not, and every single pop. Now I'll zoom it in so we can get rid of the theatrics there. Even if it does squeeze, look at $26. So I've paid for locates today on GameStop. If you see 26 by some miracle this week, then I think that would be a level you look for shorts up there. If it loses 22 and a half, you look for shorts down at the bottom. It wouldn't be, it's not 10% down till it gets to 22, 23 or something like that. So like $22.23 it'd be SSR, which means there's plenty of room for it to go. It's worth mentioning it's at the 50 period when it gets to 22 and a half. So you have a lot of things converging. You have a bit of a trend since the squeeze and all that good stuff. You have a support level. If it loses this, I mean, the next leg down, I think you see the teens. You got like $18 in there that could catch a bid. So GameStop, it's at $23. I mean, it has to go like another 2% down before it even gets there to make any kind of a breakdown. But Chewy is just a different story. Look, 11% up, 15% short float-ish. Obviously, that might have changed on Thursday. There's a decent chance that there were some funds probably adding shorts, I would assume, on that run up when we had that tweet. But until proven otherwise, it's holding above the key price. On that day, it was $28 when the tweet happened and squelched to the upside. It was $28 at the bottom the day before. On Friday, it broke down at $28. So I want to give it chances. It just has to make you got to do something. It's only going down in the pre-market. So it might just be, we always talk about like over-under plays. In the afternoon on that Thursday, 30 and a half, 30 and a half, 30 and a half, 30 and a half, and then 29. Like in here at 30, I want no part of anything with Chewy. If it's breaking out above it, then I want to think about, okay, breakout longs and squeezes, all that stuff. And if it breaks down below it and loses 28, I think you should be willing to go short it. There's no chance I want to be only one direction. I remember when GameStop did something similar. It's like, you only look for the longs. Like, okay, that's all well and good, but then if it doesn't actually break out anything and you don't look for a short, you just waste your time on the stock doing all the volume in the world. So if it doesn't ever break out that 33 and breaks down from here, I got to be willing to look for shorts back into some of those bottoms. But I am only looking one way on GameStop.
Yeah, no, I like the look there on GameStop. Now again, not priority of mine today, but definitely on watch. I have the weekly up here. You can see what it's been doing since the beginning of this move in 2020 and 2021. Right there, we can't really break back below this $10 mark, and this time around as well. 2024, that's in and around the same places where this move kind of started off there. We're coming right back into some of these lows at 20, so I do have that on watch. Again, bit of a failure to follow through, bit of a bigger picture liquidity trap that we kind of had off of this initial move in the beginning to middle of May there. And you had some residual pops as well. But yeah, coming back kind of down into some of these previous levels, $20 might be a little interesting, bit of consolidation zone. We dropped down to 17, it was this 18, 17 and change, failed to follow through and ripped right back up. And now we're kind of trying to trickle back down on lowered volume. Now, again, something else to note is, eyes are kind of on Chewy now. So is the game over for GME? Who knows? But it seems like sentiment might have shifted over with Kitty kind of tweeting the Chewy move there. But we'll get to that one. We'll see how that one goes. But a little bit of a potential downtrend coming back into some of these support resistance levels. A lot of chop in between this 20 to 23, 22 area here with a low of 17. But you got to remember, we started winding up in the low teens off of that failure to follow through below 10. So just looking at the chart, that's what I'm seeing right here. GME, not necessarily number one idea, but definitely not saying that there may or may not be opportunities there today. It is selling off quite decently in the pre-market and is doing some expanding relative volume as well going into the open. So definitely going to be on watch for me today.
All right, the next one then on the other side of the coin here, Chewy. It's off the highs significantly already this morning, 35 down to 30. We are trying to bounce right now, but that's 6.6% passive stake coming via 13G filing for Chewy. Remember this one now with a little bit of a larger short percent than GME, according to recent data.
Yeah, and another company linked to Ryan Cohen here, Brendo, that Keith Gill is choosing to invest in. 9 million shares, as you mentioned, 6.6% stake in the company. About $245 million is the value of that based on the Friday closing price. That makes him the third largest shareholder of the company. We'll have to see how they do, but interesting look today. Keep your eye on this one.
We'll see if there's enough attention. I mean, GME already had 3 million shares traded so far this morning. Chewy not quite there yet, guys.
And look, we went over kind of both of them, I think, just there. But I will add one thing when it comes to Chewy. And if you look at this weekly chart, it's going to give you an idea. Obviously, the volume spike that you're going to have seen, everything due to that Thursday tweet by Roaring Kitty. It was a monster level. When you talk about big levels, support to resistance, this is down around $24 in the weekly going to 2022. You zoom it in, and this was right here, 24, 25. You just broke that out. So even if it ends up, if today ends up like a bit of a nothing burger and maybe it does trend down, don't sleep on the fact that Friday bottom, if it somehow gets all the way down there in front of 25, that is a big level on that weekly. And if we do see that, and you're looking for places for any kind of a bounce, it would have to go red and then significantly red. So in a higher time frame, there are some deeper pullback levels. I know I was saying if it loses this consolidation it has, I'm probably looking for some shorts for it to just trend down all day. But if that does happen, there is that 25 level out on the weekly chart and the daily chart on Chewy. It's more interesting if we can break this thing out. I'd like to see, with the squeeze name, your ideal is that it squeezes. Now, obviously, when it trends down, it can be really good. But as a day trader, if you come back to the Thursday, which is the trade that you prefer? Don't get me wrong. There's nothing wrong with look at the short. There's a consolidation short. But look what happens when it squeezes. I mean, the breakout, you're just instantly winning. Just instantly. And it just absolutely flies. So that's what I would prefer to happen. But just because you want it doesn't mean it will. This is that 33 level. The only bounce that happened on that Thursday, you see it drop after the halt up and everything. The only bounce was right here at 31, and it attempted to break 33. It then dumped. So this is why 33 after the open is the big one. Like either it breaks 33 or there's just no squeeze. It's that simple. 31 to 33 is not, I mean, it's a good trade, but the chances this goes parabolic rests on it getting through 33.
Yeah, no, I like that 33 level as well. Something I want to note is the earnings reaction that we had coming into this move, right? Yeah, sure. Thursday there was a tweet. We're getting some more action in the pre-market today, but kind of building into the bigger picture that's of price action that's kind of occurred coming into these events as of last week. Take a look at this earnings report, over almost 300%, I guess. Surprise on their earnings. Sure, their estimate was 0.3 and they got 0.15, and then a bit of a surprise as well on their revenue. But look at the price action, aggressive strength off of that earnings reaction, and those reference prices from earnings day one have done nothing but held just above that 2021 mark there, sideways consolidation, and then we've been kind of building up into this. We got a little bit of a squeeze. Now we know that the ticker sits at about a 15% short float almost, and maybe some of that getting taken care of as of last Thursday, and maybe some more as of today as well. Something to Neil about, yeah, sure. Some of the short interest numbers are a little bit delayed. They tend to be a couple of weeks delayed there, but as of last Thursday, maybe we've accumulated some more shorts as the ticker popped all the way up to 39s and then flushed all the way back down and recovering most of that move there. You can see, kind of looking left here, from July, some aggressive selling that came in into and off of that $40 level. We've been making lower highs as well from some of these 21, 22 COVID kind of euphoria highs as well. So definitely a lot of history on this ticker for both the long and the short side. We know that it is heavily shorted. Well, not too heavily, being at 15%, but definitely has potential for going both ways, for the squeeze and for a flush as well. The backside was absolutely beautiful, and so was the front side squeeze on Thursday. Let's see if we can get some more of that coming into today. Look at that consolidation at the end of the day on Thursday. We're holding exactly those levels, just underneath, in and around that $30 mark. So I'll be kind of using some of these prices as references and some of the pre-market levels as well to see what Chewy will have in store for us today. But definitely doing some decent volume this morning. I have here at 8.6 million shares traded in the pre-market, and take a look at this expanding relative volume going into the open. So definitely an interesting look. One of the top ideas on my watch for sure on the day.
All right, let's talk Tesla. Back to the upside today after that reversal we saw. If you go back to Friday and have a look at what happened, remember we had that initial push higher, and then it just got absolutely slammed. We end the day going into the weekend around that 197 area, back above 200 and holding. A couple of positive analyst notes this morning. 120, kind of interesting here from Wells Fargo on the price target specifically. Remember, deliveries should be coming up here any day now.
Yeah, so Wells Fargo putting them on their tactical list, not for a good reason here, but for a bad reason, maintaining their underweight rating on the stock, basically predicting a 14% year-over-year decline in deliveries for 2024, which is below the consensus estimate. There's many other reasons that they're downgrading the stock as well. On the other side of the coin, Wedbush, very bullish on technology. They see it a little bit differently. They predict Tesla is going to go through a mini rebound in Q2, reaching potentially 435,000 deliveries. The range right now is between 415 and 420. They also like price stability and continued recovery in China. They say basically the price cuts there are done, and the consumers there kind of know that they're done, so they're not going to wait out for them anymore.
Yeah, the company's still dominating on deliveries across the board and sales compared to any other company at this point as well, so we have to keep that in mind. A lot of profit taking possibly going into the weekend, end of the first half of the year, obviously at the close on Friday. You can see the closing print itself, just absolutely monstrous, guys.
So what's interesting, I had an interesting discussion with my wife this weekend about Teslas and white Teslas being rare, which they are, but there was some disagreement on that front. And I somehow managed to somewhat lose that argument, despite the fact that I was 100% right. But I think, look, I'm going to let you guys, I know it's true. was just like, okay. What? And then the worst part about it was we ended up driving past one.
Yeah, and it happens to be a white Tesla. Yeah.
Like we never see. Like there's one in our neighborhood, and then we were talking about it, and then we later on in the day we ended up driving past one. She's like, see, there's another one. I'm like, oh goodness. They're still rare. It's not normal. But Tesla, almost everybody it's a holiday here in Canada, and all the traders that have come in, trust me when I tell you, this is one of the names on the list today for a lot of people. And some of it's going to have to do with the fact that we're back above that $200 level. So 200 on Friday, it was good early. You had a breakout 200, it got to 03. It bounced off 200 at 10:30 and got to 03 again. And then you guys all know the rest if you're trading on Friday. Once it lost it, it was just a short back into 95. Whether or not you have a chance to trade off that level this week remains to be seen. The 198 previous high into a close price, that's a key level for dip buy support. Then you got the 200 level itself for dip buy support. You could be breaking at 203. There's 4 or 5 ways to trade this to the long side today. Up 1.5% into a flat market, doing good volume. I know the eyeballs are going to be here. So I like this. The other, only because I said I promised I would go over some of these. Tesla at the close on Friday was one that rallied into the close. So it rallied into that 198. So setting up for a dip buy there, breakout, I'd prefer not to. I'd rather be looking for dip buys. But I'm going to just quickly mention Apple, because Apple did something completely opposite at the close. Apple was selling all day long. And then at the close, it did this dip into 210. And you're like, well, why would you want to consider a long off of 210? It's just because the Friday before, there's a dump. These things look very similar last I checked. So you had a day where it was trending into the close, it dumped, and then the next Monday, there is a wick through the bottom, a hold of that 07 level, and it just ran $5-6. So if I see the same thing happen on Apple, I just want to be long. This is the 210. If it wicks this bottom from Friday and holds at the open, then I want to be long back through on Apple. That is a very particular trade. It's not any catalyst or anything like that. So Tesla, I like the trend. I like what it's doing, all these multiple levels on the chart. It's strong relative to the market. But Apple, it did this 2 Fridays before. If it does it again, I want to try long. That's a very simple structure there for Apple.
Yeah, I like that. I like that look on Tesla. Some strength coming back in off of a strong dip in the 140s here. Now this is a 3-month chart, so it does look a little bit different in terms of where Tesla might be headed. But we're kind of in a sideways consolidation on the larger time frame here. Let's go down to the weekly, and then you can see as well a dominant downtrend off of some of these prior all-time highs in and around the 400s. And we've been talking about how Tesla may be making its way back up to that 200, and lo and behold, here it is. That 200 mark. You can see that on the weekly and on the daily, some confluencing multi-time frame level breakouts potentially happening here. 205 as well. So going down to the 15-minute, we can kind of capture some of this, more of that price action at a closer scale. We can see that over the past couple of weeks, we've been having some strong bids, some gaps. The pullbacks keep on getting bought up. Again, you just saw it on the 3-month and the monthly and the weekly chart. We've been having some strength there to the upside. So this 200 mark should be interesting. 205, kind of that level. Looking left, if you do push for a breakout, that 205 again right here. 207. Was it 204.70s, 204.50s? From earlier on in March, it would seem, earlier March this year. So yeah, if we continue this trend today, let's see if we can push some of those levels. But the bigger picture does seem like it's been trending up just slightly within an even bigger picture range to the range going sideways. So I'll be watching out for that. We had some strong selling middle to end of the day on Friday there on Tesla with the double top in and around that 203. So yeah, literally looking at prior day reference prices at 203.20s. Let's see if we can break through some of those highs with this strength coming in the pre-market on Tesla.
On the same front, Chinese EV delivery numbers coming out first day of the month. Typically when we get these, as I mentioned earlier, it's most of the time kind of a nothing burger, but 4.5% for NIO to the upside so far this morning coming out. I mean, all of them decent, I guess, across the board, but we'll see what happens when the market opens here.
All right, so we'll talk about what they actually delivered and what they're projecting for the next quarter. So Nio doing the best out of the three right now with their new monthly record for deliveries, 21,209 vehicles, way exceeding the 19,000 the analysts were looking for. Li Auto fared a little bit better than XPeng. They delivered 47,774 cars. The street was looking for 47,000. And XPeng, they missed 10,688. The street was looking for 11,000. But all three, Brendo, looking to beat in their Q2 estimates.
This chart kind of gives you an idea of how these stocks have performed over the last little while here. From our friends over at Benzinga, there's a code in the description of the video, guys, or scan that QR code, bottom right corner right now if you want a discount off Benzinga. That's $1,000 invested in Nio and Lee, worth about $500 now.
I don't really have too many ideas for those names because I don't think they're going to be much of a trade today. I could be wrong about that. So instead, I'm going to show you what I missed out on yesterday because with my leg, I can't go to Jay's games. Thank you very much for all of those crazy stares that they have. But it was Junior Jay's Sunday, and my daughter took her best friend from school. And if you guys have never seen kids run the bases, it's like an assembly line. You march everybody down in a gigantic line of hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of children, and then they get to first base, and then basically this happens. Come to my screen here. Can I full screen it? It won't let me full screen. But second they go, it's like bang, and they're gone. And your entire and the whole time that's happening, I don't want to out myself. Come off the screen for a second before I do this. No, and the funny thing is, the second they do that, all of the parents get herded like cattle. Get to the end of the line for your kids because you gotta take them. You can barely even get any kind of video of them running around the bases or pictures because they're like, get to the end, pick up your kids. They're just shuffling you through like cattle. It's absolutely wild. And my daughter just took off on her friend. It was like bye-bye, and she was all the way gone. She just loves to sprint around the bases. She doesn't enjoy it. I mean, she enjoys it, but she doesn't take any time to savor it. She does it as fast as she can, like she's trying to prove a point, because she always has to be first. Nio, I think it stinks. You know what? That's a mean thing to say. This is what's happening in Nio. If Nio doesn't break 460, 480, any of these levels here, I think it's a short the pop situation until proven otherwise. I don't care how good the delivery numbers are. There's just nothing going on with this stock. And I know volume can come into it, but volume still it's 923 and no volume has come into this. I think it's a huge disappointment. Used to be when you had a good delivery number, things would actually move. I was asked, am I going to short XPeng today? I think there's other things to trade today. Chewy, Apple, Tesla, GME, Day 2 Nike, Nvidia, which we haven't even gone to. As a matter of fact, let me just talk Nvidia because that's more worthwhile than getting into some of those. And don't get me wrong, if you want to join some of those trends to the downside, there are trades to be had, like shorting pops into resistance has worked. But Nvidia, I mean, look at Nvidia 123, 123, 123, 123, over and over again, all late last week. And then you're right back to the 123 support. Just trending a gap underneath, right back to that being support. If this loses 122.5, I've been looking, I thought Nvidia is along at this level pretty much every single day. But if it loses 122.5 at the open, I think Nvidia should just be a short. If you can't hold on to that support, as long as it's above this line, that's been the spot to go long. But yeah, today looking a little bit peckish. Nvidia trying to battle this 123 for the fourth day in a row.
Yeah, some of these delivery numbers coming out on these EVs. Again, the chart showing a little bit of a different picture. I feel like some of these EVs are definitely losing their charge here, or lost their charge over time. You can see this is the weekly chart. This is XPEV, right? This is LI. Look at that. LI kind of a rangy, very rangy ticker. So maybe this is looking a little bit more, I guess, enticing because it has been fluctuating in about 100% of 100% when it comes to the range. It's down here in the teens, and then it pushes back up into the 40s, and then comes right back into the teens. So LI looking quite interesting, hitting the lower end of its range that it's been doing. And Nio as well. Look at that one, looking very similar to that of XPEV. So yeah, even though coming in with pretty decent deliveries, and yeah, don't forget, these tickers do some decent volume on the daily. Nio, even though it trades at a $4 price, the average volume is 45 million on the 30-day there. So definitely opportunities nonetheless, but as Neil said, there are other opportunities in the market that definitely align with my playbook a little bit better. Not saying that these tickers don't have opportunities, they definitely do, but they are doing relative volume in the pre-market as well. So we'll see what's in store with some of these Chinese EVs.
If you zoom out on Snowflake's chart, you get a picture of what the past few days have been like here. Nice bounce back move right through 139 this morning, or tagging 139 this morning. I just went back to their last earnings release, about 4 cents on the miss, to the wrong side of the scale here. But Goldman Sachs this morning adding Snowflake to their conviction buy list.
They did, Brendo. They also added Global E Online and Fox Corp, but we'll talk about Snowflake. They added it due to the attractive entry point and the increased data storage analytics use. The analyst Kash Rangan expects a new CEO to accelerate product development, leading to faster customer adoption and revenue growth. So we'll have to see how they do. The removals at the Goldman Sachs list, Monday.com, and Quantitrix, Brendo.
Not a lot of participation behind this yet. 180-ish thousand shares this morning.
It's not a lot, and we sort of talked about this like on Friday. It was Thursday and Friday that actually Thursday when I came up with this one as my trade for this week, and it's broken out that top. I don't know if you get a chance at 136 on any kind of a dip, but if it does try to fill in the gap, 135, 136 would make a little bit of sense. But yeah, it needs to get through $140. You can see it, that level in April, bounced off 142 there, and then when it lost that same previous high, it consolidated right underneath 140. So this needs to break 140. I think you can go rallying if you're going to get through that number. But we got enough names that we're interested in here. Watch out, Chewy just lost $30. Uh-oh. Yeah, remember, don't get... Always, if a stock is going to be the number one volume thing on the day, or like the number one thing that you want to be constantly looking at in trading, you want to be willing to trade in both directions. So I want to keep an open mind here with Chewy and not just be thinking about, hey, it's got to break a 33 long, and then you end up sitting there doing nothing because it never breaks a 33 long. So just watch out. Chewy just lost $30 and might be trending into Friday's close if it can't get back above.
Yeah, Pablo with the super chat. Good morning, Neil. Is Uber in your radar today, Neil? I already talked about Snowflake a little earlier. Yeah, I did have it on my radar, but I guess do you want to talk about it first?
No, yeah. Thank you very much. Appreciate the super chat. I think we mentioned this last week. 74 needs to break on Uber. Yeah. And I do this a lot, where if there's like one idea that you're waiting all week for, I tend to not. It's just like, okay, well, it still hasn't broken $74, so wake me up when it breaks $74. It's at $72.50, so it's possible, I suppose. I could always break that level, but it's a 74 break that's interesting to me on Uber.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with that one. I do have it on watch because, again, on the daily, to me this is looking kind of similar to Tesla there, in terms of like a breakout pattern happening. 74 is definitely on watch. Let's see if that kind of builds into it. But yeah, take a look at this on the daily here, Uber, and then you can take a look at Tesla as well. So weekly and daily levels coming in on both of these tickers. But again, obviously very distinctly different in terms of how and what or who trades behind some of these names. But interesting to watch, to keep on watch nonetheless. But yeah, no, I definitely do have Uber on watch for a potential breakout trade through that 74.
We got the countdown.
What's going on?
It's market open. Let's get to it in 2 and 1. Ring it. All right, Chewy immediately still holding underneath that $30 level and dropping a little bit here. Apple was looking for that dip and rip, as well, as it looks like it's not really falling off the cliff just yet. And you're going to get a little bit of action here in Nvidia as well to the upside. Nothing too crazy. Haven't really seen anything completely out of the pocket just yet. So we're going to play the patience game. We wanted a dip and rip on Apple. That's not going to come into play. We wanted a dip and rip on Tesla. Tesla pulling to the upside almost immediately here through 202, I should say. So that one is flying to the upside. Yeah, Nvidia might lose that 123. Here's the battle at 123. That was a level all week long last week. Well, the last 3 days of the week. Oh, there's a hold. So they just defended 123. I'm going to try and get in there off that local bottom.
Yeah, so watching Chewy at just at that $30 level, as well as Nike. Again, Nike was a little significant last week as well, so I'm kind of keeping this one on watch. Let's just to see what we may have in store. Again, earnings day 2, right? So maybe some continuation. But yeah, I'm gonna have to wait and see. ES and NQ. NQ, we keep talking about that 20,000 level. We're still right there at that on the NQ, just only about 25 points below that 20,000 level. So let's see if we do some more magneting around this level as we have been over the past couple of weeks or so. 29 still holding on Chewy. And 76s, that was an interesting area as well going into Friday last week. I observed a little bit of an iceberg there, and that iceberg eventually dropped right at that 76. End of day pop comes into that 76 once again. Can't really get too far, and then we just trade sideways for the rest of the day. So I do have that 76 level on watch on Nike, and as of right now, we're attempting to push a little bit higher there, trading at 75.70s, but it seems like it can't really get through that as of right now. Nothing too crazy in terms of size going through as of right now, but again, it's only been a couple of minutes off of the open. I do want to give it some more time. We've traded now 50 pennies off of that 76 level to the downside here. No real, nothing too significant being seen on the tape here, but we are pulling back off quite nicely. Same thing going on with Chewy there. Chewy's pulling back into 29s. Something to note as well on Chewy is prior day's consolidation
Nvidia
highs end of day. What's going on with Nvidia?
Nvidia just broke 123 south side, so looks like that breakout. If you took it, you might have got like 60, 70 cents, but it's now breaking into the downside. If you're going to have an over-under, always be willing to go in the other direction. I don't want to chase too far, but I'm now looking for the other side of the trade. It's an immediate dump on, Chewy's going to the downside as well. Immediate dump on Nvidia. Could not even break out that pre-market high. So if it can't do that, I want to be short back into 123. We'll see what happens. And Tesla, you can go for the dip and rip, but if it doesn't dip, then it only rips. Tesla is absolutely gone. Through that 203, it never even wavered. There wasn't even any kind of a pullback at the open. It was just one way and only one way. Chewy is also dying. If I'm not going to get Chewy to the south side, remember, thank you GameStop for not filling me. I like GameStop as well. We tried to catch it back through 23.5. I'm going to wet my beak at VWAP here on GME. This was the name out of the two that I was more willing to be into the short, into that flat bottom break. So GameStop showing some signs of weakness here. Back into VWAP, going to give shorts into this local high. It was like 23.65 that about the top on GME. So GME going down, Chewy going down. You're giving it up over there on Nvidia, and it's Tesla that's absolutely flying here, Obi.
Yeah, look at the NQ here, Neil. NQ's dropping quite aggressively there off of some of this pre-market action that we were having just underneath the 20,000. And here comes 75 on Nike. So we did kind of reject that 76 quite well right off of the open there. There's some size sitting right on top of 75 as well as right there. So you can see the 360 or so lots sitting right on top of 75. So is Chewy. Chewy's kind of pulling back as well. Just patiently waiting for some of this, for us to print that 5-minute opening range here. We're almost there with only about 15 seconds left for that 5-minute to print. You can see that stack right there on that 75. Look at that stack getting taken out, decrementing, and aggressively selling off. Rebid right there back through that 75. So some interesting action here happening on Nike right at that 75 level. Again, prior day low being at 74.55. Let's see if we continue a little bit of that strong trend that we were having on Nike the day before, right? So we sold off not only off of earnings, people were like, actually the reports were saying how again, not really the earnings report not really being taken too well in terms of sentiment, and selling off quite aggressively for one of the worst days Nike's had since its IPO. Right, so 30 selling off as well. Not really involved in Chewy just yet. I want to give it a couple more minutes there on both these tickers just to give me some direction. But that 76 level seems like that was the place to be on Nike. People talking about AMD,
AMD is absolutely
Nvidia. What's going on?
Throttling to the downside. I'll get to those first, but it's Flush City. Nvidia is still back at 121.5. I've been trying to get it back into this 123, but AMD is really taking on the chin, down 2% and still falling. So let's try to zoom it out here. Look, if GameStop breaks 22.5, remember, GameStop 22.5 is a separate level for me. So I'm going to get out in front of that level and see if it breaks. But AMD, support at 156, if it even gets there. That was last week's support level. I think there's a better chance in shorting Pops in NVIDIA. But Flush City, we got one short on. That's going to be GameStop as we head to Adara at the desk. What do you have for us?
Be aware of Robinhood here. Robinhood just holding on to being positive here on the day, seeing this circulated online. Apparently there are some issues with the website, some user problems, seeing this circulated by a few users here on X. So just be aware of Robinhood. Bit of a move to the downside here on decent volume. HOOD, guys, some user issues.
Yeah, another name I guess we were watching was Uber. I do have it pulled up here. Uber selling off quite aggressively, breaking past prior day's lows. Chewy potentially catching a little bit of a bid here, trying to print the, initial green candle there, both on the 5-minute. I'm looking at the 3-minute as well. Maybe a little bit of a bid catching on top of prior day's opening prices in and around that 28 level here on Chewy. So let's see how well that holds. 75 cracking there, 74 halves coming in. Prior day lows on Nike are at 74.55. So I'm kind of watching that level as a reference just to see where we go off of that. But yeah, kind of looking back at it, 76 might have been the best place to kind of get involved, as again, prior day we saw what happened in and around there. So I will be patiently waiting. NQ dropping a little bit more aggressively here than the ES. A couple other names I did have on watch was MRK. MRK had a little bit of a strong dump going into the close. That's kind of wiping right back up. And something else to note, McDonald's as well. What's going on?
Tesla 205, bye-bye.
Wow,
it's gone. This is getting, it's parabolic with the market doing literally nothing. You can pull up a chart of the NASDAQ if you don't believe me. I'm not even going to waste my time showing it to you. Wow. 205 just got taken out on Tesla. So the long is winning. I'm not chasing up here. Let's daily chart for a second. I'm not chasing up here. This is that big level. 206 is when we bounced off trend. 206 was resistance. So I'm not going to be looking for the longs right up top here at the 05 level. It's just entirely too high. And I didn't really show you guys the chart on GME, but 22.5, it has been the bottom support. We took some out at 23. Gonna look to get it all out in front of 22.5. If 22.5 goes, I think it's a flat bottom break on its own right. It's the only thing that we actually were able to get at that open. It is working that short. Chewy is still falling. Don't know that I want to be short this consolidation. It's getting pretty close to a possible bounce spot. Let's go back to Adara.
Just be aware here of Cassava Sciences. You may remember this one had a big drop coming in on Friday, announcing that Huayang Wayne was basically tried here with some falsifying of research. Late on Friday, right at 4 p.m., the company came out and said that he was not actually involved in these phase 3 trials of similifam. This was related to Alzheimer's research. Now this morning, the company coming out saying they're actively engaging with the DOJ and the SEC with these ongoing investigations. So a bit of volatility here. Worth noting some volume on SAVA. Also getting a downgrade this morning to neutral from HC Wainwright. So keep an eye on this company. This story could still be moving around here, guys.
Yeah, that one was interesting on Friday. I know you took fills on that ticket.
We had a couple of shorts on it, but there was no follow through late in the day. So I think it probably has something to do with maybe the fact that the news some of it baked in and maybe not already that bad. Oh, give me a break. NVIDIA, all right, cancel there. Look at NVIDIA. That 122 just started holding underneath VWAP, tried to grab it when it broke the 80s. I'm sitting there 79 with an order, didn't get the fill. We're still tanking. NVIDIA's tanking. Now the market's starting to come with it. It looks like we're going to be giving it up. I just want to look over. There's a couple of other names if I don't get the short in. NVIDIA wanted to look back over at what Micron was doing, actually relatively strong. AMD, we already mentioned, it had that. I don't want to chase that bottom one so close to that 156. So we're not going to chase that one into the downside, and Tesla starting to give it up as well. So we're short only one name in here and looking for that pop if we can get it on NVIDIA. And Snowflake as well. Shout out to Trader Forever. Snowflake coming right back in to fill in that gap to 136. Sometimes it's a level that you don't necessarily expect to come in, and we're already here. So 136, that's the gap fill, pull back on Snowflake. They did get an upgrade today, but filling in that gap. Friday's high, first place I'd look for a bounce.
Yeah, so a little bit of a hold here on Chewy, just in and around this 29. Has me a little interested. Let's see if we can kind of, I have VWAP in and around 30. That's where that pre-market consolidation right before the open is as well. Just about a point away on Chewy. We have sold off quite aggressively since the pre-market session there. You can see that kind of, what are these highs here? 35, 37 I have as a pre-market high. And like I said earlier, this is kind of the level here. I'll pull it up on my chart here. Wow, that Tesla's still going. That 205 coming in real hot. But yeah, let's just quickly.
Here 06 is coming in real fast.
Check out Chewy here. Look at that prior day opening prices in and around some of these levels, 28 halves. Seems like we're holding as of right now. But this 29 might be a little trouble there. So might not work on the first try there, might not work at all, but I am kind of watching this to see if it can give us some opportunities for a bounce back towards VWAP there. Similar thing here on Nike. That prior day level was 74.50s, and we're holding that as of right now. Got stopped out of that Chewy trade as it pulls back in a little aggressively off of that 29. I guess 29 can't really break through as of right now. 74.60s, 74 halves holding there on Nike with a little bit of strength coming in for the first time since the open. And since the open, we've been selling off quite aggressively. And now finally, we're getting a little bit of action going into the ask there. Again, this name is on SSR, so I do have to keep that in mind and keep it on watch as any sort of bid coming in real hot might carry us back to VWAP. VWAP on Nike being in and around, if I can just pull it up here. Where's my VWAP? Yeah, 75.15. So pretty much right back there. So 50 penny pop happening as of right now on Nike off of some of these lows here. 74.50s. Let's see if we can reclaim that 75 and maybe do some interesting action with VWAP. But the NQs are pulling back quite aggressively here. And it seems like my ES might be a little frozen as...
Remember you had an issue with the ES chart last week. I would double check that. I would close it and restart it. Yeah. Just very quickly, Tesla, hey, 69. You know, I thought I was getting 70s, but I actually am getting 69s. Look, Tesla, we wanted a dip buy in it. Obviously, you're not going to see a dip buy, but it gets to that 206 level we pointed out on the daily chart. So you just got to take the next trade. It's not the trade you want. It's the trade that's going to be in there. So 206, just pull back off 94s. I have it here at 70. If it breaks the top, we get out. If it flushes from here, great. I just added to GameStop as well. Came right back into those teens, so I did reload GME. It's back underneath 23. We're going to take some out there. Tesla absolutely flying, but remember, this is that level on the daily, that 206. Want to make sure we grab some profit. As trending stock to the upside this early, I'm looking VWAP retracement almost every single time. So, there's the reload underneath VWAP on GameStop, continuing to head to the downside. I keep looking at Chewy, and it's like, do I only want to be short? The market's weak. Like, why not? Said be willing and be flexible. If it's not going to break from here, I don't see why Chewy can't be shorted if it loses this consolidation. Is what it is. We don't even have to pay for locates on this thing. Like, they're actually free for us. We want to be ready for it. NVIDIA continues to dump. I just got to cancel that offer at VWAP. You're not getting it. Might have to go over to Micron as we go to Adara.
We're waiting on the S&P Global Manufacturing PMI here for June. This is going to be the final print. Previous 51.3, consensus 51.7, forecast also 51.7 here. So this number coming in 51.6, so above the previous number 51.3, slightly below the consensus and forecast of 51.7. Not much of a change here. SPY continuing to chop and churn about in a range here, slightly positive on the day right now. Again, that manufacturing PMI final for the month of June, the S&P Global 51.6 versus the estimate of 51.3, previous to 51.7, guys.
So I just got tagged on the bid right before Tesla ran the top. It is now gone through that 06 level. We just got some out, and now it's starting to go. Not going to hold through every single time it breaks a level like that. My stop is going to be at the even dollar. I'm not shorting it past this level. It's got to get to like 210 or anything like that. It's an absolute monster to the upside at this point. Tesla, like I said, I got GameStop, and I went on over, and Nvidia is catching a bid. So Nvidia catching a bid at the 120 level. I went all the way to AMD to see if it was at, 156. It's not quite there. It's getting very, very close to that 156 level. And remember Snowflake? There's 136. We talk about being patient. If you're looking for a gap fill, that is Friday's high. It just wicked it. So you wait, let it fall, let it get there. If the stock is weak, if the market is weak, and you want to go long, then you should wait for the optimal price and see some confirmation. So it just got back up through the 136 level. I'm going to try to get long in here off 136, give it to that local bottom. But wow, now 207 Tesla. Wow. Tesla is off to the races. I told you there's a lot of people that were looking long. I was looking dip by long. It was the breakout that you had to take, or just any long in general.
Yeah, no, that thing is continuing to go. I do have it pulled up here on one of my charts, and you can see that it is distinctly different from the rest of the market. Look at the NQ and the ES pushing for fresh lows, and Tesla keeps bidding back up. Similar kind of story happening here with Nike in terms of the bid, maybe not as aggressive or through some daily or weekly levels like we were pointing out on Tesla, pushing through that 205 level, but that 75 coming in real hot in and around this VWAP area as of right now on Nike. So you can see that 74 halves prior day low held very well, and then we got an aggressive bid into the day's VWAP here. Chewy selling off as well. That the long attempt doesn't really work at that 29. We're going to kind of reassess for that one. What's going on, Adara?
Keep an eye on TEVA here. Teva Pharmaceuticals, this one moving around a little bit here, a little bit after the open. Washington Post reported that the FTC is now opening investigation into the company amid this ongoing patent issues in the pharmaceutical industry. Basically, they're, according to these Washington Post documents, the FTC is accusing Teva of not removing some of its patents on asthma inhalers and COPD devices. So potential patent investigation here for Teva from the FTC is reported by the Washington Post, guys.
Wow, that's not necessarily good news. 120 incoming here on Nvidia. Oh, Chewy just took 28. Did I get it? Just got into Chewy as well. So 120 is about to break on Nvidia, just as 28 also went on Chewy. So we took the Chewy short through 28. Nvidia might break any second now. I've got it up on another level too, as that continues to absolutely flush. So 26, we talk about 25 to 26 as being a potential support, but if it broke down, we had to be willing to take it. I don't want to only be stuck looking for one direction. If it gives it up and goes red on the day, then I should have found some kind of a short. So heading to the downside is Chewy. Nvidia did make that break. It just got to 50s. Let's see if I did. Yeah, I got to fill at 62s there. So we're just into Chewy. Nvidia broke down through 120, just got 119, I think 57 I got to fill down there. But we're short at 92s. I wanted to short the pops, but you know, it is what it is. We didn't get anything that high. 123 broke. I didn't get a fill there, didn't get a fill at VWAP. So we end up having to take a break. You just join the trend where you're able to. But if 120 gets back through, I do want to get out. Look for a retrace into VWAP 121, 121.5, somewhere in that range as Nvidia continues to flush city. I'm going to only make the assumption, I'm going to be watching Nvidia, that AMD is also doing what we see over here in Nvidia. But yeah, it looks like a pullback day for this. 19.9 is gone. Looking for those shorts at this point. I mean, the trend is your friend and the market is heading into the downside. Let me just double check on Apple. Apple's still looking a little bit strong. Apple holding on to its 1% gain, so that's not all bad. There is something at least trying to hold the market up here. It looks like it's going to be Apple.
Yeah, so I'm just looking at the tech basket as well. Everything is selling off quite aggressively. AMD, Intel, SMCI, SMH, ARM as well.
It's nice of you to say Intel.
Well, yeah, it's I guess it's one of the names in my tech basket here. But before that, what's going on, Adara?
Just be aware here of Roku, ROKU. This one was just hit highs of days above that 62 area. Still up about 3.25% on the day. Not seeing any news on this one, but lots of social media attention here for ROKU, and we do have a short float of about 8.2%. So Roku on watch, guys.
I don't trust it. That's all I'm going to social media attention as the market is dumping. No, I'm not going to do it. Not going to do it. If it holds, if Roku starts holding, that's one thing. But yeah, I don't know. The market is absolutely flushing. The NASDAQ is now 0.4 to the downside. Just to give you an idea of what's happening, you just broke through not only over Friday support, you've broken through midweek support there, going back into Wednesday at 19.9. So the market is headed down. Bit of a bounce happening over in Nvidia. In Chewy, in terms of Chewy, it did touch 27.6. I was able to get some out down there. But Nvidia making an attempt at a bounce back into the 120 level. So this is key. It got to 119, did like a kind of like a false bottom in there, and headed back into 120. So if this is the low, you don't want to get trapped all the way into VWAP. Like, to me, VWAP's its own trade. That's like $1.20 from that 120 level. So if it doesn't curl from here, I'll make another trade at VWAP. Just got to make sure that we're respecting our levels. Tesla, I added at 06, it went to 07.5. That's not a trade I'm just going to fight for that $1.50. But if it cannot retake 206, even Tesla could end up a short if it cannot hold back above that 206 level. Big level on the daily chart, want to respect it. So Nvidia, we're still in that one. Still in GME. Chewy at the bottom. Apple, I'd like to be long, but it didn't do exactly what we wanted. What we wanted was a dip holding 210. Apple instead just broke it out the top. Patience, patience, patience. Didn't have anything right away at the open, but you're still able to find that quick dollar over in Nvidia. Still able to find Chewy breaking down. Not much doing for me in Tesla because that's where we took that quick hit, trying to short the 206 level. But we're right back to that 06. If it can't beat this and the market's red, not good for Tesla, as strong as it's even been.
Yeah, with the market coming in that hot, again, I'm kind of looking at some of these tech names. I'm like, all right, yeah, I'm missing out on some of the shorts happening there. But again, one of my main focuses on the day being Nike. I am watching that tape a little bit closer there, and we've been kind of trending up. Market is flushing quite heavily, both the ES and the NQ, and you can see it's kind of holding the bid. 75 has held the bid, and then all of a sudden you keep getting these strong wipes pushing into the ask there, coming all the way back to 76s in and around that same interesting level that we, I guess, had some action last week, and obviously off the morning as well. We sold off quite aggressively off of this 76 level here as well. So I'm kind of just watching, just waiting. There isn't much size that's really pushing into the bid here, and then all of a sudden we keep getting flurries that tick up into 70 towards 76 as the market flushes quite aggressively. So that SSR mechanic definitely showing itself a little bit here on Nike, and then Chewy as well. Chewy kind of fading off below that 28 level, so losing a lot of that push that it did have in the pre-market there on the Roaring Kitty tweet. So again, maybe potential for the backside there, but I think that I do have to
did more than
focus.
tweet.
Well, I guess he did a little bit more than tweet.
I mean, it's one thing when you tweet a random picture of it was a dog or whatever the heck he tweeted, but when you just go out and own 6.6% of the company,
yeah,
that's called putting your money where your mouth is. Mm-hmm. Oh, is it his money? You know what? I don't want to get tinfoil hat, but there's a few people out there that don't think it's his money. But until proven otherwise, it is what it is. And we did say you've got to be mentally agile. Did I want Chewy to break out 33? Better believe I did. We said it before, we'd rather be trading a squeeze stock to the long when it's breaking and just going all that stuff like the apes. yeah, let's go. It's more fun to do. You get halts, all that kind of stuff. And sometimes you just got to be willing to join. Short, we probably should have had the first breakdown, but hindsight's going to be 2020 when it took out, when it made that second break. It's like, how many times are you going to let this break into the bottom and you're not going to grab it? So we are short. 27.85 is the actual price. I got a couple of fills in there. If it loses 27, 26 is a pretty obvious bottom spot that we can try to take. Let's see what's happening. Apple now starting to calm down a little bit. Nike ripping. I just saw in the chat there.
Yeah,
Who said Nike?
bit.
Oh, whoa, hey, Nike is going. I guess that's the SSR bounce on Nike. Shoot, this is that 76 level.
Yeah.
As if we don't have, okay, well, I mean, it is what it is. 76 was the place to be short on Friday. This would be the spot. This is the spot. So if we fail this, I guess I'm going for the short. Wow, that's a heck of a bounce. That's what an SSR bounce should look like.
Yeah, that's
not the
really
nonsense ones that we tried on Friday. This is what an SSR bounce you ideally want to have happen. Not mad, but probably missed this one. If we turn here on Nike, yeah, day 2 Nike play, 76.15. That's a local high. I think it's probably worth it to the quarters. I'd just like to see some sellers jump in on the tape before I just sit in front of this moving freight train.
Yeah, I might be sitting in front of that train right now at that 76 there. But again, I was watching it all the way up. And kind of watching it in and around the 76. Like I said, I was waiting for that 76 to come in.
Oh yeah, you can't punch short.
Yeah, exactly. You can't punch short. You have to wait for the bid. You have to wait for the pop to come and get you. And it seems like, again, 76 might be having a little bit of trouble right now. But interesting action nonetheless here on Tesla there, Neil. Look at that. Flushes all the way down right into VWAP 204s and then it rips right back up as if nothing happened back to 207s. That's absolutely wild. Some crazy price action nonetheless. Let's go down to a 1 minute right there. So yeah, kind of interesting there that it would wipe all the way down and the buying pressure is such that we kind of pull right back in. So maybe showing some strength there on the day. Let's take a quick look at a higher time frame here to point out some of those levels that we were looking for the breakout to come in off of on Tesla here. So let's go down. Let's go up to an hourly here. Let's get some of these other lines out of the way. And yeah, this was the area right here, 206s, and then looking back at it, this is an earnings reference price up here at 212. So about 6 points away from this price here is where this selling kind of started off getting a little aggressive on the earnings that came out in January.
It's starting to go.
So what's starting to go?
Nike. VWAP.
Oh boy.
VWeezy.
Yeah. But you said it's starting to go the other way. I'm like, hey, I'm short right now. I'm not looking at the tape.
Oh, we don't want that.
Yeah, no.
We don't want that.
Let's see.
We'll see what happens. Nvidia, by the way, Nvidia came back through that 120. We said we got that first move down in 120 to 119. We'd get out if it went back through 120. So take your stop. You want it to be the home run, but you can always wait for the next chance, which I think is VWAP at 121. As long as we're under 123 bucks, I'm looking short on Nvidia. So we'll try to keep it simple there, but we're not at VWAP just yet. Going to play the patience game. Chewy still flushing to the downside, but the newest position was trying to get Nike on the way back. I did try to get a better price, but hey, it's SSR, which means as it was coming down through that wick at the high, you're just trying to get short. You can't actually hit the bid without an uptick. So I didn't even get in till 94 on the way back in. I just tagged 75.5, so we'll ring the old register down there. That one looking pretty solid. I didn't want to forget all about Apple, and then what ended up happening is I actually forgot about Apple. So, best laid plans and all. Apple, if you look at that big dump, we were anticipating it would dump right into 210 and then rally, but it pulls back. Look at before the imbalances came out, 212, 212 quarter. That's exactly where this is bouncing from. So Apple is the thing trying to hold up the markets. Nike, we want you to flush. And Chewy, you can go to the gates of hell. I guess nobody cares. They don't care that he owns 6.6%. It doesn't matter, as The Rock would say. If we get to 26, I'm gone. So we're holding down for that bid. If we get back up through 27, we probably trail it at this point. So Chewy a buck in the money. We did have that Nvidia trade and looking for that retrace into VWAP. And one last one for you, Mulligan. We don't get a mulligan on that Tesla long. I just typed mulligan instead of shop because I was saying your name. Shopify getting trounced as well. We always try to point out relative strength and weakness. This deserves watching. Not looking good for Shopify, down 4.5%, and right on the cusp of support here at 63. That's a big, big level. Let's go to Adara.
Just got a whole bunch of ISM manufacturing data here. My ISM manufacturing PMI coming in here at 48.5, so this is going to be below the consensus of 49.1 and the forecast of 50. ISM manufacturing employment, 49.3, below the consensus of 50, forecast of 51. ISM manufacturing new orders, this one at 49.3. This is actually higher here than the consensus of 49 and the forecast of 46. ISM manufacturing prices, 52.1. This one below the consensus of 55.9 and the forecast of 56. Last but not least, we also have construction spending month over month coming in here, negative 0.1%. So this is going to be below the consensus of forecast of positive 0.1% and the previous print of 0.3% here. SPY continuing to move up a little bit as we get this number here back towards the top of that previous range here around 545. We did some comments from Fed's Williams coming in this morning saying that they're confident that we can get inflation back to 2%. So just some kind of echoing the comments we've seen so far. Of course, we do have some weakness in chips, but quite a few interesting moves to talk about here. Meme stocks on watch, as well as Tesla here at highs of days. Up 5% here, despite getting an underweight rating here from Wells Fargo and a 120 price target maintained. They actually added Tesla with this rating to its tactical ideas list, saying it's a growth stock without growth. So bit of a negative note, but nice move up here for Tesla. We also have here some of these big banks on watch, up more than 1% on pretty good volume, including JP Morgan here, increasing its dividend to $1.25 a share and authorizing a $30 billion buyback program as of Friday after the close. Wells Fargo also raising his dividend, so keep an eye on some of these banks, guys.
Yeah, it's flush city on some things. The market's now catching a bit of a bid here, so I want to put some respect on it. But I did get trailed out on Chewy. It ends up holding this 26. It's not really 26.5. It's like the 3/4. Comes right back up, trails me out. It's making some fresh lows. Chewy just continues to flush. We did say I wasn't putting it in the gates of hell, but we were willing to be mentally agile with this, and it was pretty simple. Like if it broke up, I wanted to look for longs in that consolidation and ended up losing it, so you look for the break into the downside. Just be willing to join the trend. The trend is your friend. Last I checked, Tesla is Tesla's gone. Tesla's gone. 209, and still champion of the morning is Tesla. So it's at 209. Thank goodness we got away from that short. You got to have a level. You got to have an entry point. NVIDIA decided that instead of doing like the over-under game at VWAP, it was just going to literally tag it on my chart and then dump. When does NVIDIA actually do this? Like this is VWAP on my chart. It goes literally to VWAP and then goes. Usually I'm expecting a push up. It'll go up like 20, 30 cents. You got to work into it. No, it just goes to the line and then turns. That's not usually how it goes. So I'm going to be patient. I thought we were getting back in with some overfills. If it pushes back to the upside, we might try it. But suddenly you're getting some higher lows. I am still in Nike, but we had to give up GameStop. We shorted a couple of times underneath this at 23.20. We're getting profits at the 23, but higher lows into a flat top means I get out. Chewy working the whole way, you're actually getting a potential breakout here on GameStop. Not yet, but I'm not willing to give back the profits we made this morning, being stubborn about something which is trending in the direction opposite to what I was looking at.
Yeah, I definitely have Tesla on watch, going ludicrous off the launch, off the open here on Tesla, 200 all the way to 208. That's definitely a little bit of yeah, exactly. I got to call it ludicrous. That's not even sports mode right there. It's breaking out quite aggressively. So now I do have eyes on it. It's not doing that much relative volume, and it's got a lot of I guess support and resistance places if you do look a little left here. So let's take a quick look there. I am watching Nike here. Nike coming right back up into 76s. The market is taking a little bit of a bounce here after the strong flush on the open there. That 76 is going to stay a little interesting for me. But yeah, it seems like Chewy short side was the trade today, and a little bit of Tesla long as well. So let's go straight to the daily here on Tesla. You can see a bit of a gap fill here that it's doing as of right now. We were talking about that strong flush off of prior earnings happening here in January, and then we've pretty much filled a good chunk of that gap right there, pushing into 208s, 210s there on Tesla. The high of this consolidation, 217. I don't know if we can get there today. That's about 10 points away on this ticker here. But again, breaking out of multi-day and multi-month even highs past that 205, 206 mark on Tesla. So let's see if this one has a little bit of relief there, or do we just keep on going to the upside? The volume is dropping down. I'm keeping an eye on that. VWAP is down at 204s. The first test at VWAP has shown that VWAP was aggressively bought right back up, right underneath that 205, happening here at 204.18s. On the flush down that we had. So we are getting a little extended past that VWAP. Let's see what we do with these 208s. This is that prior kind of gap fill / resistance area here, just underneath, shy of that 210 mark. So I'll be looking for a potential reversion, maybe back down into VWAP as this craziness kind of starts to settle down. If we hold some of those levels, then I will definitely be wrong on that one. 76 area kind of holding as of right now here on Nike. So I do want to be a little patient here and stay nimble on the trade, maybe even get better prices if we're going to continue to push right back up, because the SSR, this is day 2 and day 1 sold off quite aggressively, all the way from 80s down to a low of 74 and change on Nike. So let's see if there's more of that sentiment kind of coming in today on Nike. That 76 might stay a little interesting. That 20,000 churn on the NQ is something I'm watching as well. But before that, we're going to go to Dara at the big desk.
Keep an eye on Eli Lilly here, LLY. This company, Radionetics Oncology, entering the strategic agreement with Eli Lilly. Basically, the company will receive a $140 million upfront payment, but Eli Lilly now has the rights to acquire Radionetics for $1 billion. So possible acquisition news and deal here for LLY, guys.
Yeah, watch out there. I mean, it looks like it might retest that 900 level on Eli Lilly, because when you get the acquirer going to the downside, I generally look for some support, and that could be coming into play when I look at that chart. Nvidia's at VWAP. It's doing a bit of a dance here, but holding. The bid is starting to win at 121 on Nvidia. So that's, if you're looking for a short off VWAP, the idea would be it kind of comes into there, traps some longs, fails back underneath 121, just not really happening yet. I still believe in the fact that this 123 broke underneath that price. I want to be overall weak. We're not getting anything else in Nike. Let me just quickly go back to Nike. We're not getting anything up at that 76 level. It's popping and putting in lower highs. So Nike hasn't broken VWAP yet, but it is putting in lower highs off that 76. And you can forget about Chewy. I saw someone in the chat say, why is Chewy still falling? Or why is it falling? It doesn't really matter. Look, it's not. There's a difference between Warren Buffett buying a stake in something and Roaring Kitty buying a stake in something. It doesn't have to go up. Just because you want a stock to squeeze doesn't mean it's going to. 25.5 was Friday's low. I think maybe that could be a spot that you look for a bounce play. I'm not long it. I haven't really looked to go long. I thought it would be a breakout play if we went long. But this is a pretty significant area it's getting down into in that 25. So we just got to start looking for that next trade. And it might actually end up being a long at the absolute bottom on Chewy. At least you hope it's the bottom when it gets down there. Robinhood had that. A lot of people complain they couldn't use Robinhood. And I know they had a service interruption. I think I just heard that it might be resolved. And it's not really doing much. So the fact that it wouldn't go down much on that, this is still in the midst of a potential breakout on Robinhood. It's not really there just yet, but didn't really fall all that far. Still could try to make this break and then rally into the 24 level. So Nike working to the downside. Nvidia is still deciding what to do next at 121. Like to see it show a little more weakness before I jump in. Yeah, it's starting to come in here. So we might try that second short here in NVDA. Be careful with this, because if NVIDIA holds VWAP, you could be back at 123 right quick. Anytime I get in, stop it right out underneath that local high. That's my play.
All right, so finally another ticker that's perked my interest here. Again, Tesla's making some fresh highs. 208.98 is the high of day right now, attempting to push a little bit more. And I pulled up Uber. Uber sold off quite aggressively off of the open there, and now starting to catch a little bit of a bid here. Let's see if we can get some distinctly different action coming in on the tape here. Sold off aggressively, 73s trading in the pre-market. We're trading at 70s as of right now. So the first question I want to ask is, what is Uber's ATR? We can quickly check that out right here. It's about 2 points here, and Uber is doing what kind of R-vol, you may ask. Here, let's take a quick look at Uber and the R-vol happening on, I guess, a 3-minute chart.
About that sauce.
Sorry, what's up?
You say Uber, I started thinking about that St. Hubert sauce. It's so much better than Swiss Chalet. That stuff. Trust me. If you had to be a Canada to know St. Hubert's, but like their sauce was out of control. You can only get it in Quebec now, it makes me sad. I used to go there all the time as a kid. But, sorry to interrupt.
No.
You say that, and
you said sauce, and I was interested. I was like, all right, cool.
Now I'm already hungry.
Yeah, right. Yeah, going to be watching Uber on top of the 70 here. Let's take a quick look at the chart as well together, and maybe we can find some levels of interest here. Nike coming right back up, holding some of these VWAP levels here, just above that 75.30s there. But before we take a look at Uber, we're going to pass it back to Adara at the big desk.
We've been hanging out here near day's highs, up about 5% near that $14 area, getting a series of price target increases this morning. This Goldman Sachs one just came through, $14 price target increase. RBC Capital Markets also increasing their price target to 14, same as Barclays. And Canaccord Genuity actually raising the price target of Rivian from $20 to $30. So RIVN getting a nice move up here on not one but 4 price target increases throughout the morning, guys.
So what do we do for AMD here? There's this. I mean, that's the overall market.
Yeah.
There's also, let me try this one. Look at that bear. Why am I dressed that doesn't even make any sense. Although I don't know what you're supposed to wear when you ride a bear. Realistically, you guys, I don't look like Paul Bunyan, Fabian. Paul Bunyan. Paul Bunyan, I mean, come on, he's got the axe, he's got the overall, he's got the flannel, whatever. It is what it is, but the market is heading back into the downside.
Oh, yeah.
We just waited for confirmation on Nvidia at that 121. You get it. There's that move into VWAP. There's your wick. There's your push back down. Now if we get above 20s again, I don't want this thing getting anywhere near 120, 120. We get to 120, 120 again, and you just got to dump out. We already get that quick buck. We scalp some out. I'm anticipating, when I look at the market making fresh lows, AMD making fresh lows, and NVIDIA trying to put in a higher low, I'm not completely convinced it's the one anymore. So if we can't get through the 120 level, I might just have to dump it at that price. We'll see what we can get down there at 120. Nike did not give us any fills back into 76. You couldn't even, I don't know if you got any.
I got a little bit more.
Yeah, you got some.
Not enough.
Yeah, I didn't get anything on Nike on that little bit of a push back to the upside. Did want to re-short it at 76. But sometimes when it's SSR, you just got to take it. I'm sitting right here. I'm at 92. It went to 88 and 89. Looks like those highs. So missed opportunity. That was a pretty tight reload if you could get it. Lower highs, right back into VWAP on Nike. What I'm
noticing is that if you do kind of sit there and I guess, yeah, you have to post. It has to come and get you. But if you do kind of frex into it on the jitter, it'll come grab you on the up bid, even though your frex limit is much lower than what the price is sitting.
Just for anyone watching, Frex is a gateway in an order type that we can use here at Real Trading. Not all platforms are going to have it. I would suspect probably a lot don't, but we can trade pretty much every single gateway out there in the market we have access to be able to trade. So if you hear us say one in particular, it's just one to get a fill. Yep. Sometimes when it's up there and you're missing by 3 or 4 cents, it matters. I want to know, we got a fill up there, I didn't get a fill. I want to know what he used so that next time I actually get short, because it's instantly in the money, 30, 40 cents. Quick trade there. The market's still head to the downside. We did say you had to look for some short opportunities because we're going flushing. We're going flushing through the quad, everybody.
Nice. Yeah, no, if you cross on some other gates, sometimes it might just reject you because it is SSR. So yeah, definitely agree with that. Got to have multiple gates at in your arsenal to kind of exercise the ideas that you may have with different sense of urgency there, right? Look at that. Both the ES and the NQ strong flushes off of this, referencing some of this price action off the open there. And yeah, we're getting some strong sells across the board as well. So looking right back at it, SPY has broken prior day's low as of right now. The prior day low was 542.95, and we're trading at 542.80s as of right now on the spider. So
oh my God,
you can see that low break as well happening here on the ES. So we are taking quite a nice little sell off here to begin the week off of the open there. Alphabet to the downside. Why do I have two alphabets? One of them supposed to be Apple. Apple actually to the upside there. Kind of okay. We talked about that strong sell-off that Apple had at the end of day, and it pretty much wiped that whole move right off of the open. And that's something we kind of mentioned as well this morning. So let's pull that ticker up here and talk about that. So Apple, you know that Friday was one of the rebalancing days that we had there. Russell imbalance nonetheless, and you can see that Apple had quite a significant sell-off going into the close there. But coming into the open today, we held some of those reference low prices and then wipes right back in off of the opening candle as well, right into 214s, 213s, and kind of I guess evens out that sell at the close right at the open there, now kind of chopping sideways. Let's see if the NQ and the ES can catch a bit of a bounce here. Nvidia still in and around that 120 mark, so that 120 holding quite well. Day low at 118.83s. And yeah, Apple, that reference price again, I'm gonna mention it again, 213. 60s-ish are the prices that we're trading before the strong flush off of the open there. And Apple is just trading in and around some of those levels as well. So softy holding underneath that 450 pre-market consolidation highs, just shy of 450, coming in at 459.50s on softy. So going to be watching that. SPY is my compass, is something that I like to remind myself of more often than not, and the spider catching a little bit of a bounce. Again, 5,500, only about 5 points away from that is where we're catching a bounce off of. And here comes Nike right back down into VWAP there. And question I'm asking myself, why don't I have even more at 76? Like, the ticker has spoken to you. Last week, I thought I was listening, but again, 76 had a bit of a reserve.
Dump that stock.
A lot of volume getting churned, and coming in today, we're having a little bit of trouble. Sure, we can kind of continue past this level going forward. The day is still young, but a little bit of chop and churn and some trouble happening on 76 when it comes to Nike as of right now. Here comes a bounce on both the ES and the NQ, and there goes softy for high a day. Their pre-market consolidation highs, we were just talking about those 49 halves coming right in on softy, and there goes Apple as well, testing its highs. So let's take a quick look at softy and show you guys what I'm talking about. Look at that barcoding action in the pre-market, a distinct high there at 49 halves, and as of right now we are breaking it, and softy took quite a bit of a flush off of the imbalances coming in at the end of the day as well. 452s all the way down to 447s going into the close, and it seems like we are attempting to push back towards the highs there on some of those prices. I still got Uber on watch. Uber holding 70.
This bounce is getting big. I'm happy we just got out, and we'll power up Nvidia. Look, the VWAP trade, it came, it went, it didn't hold 120. Sorry, it didn't hold underneath 120. It did hold 120. We waited for that short. We talk about the front end and the back end. This is what I mean. This is the kind of execution, if you're shorting something on the way up, that I prefer. Show you that top. You like the VWAP short, take it there. But once it held 120, I was right out. So it's like pretty much exactly $1. It was like 99 cents or something like that. Do not know that I want to go back to this well with the market bouncing the way that it is. Maybe we're going to hold underneath. I'll wait for a little more confirmation. Nike might give us that fill as well. We want to be patient with this level on Nike. Oh, maybe we should just grab out of VWAP the next time. Yeah, Nike's holding on to VWAP. This might just be a 76 to VWAP, and if it breaks VWAP, just take another short somewhere else. And look at Chewy. I guess we should have held Chewy. all the way down to $25.50, now down 4%. Purring Kitty is not happy with this at all. $25.50 was Friday's low. Said we'd take a shot at this bottom. Well, if it can put a higher low in here off this 25.5, I guess we'll go into the long on Chewy. Yikes. What goes up must come down, but not me, clown. Let's go to the small cap recap with Adara. Bye-bye.
IWM trying to bounce off low of days here, currently down about 0.75 here. So bit of weakness, trying to hold on to that 201 area right now for the Russell 2000. Quite a few small caps moving today. We have names like Dataseed, DTSS, POET, Poet, also just started moving here as well. But we have Pitney Bowes, this one here, PBI, up about 11%. We got a 6.7% short float, just under $1 billion market cap, providing an update on their accelerated progress of their cost rationalization program, raising its savings target to 120 to 160 million, up from its previous range of 60 to 100 million. So good look here for PBI near highs of day here. We also have SentiBio, SNTI. This one is a penny stock here. This one was up over 100%, now up about 80+%, getting $8 million from the California Institute for Regenerative Medicine to support the development of one of its treatments. For context, this one has a market cap of about $12 million, so nice look for SNTI. Last but not least, Babcock and Wilcox. BW here, this one up about 25%, announcing that will be selling its Denmark-based renewable parts and services subsidiary for about $87 million in cash, and reiterating its fiscal year 2024 EBITDA target. So good look here for BW. Quite a few small caps on the move to start the week, guys.
Yeah, lots in the news for sure. Like it's one of those mornings, man. You can think it's going to be in and out and Chewy and all that stuff, and that's going to go wild, but it's not. It's still holding that bottom. It's holding on to 26 very, very tightly here. So if it retests the bottom, I guess I'd wait for a 25.50 bounce. I wanted to see it hold a higher low. Guess what's not happening? It's not holding a higher low. I'll spoil it for you. The name that, look, NVIDIA was a good short. AMD would have been a great short. And sometimes, look, when you're up in the morning and it's been good and you've had winning trades, it doesn't prevent you from trying to understand what you could have done better. So suffice to say, you guys can see the 163 level, and that's been a big level on AMD for a while, and look at what happens when it cannot break it all pre-market and then breaks the bottom. There's always something better. There's always a way to get better. There's always something you can improve. No such thing as a perfect trading day. No such thing as being perfect at just about anything. AMD should have been the one. I focused on NVIDIA, but in hindsight, look at the pattern on this chart. I think we should all look at this and ask ourselves, look at that top. Same top, 168. Same lower high, 163. And it doesn't even hold 156. In fact, you could have reloaded a short underneath 156, right down into this 153 bottom. Sometimes it's not that difficult, but you've got to look, you've got to do the work, you got to put on these charts, and you got to look for it. Look, obviously Nike's going to be a good short. Chewy was a good short. Congratulations to anyone long Tesla, but I got to think about this AMD and why we weren't in that one. But you got to move on to the next trade.
On to the next.
I could be looking for some kind of a long in Apple. It didn't quite go according to plan for Apple. I thought we'd dip and rip. That's what happened the last time there was a sell-off at the close. Look, dip and a huge rally. Today it just did the rally part and not the dip part, unfortunately for me. So I was looking for a 210. I was all locked and loaded to punch long. If it tried to run those lows, it never did, and now we're just at highs. Up 2% into a market that's only now turning green. This and Tesla are the only longs. I shouldn't say that. Those are the longs I'm looking at right now on any kind of a pullback. Nice breakout. It's been a good morning shorting, but now we got to look for that long trade. And Sebastian, appreciate it. Good to see you being critical after 20 years still. You have to be. There is no other way to get better than examining the things that you could have done better. Yes. It's just that simple. Like in baseball, you hit a pitch on the screws and you knock it out of the ballpark. You got to look at, okay, were my mechanics right? Like all that good stuff. How's the pitcher going to tax me in the next at bat? It doesn't really matter. You just got to look forward. And forward is Apple being ridiculously strong here. We'll check back in on Chewy only because it might make that bottom, but that's a very different trade. There's catching a falling knife and trying to get a dead cat rally, and there's trying to join a trend in Apple. Those are two very, very different things, and Apple needs to give me some kind of consolidation pullback. Whereas Chewy, there's your bottom. Once it gives me a good risk to reward, I'm just going to go for that lower high, which it's trying to do now.
Yeah, so I guess wiping right back on both the ES and the NQ here, we were talking about quite a strong flush. And look at the NQ kind of coming right back into some of these pre-market levels, 19.9. Keep talking about this 20 thou being a little bit of a magnet, and it seems like whenever we accelerate a little too far away from it over the past couple of weeks, we kind of run right back into it. As well. So quite a nice little reversal potentially happening there. Again, Softy's pushing, continues to push towards highs, and then that little dip had no real effect on, I guess, either Apple or Softy, as with that strength coming back, they are pushing for fresh highs on the day there. Spider kind of recovering a good chunk, a good portion of that flush down. A similar kind of thing going on with Nvidia and Amazon. Amazon pushing for days highs as well. Nvidia not quite there yet, still trading at 2160s as of right now. And yeah, Nike still holding this VWAP quite aggressively. So I'm kind of keeping that in mind there. If VWAP is holding, I guess, holding the bid, I do want to stay a little bit nimble there, but with the market pushing up quite aggressively, I want to keep that in mind as well. Uber holding on to this 70 as of right now. What's going on, Adara?
Keep an eye on some of these social media related stocks right now. I have Meta up here, META, but there's also Snap Inc., any company like that. Basically what happened here is we did have the Supreme Court issuing its but a bit more of a mixed decision on the social media laws in Texas and Florida. These laws are a little bit controversial because they were considered curbing these companies' abilities to make their own decisions, basically saying that there should be, basically banning companies from banning certain users. But this law has been sent back to the lower courts to look at. So basically whether or not these laws are unfairly restrictive to social media. These social media companies has now been sent back to the lower courts. So keep an eye on some of these social media related stocks with that ruling in mind, guys.
Yeah, oh my, like Meta is another example. We hit the flat bottom break graphic for Nvidia 123. There's a lot of things you could have applied it to. Certainly, it's not a clean flat bottom break at 504. It's close enough, but support just getting taken out right into these 490s. So if you're looking for a place where Meta might catch a bid, it's actually going now like a couple of bucks, but that would have been the spot. Like sometimes it shows you the level. If you're trying to catch that falling knife, just wait. Let it get to a significant level, and that's what matters. Nvidia is still trying to go to the upside here. So here's the 122. If this can get above, I mean 123, if this gets back above it, it's going to be wild. I keep hearing in the back, Wrangel's like, break it. And I'm looking at Nvidia, but it's not Nvidia he's talking about. It's got to be Tesla and 210. This is 209.99 on Tesla. I have no idea if that's what he's talking about, but look at Tesla, 209.99. It's trying to break the level. I always feel like there's like 206. I was short, and it should have been a long when it did this at VWAP. Look what it does at VWAP. Look at that hammer candle right to the downside that bounces clean off VWAP. When it takes 06 a second time, if you think it's a short before and it's a strong stock, look what happens if you go long that second time. But 210 is what it is. It's a big level. It's up 6%. It's the strongest thing in this market. If it goes, you just got to have it.
Oh, yeah. It's, again, the strength coming right back in. I'm looking for places to kind of exercise that. There comes that 210. I guess 210 is printing as of right now on the Nvidia, or sorry, not on the Nvidia, on the Tesla there. And a strong push right back into the bid happening there on Nike. I was watching this, I'm like, all right, well, we're kind of holding, we're kind of pushing back towards that 76. What do we do in and around here? I got stopped out of the Uber. Uber attempted a little bit of a long there on top of 70 hold. But again, the trend is to the downside there. We want to keep it pretty tight unless and until it actually tries to significantly turn. Made a little bit of an attempt, but doesn't work. That's perfectly fine. Was again something I'm kind of trying to deploy in terms of strategy in my trading is easing into the trade, right?
Something happening in DJ.
getting in just a small portion of what I want my total size to be, and kind of waiting for it to really show itself and show the confirmation, show the confluence to really push into the full size. So therefore, if it doesn't work right off the bat, then not taking as significant of a downside with the move if it kind of continues there. There it goes, breaking below that 70 mark there, trading at 80s as of right now. So very, very strong trend to the downside here on Uber, getting sold off quite aggressively, holding the moving averages on multiple frames there. I'm looking at the 5-minute, the 3-minute, the 15-minute as well. We are pushing for some of these weekly lows. The next level I see here is 69.60s, only trading about 20 pennies away from that here in the 80s here on Uber. So interesting look. Let's see if it can kind of curl back up at any point today and break this trend. If not, that's perfectly fine as well. I will kind of be patient and wait for that to kind of come in there. What's going on with crypto, Darren?
Interesting report here coming from this crypto research firm called Kaiko. Apparently, Bitcoin, which is normally known for having a little bit more volatility in trading on the weekends because it can trade 7 days a week, has now hit all-time lows for the proportion of Bitcoin trading happening in the weekend, hitting 16% this year compared to its all-time high of 28% in 2019. So basically what that's saying is there's less crypto being traded on the weekends than we normally see so far in 2024. So kind of interesting report there. In terms of Bitcoin itself here, this is the 15-minute chart. We are continuing. We did actually hit a 1-week high here above that 63,000 area. Now coming back below, currently sitting around 62.7 for BTC, up about 2% on the day. Ethereum also doing well, up about 2%, holding on to that 3,400 level pretty nicely. A lot of strength pretty much across the board here for these crypto-related names. Solana up well over 3%, continuing a nice little stream to the upside for that one, near 150. We also have Ripple up 1.6%, Cardano up almost 4%, Avalanche up almost 6%. So generally a pretty nice day across the board for these crypto-related names, guys.
Thank you very much. Tesla broke 210, got to 210.50 exactly. So I got 13s long, little bit of slippage, not terrible, but not the best either. If we can hold on to this 210 level, I mean, Tesla is just, it's a rocket ship, but if it doesn't hold 210, the trend line, if I were to draw, it's down around 209, maybe 208.5. So I would look for a dip buy a little bit deeper. We'll try to scalp that dollar. I just want to quickly get to DJT because I know a lot of people mention this. Supreme Court partially backed Trump on immunity is the headline. Thank you, Brendo, for that one. So as Tesla goes, this DJT off the bottom, 31 to 34. This was dying this morning and now flying to the upside. Needs to show some continuation, though. Friday was a bad day for the stock. 35, the big key level. If it gets through 35, I think it could really go squeezing, but that was the key pivot point. So a bit of a rally here in DJT. Nike short continues to work as you can sort of see OB and I are both in that position. And Tesla, you know what? You can be late to the party, but as long as you show up, that's what matters. You know what? It's like Keanu Reeves says in one of my favorite baseball movies. Sometimes you just got to show up. It's all about showing up. And if you know what that reference is, Obi, great. I'm expecting you don't, but the chat's probably going to let you know. And it is another movie that you do need to watch. I'm just throwing it out.
Okay. I think when you say baseball movie, there's one that kind of comes to mind, and I think it is pretty awesome when it comes to I guess baseball movies. Moneyball.
That was not what I was referring to, but it is a good movie.
Yeah.
It's a good
no,
book.
I know Keanu Reeves isn't in that movie.
It's Hardball.
Is it Hardball? Okay,
Yeah,
I haven't seen that one.
G Money in there. I love it when you call me Big Papa. Just trust me, it's one of those films, like it gets you. It's kind of weird, like, imagine if they did Mighty Ducks, but with baseball.
Okay.
Kind of, the more I think about it.
I remember watching Mighty Ducks.
Yo, they straight up stole. It's literally Mighty. Come on, son.
Really?
I actually am just making this realization. It is Mighty Ducks with baseball, but it is a very good movie. So 211 on Tesla going. We just made a baseball reference. So like Vladdy, it's on fire. We probably should have been long earlier, but it is what it is. We weren't. 210 is gone. 211 is gone. If you're looking at the daily chart, what do we got here? I don't know. I mean, what levels are you going to find? $220? That's a level. You know what else is a level? It's not going to go there. I'm saying, look, it's absolutely not going to go there. But this trend on Tesla, we're going to get there eventually. I don't know when. And I don't know if I'll be there with you. But 228, 230.
Yes, sir.
The way I see it, when you hit the bottom of the trend line, which it only tagged it once, twice, thrice, each time it tagged it, it got to the top of the trend. This is not real, that wick. So I would suspect we're going to see we're not getting there today, but that's what I'm looking for. So Tesla, absolute home run. We wanted to dip and rip. We didn't get the dip, so we had to take a break. It is what it is. And Nike following through. I'm glad you got that reload. I most certainly did not. Why is this still Tesla? But there is the bust through VWAP. I got to look for another re-entry into Nike. We got the one short into the high, and then I just didn't get any shares in there when I was trying to grab 76s. So we're going to see this break into the downside. Rock, I threw a little MLK in there. Why not? Yeah, I'm having some fun, man. It's been a good morning so far, but we got to look for what is next. It possibly could be a first entry into AMD. I know I was shorting NVIDIA a couple of times, but NVIDIA looks a little stronger than AMD. I don't know if you can tell.
Yeah, I'm kind of. I guess definitely could have gone a little bit more there on the 76, but that's fine. No regrets. If it came in off of the open there, and I gotta do better. The chart is like on a multi-day frame. It's showing you what 76 is capable of, right? So what do I need to do better at? When that price comes right in off of the open and rejects like it did at 76s, can't really get back through on a strong bid all the way up from 74 halves. Now again, something to remember is the ATR that Nike has. So what is the ATR on Nike, you might be asking, is about 3 points, the 14-day ATR. So it does, not all the ATR, but it goes 7.4 halves to 7.6s, printing almost above 60% of its ATR on some strength on an SSR, and it fails to follow through at the same place where it failed to follow through coming in on Friday. You can see, yeah, like last week right here. So I got a little carried away at that 76 level, thinking that reserve might be the point at which we turn and push back off. But look at that. Those pushes held no real strength as it kind of claimed that overall downtrend. And look at this bit here. The only kind of relief that we had all day comes down from 47.70s all the way up to 46s. And I was talking to Neil about this, and I was like, yeah, it doesn't even print 76s. 75.99s are the highs of these candles here, and then it flushes back into the going into the close, and then coming in today. Look at that, opens, pops above 76, gets slammed right back in. Bids aggressively 74 halves, so almost looking like a lick grab of prior day's lows, right back into 76s, and what happens there? Kind of chops and churns around VWAP, looks like it's holding, and then selling kind of comes back in. I didn't know that it was going to come back in, but what it's showing us is that 76 is a place of interest, potentially a place to make some decisions and definitely watch the tape at. So if and when that kind of confluence happens over a multi-day frame, I got to do better at getting involved and getting aggressive along with that kind of price action showing itself. Kind of, I guess, maybe some bigger players showing their hand as well is how I like to take a look at it. About 300 lots on multiple gates at 75. We're right back at 75. And once again, I gotta size up on this stuff, man. This is absolutely crazy how often this kind of comes into play, and I'm not. I don't have the size that I really want. And again, it goes back to kind of planning out. Poor planning on my part.
Yeah, you got to blue chew that trade, bro.
Sorry, what? I gotta blue chew that trade?
Who said that?
What do you mean?
Who said that? I didn't say that.
Yeah, Nike
that was
coming right
Sharif
back
said that?
Sharif, I think Sharif might have said that.
Oh, yeah,
I don't know. He's like, what'd I say? But yeah, no, coming right back in. And it's not really, I guess, it's not really looking so great for the longs. We kind of talk about why, in terms of bigger picture on the longer time frame, we are breaking multi-time frame levels, and we only sold off through them for 1 day. Now, these levels have not really come in since 2021. Like the COVID lows is what we were talking about on Nike, happening in and around the 70s, the low 70s, right? So maybe we make it there, maybe we don't, but as of right now, we are making some, we're doing some selling off of that 76 level there. Chewy can't stop, won't stop, continuing to flush towards the downside there. What's going on?
It's caught a bid.
It's caught a bid.
Remember we said if a stock is tanking or ripping, it doesn't really matter.
Sorry, not Chewy, I meant Uber.
Oh, you meant Uber. Okay,
I meant
well,
Uber, sorry.
Okay, well, I'm going to Chewy anyways. Chewy got to Friday's bottom. See, there's Friday's low. As I zoom it back in, you can look at the candle. You just look for the spot. There's the volume spike. There is the big rejection candle at the bottom. It confirms, it holds 26. The second it holds 26, after that, we get in there. I was able to get a couple times. I got an average price of 4. Let's just leave it at that. Sorry, my last price was 4. My average price was 2.5. But it gets into this resistance and cannot go any further. So there's your 26.40 level on Chewy. We said we'd go dip buy hunting at the 9.5 on Tesla. We're about to get that chance as we go to Adara for Sector Watch. Right?
You're going to start with probably the weakest sectors here because they're pretty clear. We have producer manufacturing and consumer services pretty much right across the board. Retail trade also notably weak in a few places here. Amazon strong, but some weakness in Home Depot, O'Reilly, Lowe's, and Costco. We did get lower than expected ISM manufacturing data pretty much across the board, including ISM manufacturing PMI. So that could be of note here with some of these manufacturing related names, but those sectors generally pretty weak. Health services, process industries also a bit weaker. Transportation, a bit more neutral with Uber leading the group to the downside. In terms of relative strength, not bad here in communications. We did have an upgrade in AT&T and some of these other names positive as well. Health technology pretty strong here. Merck and Eli Lilly both having some positive news with regards to these deals here. So interesting look for them. Deals with other companies for licensing. Finance as well, JP Morgan and Wells Fargo, these both report in 2 weeks, so the Friday after next. They both raise their dividends on Friday. And of course, with regards to the tech sectors, it's going to be a little bit more mixed. Meta notably to the downside here in technology services here, but Google a little bit more flat on the day, Microsoft slightly positive. Then of course, in electronic technology, a lot of weakness in some of these chip names, notably AMD, but Apple here to the upside. So a bit of a more mixed picture, except for some of these sectors, pretty red across the board here, guys.
All right, thank you, Adara. Yeah, some of these sectors definitely moving a little bit differently than each other there. I am kind of watching this Tesla move. Tesla is pulling back quite aggressively off of those highs at those 212s. We attempted to hold a moving average, and then we come right back in quite aggressively, potentially putting players offside, and that's what I'm looking for as well. Let's see if some of this strength off of the open can give us a little bit of a breather here. 206.60s being VWAP there.
There's a trend break.
There is a little bit of a trend break there, so I'm going to be looking for maybe some confluence, some more action to kind of point us in the direction that we're not just messing around and dipping a little aggressively only to bid right back up. So let's see what we do in and around this 210 mark here on Tesla. Like I said, absolutely ludicrous off of the open.
Ludicrous speed for sure. You'll see I'm out of Nike. Nike did like a, what's the word? I can say wick shimmy. That's Sharif's term. I'll steal that one for a second at the 75 level. So look, late in the day, 75 was that higher low. We were trying to short this one. Actually, we were getting some success shorting this one into 75 on Friday afternoon. But the big bounce here, if it can pull it back into VWAP, I think I would look for a VWAP short. That's pretty much where you close. 75.37 was the close price. 75.40 is this local high. So I would love to short back in there. I could always, why am I drawing a line? I could always look for a consolidation at 75 to get back. We just got to look for that next trade. So let's be patient with it. We'll look for the next chance in Nike. It might be short to pop, but I only want to be short this name for now. Tesla could not hold on to that 210, but I'm going to draw let me draw this trend line here. Since it bounced off VWAP, it did break the trend, but then hold on to the 209 level. So this is probably, I should be long at 209, is what it is. But if it holds underneath this, and I'm not talking about the trend since the open. When a stock goes parabolic breaking out at the open, I like to go from the first dip into the next dip when it continues to going higher. So it's pretty clean, those two, and now you have a chance to fail it underneath. So I would think short underneath this level here, which would be 208.80 on Tesla. Nvidia wasn't quite fast enough. This is a real wick. Nvidia got right back up to 122.80 122.80 right in front of that 123, and then it just went to the downside. So we were looking for 123 as a short. I was not quite fast enough. Chewy, we looked for that bottom at 26. We got 26 to 26.40, and then it just came right back underneath 26. So we get a little bit of a scalp trade long. The play has been the short on Chewy. That was a much better one. Find myself not in a position, but we can always be patient. So if Tesla breaks that trend, want to look for the short there. Nvidia could, oh yeah, here it's coming right back into this 123. Nvidia is super strong. That might be the wrong one to go short.
Yeah.
Like, look at the difference between Nvidia and AMD here. I mean, if we pop up, if Nvidia takes 123, AMD is going to be at the big 156 level and VWAP. I think that's where I should be. Short, weak stocks, long, strong stocks.
Yeah, that's definitely something I'm kind of trying to hone my trading in on. I'm always looking for potential reversions here, and speaking of which, I'm looking at Uber here as well as it attempts to kind of hold some of these levels as of right now, but nothing too distinctly different happening in terms of price action. So I do want to stay a little bit more patient for that to come in there. 69.45s is the day low as of right now, trading at 69.50, so only about 10 pennies away from that as of right now, but no real push coming right back in. Nike is trading below 75. Let's see if we can break prior day's low once again. Current day low, 74.29s, and we're kind of raging right back up or down to that level there on Nike. So I do have that on watch. Let's see what we got in store on that one. Uber selling off quite aggressively, as mentioned earlier. On the day, no real significant news other than I guess the Wells Fargo a couple of days ago maintaining it as an overweight. But we're breaking below some of prior week lows as well. If you look at the prior week low, it's at 69.75, and we're trading in and around some of those levels, having some trouble at the 69.5s as of right now. And Tesla, maybe some consolidation happening at that 210. I am kind of looking to take this one back down into VWAP as well, but I don't know if it's poised just yet. But it does seem like it is broken the trend. We've seen it kind of slow down significantly there, confluencing with the ES and the NQ as well. The strong pop and drop, that strength not really holding up as of right now. And the VWAP I have here on Tesla is down at 206s, so about 3 points away, 206.70s, maybe just shy of 3 points away from where we're trading at right now on Tesla. Let's see what we have in store on that one. Let us know in the chat what else you guys are trading. I know there's a lot of other names on watch, maybe a lot that we're missing as well. So make sure you let us know, and we will take a look at some of those names as well.
I just saw Team PJ saying PayPal's oversold, and Trader Forever says Neil should have trusted his instincts on Roku. I mean, all I said about Roku was I don't believe it. We had the story, and I was like, not buying it, not buying it, not buying it. And yeah, look at that wick top. Just because I'm like, when I was saying not buying it, that just meant I didn't want to go long. I wasn't predicting it was going to go down. I was more saying I wanted no part of trying to go long into this breakout on Roku. The other side would be, yeah, just short it. Obviously, that could be the case. But let's go back to something we could get into. So Nike, it's consolidating under 75. I'm looking up. I might just take it. I got out at 75 on the 76 short. I might just get back in at 75. But Tesla, you just mentioned consolidation, but it's underneath that trend, the early trend on Tesla as far as I'm seeing. So no breakdown just yet through 208.80. I think that would be a place to go short. But back up into this top of the trend line, back into 210, I think is another level to get into. DJT, which just had that Trump news, is trying to make a higher low. It's got a steep trend. I think I would respect this more to the upside for now. Look how clean that is. From here, there it is. Look where it bounced right off 33. I mean, you get pretty lucky if it bounces off this trend again. That would be at 33.20. So DJT to the upside, Chewy to the downside, GameStop to the downside. I guess the squeeze name ain't the one that you were expecting this morning, that's for sure.
Yeah, no, definitely not really squeezing as hard on the Chewy there. pushing fresh lows. So I did get a little involved here once again on the Uber, just to see if it'll kind of continue off of this half hold there. But again, keeping it quite tight there, as it is very strong to the downside. Don't want to fight it too hard. And here comes Tesla. Tesla, a little bit of a pullback as well. So maybe I should move my attention over to that one there. Tesla does not trade on the NY, it trades on the DAC there. All right, so 209s as of right now. Yeah, it trades where it wants, clearly. But yeah, let's see if we can kind of consolidate. We're holding above this prior chop here, right on top of that 209. Attempted test at 212 doesn't really come through. 211 halves is high a day, and now we're pushing some fresh lows there. So let's see if we can come down there. 2 points down to VWAP at 206. 206.70s. But before that, we got money talks with Adara.
DXY going red to green here. We still pretty much flat of the day, but we did recover quite impressively. As you can see here in the daily candle, we wicked down into this 105.50 area, now up to 105 high 80s. So nice recovery here for the DXY. A lot of economic data coming through this week, but also just this morning, we got quite a few manufacturing-related numbers here. S&P Global manufacturing PMI coming in slightly below estimates, 51.6 versus 51.7 expected. ISM manufacturing PMI also lower than expectations here, 48.5 versus 49.2 expected. And ISM manufacturing prices, 52.1 versus 55.8 expected. We also had the construction spending month-over-month, bit lower here than expectations. We were looking for flat on the month-over-month basis at 0.3%. We actually got negative 0.1%. So a number to note. We have lots of economic data in the way of labor data coming later this week. JOLTS job openings coming tomorrow at 10 a.m. Then on Friday, we get non-farm payrolls. So definitely on watch. Also on watch, though, in the world of economic data and Fed speak is going to be comments from Jerome Powell. Fed Chair Jerome Powell, he's set to speak at 9:30 a.m. Eastern Time tomorrow, participating in this policy panel before the European Central Bank. It's part of their central banking forum in 2024. So we'll definitely keep eyes on that with regards to the DXY, guys.
Thank you very much there, Daryl. We'll get to DJT, which is starting to go again. But Tesla, it broke down that consolidation at 208.85. I got it short, got hit right in front of the 50s, and then immediately back to the upside. So that trend line that got broken, we waited for a consolidation break. It's going to retest that high. I think the only other place I'd short it would be right up here at that top. The breakdown, you don't lose because you end up getting out some at break even and then getting some profit in there, but no follow through to VWAP, unfortunately. Speaking of VWAP, DJT, which last I checked is on the NASDAQ, bounces off its trend line to the upside. So we're able to get some 33, 32. Just took some out at 60s. If you've been watching, this is not that difficult. If it gets to 34, 34, 20, I'm taking profit through the top. I do still think this has big overhead resistance at the 35 level. It's going to take a lot, like a nice looking trend line, but I think a continuation through the high would be get out at the top, look for the next available dip buy, and join that trend. Ring the register, look for the next trade, and go from there. Nike, we got to get back into. Nike is just, it's a short till it ain't.
What's the next trade? That's what
70,
I'm asking as well.
It's either VWAP or 75. Like either I'm just going to get short at 75, which I think I'm just going to do. If it pops anywhere near to if I can get like 95 to 75 even, I'm just going to short that right back into the 75.10 and just hold it to the low of the day. Nike's in the penalty box right now, and nobody wants to let it out.
Yeah, so I tried to get a better price here on Tesla as it came up to test that 210 mark. Kind of struggling with that 210 a little bit over and over again. Don't have the best price just on top of this 209 here, but we are, again, we did break this, we're starting to break this trend from the morning session quite nicely here. Again, like I said, VWAP being at 206.80, so if we do have a healthy pullback and the bid is kind of going to step off a little bit, let's see if we can come down into that VWAP area on the break of trend, just for a quick reversion back down. But again, if we're looking at trend deceleration as well, you can use speed lines, you can use an array of moving averages or whatnot to kind of give you that direction. But again, if the trend isn't going to fully V-shape on the break of trend, I'm looking for it to slow down at potential other places. Again, Same question I'm always asking. If the bid is real and we take a little bit of a pullback, where does it catch? Is it going to give me reasons to buy, reasons to cover as well? Who knows? But Tesla coming right in, 208s testing as of right now, 208. So there was some size at 209s as well. That got taken out on the bid, and now there's some size sitting on top of 208s as well. Let me pull up the ticker here for you guys on the book. I know some of these, some of the charts, some of the books lag behind a little bit there, so you guys can see I do have the size filter on as well. So any sort of size above 100, above 99 lots here, that's what I have that set as. Above 99 lots will show up as highlighted. 208s did have 208s and some change, so in the teens we had some size coming. Some size coming in. There's 130 on the bid. Nothing too crazy, as Tesla will eat that kind of size for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And there it goes, Blake butter right through 208, that size printing 85s right away. So yeah, decent, working out decently as of right now. Let's see if we can pull back down into VWAP there. The last significant bid that I'm seeing here was in and around 206.80s, where we kind of popped up very aggressively off of that again and continued the trend. 206s, 207s all the way for almost another 6 points into a test of 212. So quite aggressive. The longs have definitely been winning on this ticker in the morning session. But as we move in towards that midday session, it seems like maybe hands are changing potentially just a little bit there on Tesla. And again, confluenced with a little bit of market tailwind as well. Look at the ES and the NQ. ES actually pushing for its day lows. So SPY is my compass, as I've said before, probably pushing for its day low as well, as it reflects the ES quite nicely. So here it comes in, 5,500 on the ES, and the NQ retracing about 50% of this strong move, the reclaim that we did have on the NASDAQ there. So let's see how much further of a pullback that Tesla can take. Is it going to come right back into 209s? I have no idea, but the VWAP hover might be the hold there as of right now. 207s, 206 and change is the VWAP that I'm watching on Tesla for a potential pullback as of right now. We're catching a little bit of a bid in and around that 21 moving average. So I like to use the 3-minute in terms of trend, defining trends or looking for potential participants that may be following the trend. I look at the 8 moving average, the 21 moving average, the 50, and sometimes the 200 as well, depending on how extended things might be getting. But VWAP, definitely one of my top ones, and volume is literally my top indicator, whether that be relative volume or even just volume in general, the volume bars in general that I'm looking at the bottom of the chart, right? So I'm always looking for a potential relative change, and look at that, coming right back in towards that 209. So maybe that is not the best place to get short. Like, I'm looking for a little bit more than what Tesla has given. It was giving me over about a point to the downside on top of VWAP there, and now we're bidding right back up into 209. So might be a little bit in trouble in this one, but as I said, if the trend has changed and the selling is a little bit more dominant, I'm going to look for some of these pops to kind of fail, giving me further confirmation that maybe sellers have become in charge on Tesla as of right now. Now, I don't know what's going to happen. I'm just trying to stay patient and stay nimble, roll with the punches, and listen to the chart and the price action here on Tesla. It seems like 209 might be a little bit of an area. What's going on?
Yeah, no, I was just saying, you got to stay nimble. Look, I can't get, like, Nike doesn't want to give any fills at 75. So getting back into that one's going to be tricky for me. DJT is still bouncing off the trend line, so I want to respect it. I probably could have gotten a reload in here, but just missed. It got to 42. I was actually sitting, I don't know, you shouldn't anchor to the price you get into. It doesn't really matter. You know how trend lines work, right? Like, obviously the trend line is going to go higher as it trends up, so I should be willing to buy it over 40, and I should have had like a 42 or 43 long like we did in front of 30, but I didn't, so we didn't get a reload there. Still looking for 34 to 34.20 as the target, as we're holding on to that. Nike, I want that reload. I think like maybe we can get it off 75. I might just have to get down underneath 74.90. Just being patient with it. So far, so good. Nvidia just bounced off VWAP for what it's worth. So if you're watching this stock, Look at the wick. Now it's holding VWAP. NVIDIA's got higher lows. If this gets back above 123, that could be the thing where it just turns around, goes green on the day, and shocks everybody. I do not want to get trapped. Just because NVIDIA worked a couple of times short doesn't make me ignore the fact that this is now trending to the upside. I got to respect it. And shout out to everybody in the chat. I'm going to shout you guys out for all mentioning how strong Dell is. This is the one.
What's going on there?
To the upside, up 1% into a market which is stunk today. The shorts have been fantastic. I'm not going to complain about it. But Dell, once again, cannot hold underneath the 50 period on the daily. Since earnings, look at the job that it's doing holding on to support at the 50 period moving average. When you see that and you get a liquidity grab like this, you got to look for longs. Dell wasn't on my list to look at, but a liquidity grab under 135, consolidation 136. Now it's attempting to break out. We only have like 20 seconds to go, so I'm going to leave you with this notion. Even if it takes out the high, 142 has been big resistance. So watch out for that punch. It's got a couple of dollars to go on Dell. I'd rather be buying dips into this thing back into VWAP. You only have DJT long. That's about 60 pennies in the money. Looking for a little bit more than that. It's been a fun morning. We're right back at it at 2 o'clock. For that close. But thank you, Obi. It's been a great one. Thank you, Real Trading. Thank you to the chat. Great look for everybody on Dell. I promise. I keep seeing questions about Reddit. I'll get to that in the chat. We got to head on over to the professor and Adara. It's Learn to Trade.
See you soon.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade, formerly known as That Midday Show. That right there in the white vest is your girl Adara, and I'm in the white shirt. And my name is Sharif, and we're going to wait for everyone to come on over from the other stream. We already have a couple of the OGs there in the chat. We got Jay Alex. We got 4 Lats. The world's greatest moderator, Bears versus Bulls, gracing us with his presence today. We got Chase Band, blessed trading to you, my friend, Easy Trader. We got Day Trader Cut. We got one of the OGs doing his little disco dance there. Darwin, shout out to him. Lionel Martinez. We got Ronaldo. We got Lionel and we got Ronaldo.
Look at that.
Maybe just need Cristiano
two
next
soccer
time.
Players, yeah.
We got Andrew Chow, we got Jarius, Brandon Townsend, Dara, Big Adam DeLuce as well. We got Gaurav, Stevie B, 1320 Wolf, Fiddleback. We got Noah. We got Mr. Ian, Aldrich B, Saul G, Trevor Yoshida, as well as One Short. Welcome to everybody. Hope you guys had a fantastic weekend. We have a bit of a long weekend here. That's why the trading floor is a little empty. But that'll be a little bit different tomorrow when everybody's back. Good morning, Adair.
Yeah, good morning. How are you, Sharif, on this fine morning of Canada Day? Happy Canada Day.
Oh, it's fantastic. You know, walked in, there was like nobody on the subway, nobody in the streets. The streets were really clean from the Pride Festival this past weekend. Everything was really good. How about yourself?
Yeah, maybe it's been good. We're alive. We're here. We're ready to make some trades. We're sort of awake. So for me, that's a big deal indeed. Let's see how this goes here. I'm just trying to finagle my way out of this Tesla shorts. We'll see how that goes. I will admit some of the planning here was iffy, to put it kind of mildly. I should have been able to get out of this way earlier. Wow, Tesla. Okay, it's all good. We are out of this trade. Definitely lost more than we should have there. Should have been way more on the ball with that in terms of risk management. So, yeah, there we go on that. If Tesla bounced again off 209, we're all good. I did take some of this out. I will argue I probably had too big of a position. Yeah, so we are in a little bit of a pickle to start the day. But you know what that means? You just got to go harder. And sure enough, as I get out, second I get out, we pop right back down here. So I definitely need to work on the risk management there. Yeah, that happened. It's all good. Now we're right back below my area of interest. It's so funny how the market does this sometimes. Just like I've said, though, I think sometimes I need that like little devil on my shoulder. And in this case, it is a big old Tesla L to keep on going, to keep on pushing harder. You know, Tesla, I've noticed Tesla, this 208.30 was kind of interesting. I was trying to use that as rejection for a short. If it wants to flip to support, I'll take it long. I am qualmless. I have no qualms. I saw that Obi or New Neil Esky is on the position board for some reason. Was also short Tesla. I think around that 209 as well. So good look there. Tesla, if you want to stay below 208, I'll short you again. I'm not going to let one thing get me down. But yeah, excited to go with these markets.
Yeah, absolutely. I thought that New Neil thing was hilarious. Shout out to the Ob. He is the one. He is the Kenob and filling in for Sean Katina today. We hope Sean has a fantastic time on vacation. All right, guys, here's the deal. Let's have a look at the small cap gappers du jour before we start the lesson. This week, it's only 3 lessons this week, guys, because on Wednesday, we have only an hour on the How to Trade show, so no lesson on Wednesday, but we'll be back with the lesson on Friday. So Monday, Tuesday, and then Friday, we're going to be talking about moving average convergence divergence, MACD for short. We'll start that one very shortly here. Here's what I've been looking at all morning. As you can see, the small cap gapper chart. You know, it's not filled with the best names today, but there are some good ones that we could possibly have a setup on. CSLR kind of, you know, breaking down below the volume weighted average price at $1.90. Now it's only tradable under my system as a range, not as a breakout trade. You can take it as a breakdown trade, which I don't do with small cap gappers because of the high short float and the possibility of getting squeezed. DTSS also broke down below the volume weighted average price despite having a decent day. It'll have to reclaim that 6 3/4 for me to get interested. But Poet and Nini today, both decent, decent looks today. POET up 31.5%, trying to stay above the volume weighted average price at 2 2/3. This one, you're not getting much of a notional move. I mean, it closed out on Friday at that 207. The high of day is 209. We're up 31%. It's not a bad look. It's not my favorite. The range per candle is quite wide on the 5-minute chart. Not my favorite setup. NNE though, this one, we know this one is a holdover from Friday. Look at that move on Friday from top to bottom on Friday. We hit 85% of the highs. We didn't close that way, obviously, but it just shows you the parabolic nature of this name, NNE. It behooves me to give you the deets on this again, and I will in 1 second. $606 million market cap. It's done 6 million shares on the day, and the float is 15.25 million. Let's find out what the short float is over here. I remember Trade Ideas didn't have it, pretty sure. Give me a second. I'm just loading. Yeah, it's not on Trade Ideas, so we don't know what the short float, if any, is for NNE. We'll keep an eye on that. Donald John Trump. Yes, he is back, or it is back. DJT today. It will be on watch for me because of the Supreme Court decision that just got dropped. So again, we don't really get into politics, but it is a possible catalyst for this name. So I will be watching Donald John Trump. Great bounce off that 50 exponential near that 33 area, and up we go. Doing the dance right now with that whole dollar level at 34. We'll see if this one can start moving. It'll be on watch for me today. Anything you want to drop hot lines on before we start the lesson du jour?
Yeah, I think, like, you know, I always talk about when you fall, you get back up. Took 40 pennies on a Tesla short, much smaller position. I saw us holding 208.50. I was risking 208.30s. The decision making was a lot more, how do I put this, sane? And I was way more on the ball about it. So sometimes you just got to have that L, get back up, and I'm ready to keep going. If Tesla wants to keep bouncing here, I'm aware of these topping tail candles. I think there's something in the water. The position sizes will be smaller as I try to undo that little, I don't even want to say paper cut. I got stabbed there in that first Tesla trade. Just got to keep on going. Very excited, though, to cross over into MACD crossovers.
Oh, segue. All right, guys. Let's do it. So today, we're talking all week, as I prefaced, about the moving average convergence divergence. Today, we're going to talk about the crossover setup. So we're not just going to, you know, tell you what this is. We're going to talk about actual trades. Today, we'll talk about the crossover, and then we'll talk about divergence, as well as some other MACD setups this week. So we're not going to get into, you know, the mathematics or the kind of the nuances of how it's derived. We're going to talk about the trading setups. Before I do, big Adam Deluce, £2, baby. Shout out to Adam. Great topic. If you're trading, it's valuable. Thank you very much, Adam. And you know England won yesterday, right? Like last second.
I did not. But
all you need to know is the name Jude Bellingham. Just remember that
I've
name.
heard of this man.
He's number 10 for England, and he's like the main attacker for Real Madrid.
That's cool.
What,
Go
baby?
Hey, Jude.
Jude Bellingham, baby. Yep. He's the reason why England is still hanging out where they are, and they're not. And Gareth Southgate is not fired. He's the coach of England. Otherwise,
you mentioned this. You mentioned the Gareth Southgate.
He was about to get fired. Oh, they were going south real quick, Adara, and Mr. Jude rescued said Southgate from the gates of. You know where I was going with that.
I did.
You know where I was going with that.
The gates of Bell and Gap.
Oh, okay. Let's get to the lesson du jour. Welcome, traders. Today's lesson tackles the MACD crossover, a popular tool for spotting potential entry and exit points in your intraday trading endeavor. So let's get right to it. As we always do, going to preface the topic. What is MACD? MACD stands for Moving Average Convergence Divergence. It's a technical indicator composed of two lines. There is one line called the MACD line. The MACD line represents a difference between two different exponential moving averages. So you're subtracting the 26 exponential moving average from the 12 exponential moving average. And when you get that, the product or the result is the MACD line. The other line on the MACD is the signal line. A signal, it's a shorter term exponential moving average of the MACD line. So the MACD line itself is derived from two different exponential moving average. The signal line is a shorter term of the MACD line itself. Okay, I hope that helps out. You don't really need to know how the intricacies are of the name, you just need to know how to use it for your trades. So the 9-day EMA of the MACD line, which is what the signal line is called the signal line, plotted on top of the MACD line, which can function as a trigger for buy or sell signals. Okay? So two lines on the MACD indicator, the MACD line and the signal line. So understanding the crossover. Oh, here it is before we go on to the next thing. So this is the yellow line over here is the signal line, and the MACD line is, well, you know, the MACD line. So when you get a cross from the south to north side of the signal line, that's called a bullish. We'll get to that in a second, bullish crossover. And when the signal line crosses below from north to south, that is a bearish crossover. Okay, and then sometimes you'll also see on the moving average convergence divergence indicator on the bottom of your chart, histograms, right? And the histogram is essentially displaying for you visually the separation between the two lines. So the greater the distance between the signal line and the MACD line, whether north or south of that 0 point, is gonna be displayed with bigger bar charts for the histogram. So when they get narrower, the space between the signal line and the MACD line gets narrower, the histogram bars will get a little bit smaller. So you can use the histogram bars if you like. They're not required. They're just really a visual representation. So understanding the crossover. So the key to the MACD crossover strategy lies where these lines intersect, right? There are two main crossovers to watch for. As I just prefaced, there is the bullish crossover. The bullish crossover is when the MACD line itself crosses above the signal line. This suggests a shift towards an uptrend, potentially a good time to buy. Conversely, there is the bearish crossover where the MACD line crosses below the signal line. This indicates possible downtrend, suggesting it might be time to sell, or to hold off on buying. And here is where we get the bullish crossover. So on this particular case, the MACD line is the solid black line, the signal line is the solid red line, and then you have over here this coming out of that oversold territory and crossing above the signal line. So the MACD crosses above from south to north of the signal line, which usually means up time to buy. And then as you can see, it gaps up there on the crossover on the bullish crossover, you actually have a gap between the prior day close and the next day open. So here it is again. This is the bearish crossover. So you have the MACD line, which is red, the signal line, which is green. You have the MACD line crossing from north to south below the signal line. This is what we call the bearish crossover. Simple as that, right? Obviously a lot harder to execute in real life. So taking a look at the chart, imagine a stock with the MACD indicator displayed below, which I'll show you in a second. Let's say the price has been down lately, but the MACD line starts to rise and crosses above the signal line. This bullish crossover might signal a buying opportunity as the momentum seems to be shifting upwards. So that's what you're looking for right here. You're looking for that kind of idea. Remember though, it's not foolproof. The MACD crossover is a helpful tool, but that's all that it is. It's not a magic formula. Here are some things to consider. First and foremost, there are false signals associated with this, as with all technical analysis, so there's always false signals. Crossovers can sometimes be misleading, but most especially during choppy markets. So what does that tell you? MACD is good for trending markets, whether higher or lower, but not so much for consolidative markets. So if you see a price stuck within a certain range for umpteen amount of time, maybe MACD is not the indicator that you want to rely on. But it's also good for confirmation. You also should be looking for confirmation with your MACD analysis, right? Look for other technical indicators or price patterns on the chart that help support your MACD thesis. And last but not least, overbought and oversold. Consider if the stock is already in overbought or oversold territory before taking a trade based on the MACD crossover. And one way to do that, quite simply, is to employ the use of the RSI, the Relative Strength Index, another great volatility indicator that indicates to us anything above a reading of 70, typically looked at as overbought. Anything below a reading of 30, typically looked at as oversold. It's not always so cut and dry, but I'm just giving you a very basic interpretation. So beyond the basics here about the bullish crossover and the bearish crossover, there are other ways to use the MACD crossovers. There was something called the zero line crossover, and the zero line is actually a level on the MACD chart itself on the bottom. The MACD line itself crossing above that said zero line can also indicate potential trend shifts, and I'll show you what I mean in a second using charts. And there's also a different way called divergence. When price movement diverges from the MACD indicator, it could also signal a trend reversal. What do those look like? So here's a zero line crossover. You have the MACD line in red, and then it's not crossing necessarily here below the signal line. That's not what you're really looking for. What you're looking for is the MACD to enter below that zero line area. So that's denoted here in the the checkered blue line there. So that is another way to look at the crossovers using MACD. And this works both ways if you're crossing from south to north and north to south. But there's also divergence, and this is what I use RSI. This is kind of how I employ RSI, price action RSI divergence. It also works with moving average convergence divergence. So what do I mean by that? Well, look at these lows over here on this whatever name, it doesn't really matter. It continues to make lower lows on the price action. However, when you look at that exact same area on your MACD indicator at the bottom of your chart, you start seeing higher lows. So you're printing lower lows on the price, but higher lows on the MACD. That's MACD price action divergence. And it typically means that you're looking for a possible breakout coming next. And what we see on this chart is you do eventually get that breakout. So a couple of ways to use it: bullish crossovers, bearish crossovers, zero line crossovers, and divergence. Okay, those are the ways that we can use MACD that we're talking about today. We'll be talking about more setups coming up next or this week. So the final word here, the MACD crossover is a valuable tool for intraday trades, but understanding how it works and using it with caution, you can definitely improve your chances of identifying potential trading opportunities. Remember though, practice with a paper trading account before you ever use real money, especially with these newer indicators that you have employed in the past year.
Yeah, you want to be very MAC discerning with your MACD usage. Thank you so much, Sharif, as always, for preparing those lessons of the day. And one thing I like as well, you always say, like, there's no crystal balls, there's no one-step-all solution. Wouldn't it be nice if there was a magic indicator? I was just thinking about that this time. I think that'd be cool. But that's not the point. That's neither here nor there. There are no magic indicators, so always be careful. Speaking of careful, I feel the need to address the trade I'm in, because I'm sure there are probably some people looking at going, but I'm short Nvidia, because I loved that 123 area. I was obsessed with that 123 area. That was something that I definitely had my eyes on. I was watching like a hawk. I wrote this down in the pre-market, because look at that jumpy, this area here earlier, then we push up into 123.80s, and we come back and we chop around 123 again. Shout out to Rivian Millionaire. I see Rivian Millionaire in the chat going, oh, Nvidia is pumping. I look over and I say, oh, look what area we're approaching, 123s. So immediately I'm watching. I was not going to get involved till I saw a failed break of 123. We get to 123, we pop nicely here on the book to like 123.07s. And then we fall back down. I say, Adara, you owe it to yourself to try a short. This is a really, really, really small position. Like I said, Tesla did throw me a bit of around for a loop in the Roadster, so we're trying to be careful with position sizing right now. I would love to see a more intense break below that 122.90. We've broken below it, but we do keep scurrying back above. I'm risking 20 pennies here. I would love my big area, the big white whale here, the area that I want is going to be 122.40s. Why? Area of support or resistance, area of resistance, area of resistance. I don't know. I like this. We've seen it once, twice, OB twice, whatever you want to say here. I think this could be an interesting look here for NVDA. And I'm aware this could go against me. I'm aware this looks like a bottoming tail candle. But you have to trust your instincts. You have to have confidence. And you have to have areas that you believe in. In my case, just based on how I trade, based on the fact I am a bit scalpier. And as I say this in videos, like, ha 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 ha, Adara. So yeah, this might be we're just going to get here. I don't like what I'm seeing on the book. So, there we go. Let's try to get out of this one here. There we go. We're out. Lost a couple pennies. Maybe now it looks like we're bouncing off 123, so I stand by the decision to get out there. I have no qualms about getting it along if we keep bouncing. 2 super chats though to mention. One, thank you so much, Adam DeLuce, for the 2 quid super chat, tagging me and saying Jude Bellingham. I need to look more into this man. I've heard of him, but I don't know much of him. Neil's very down with your super chat, Adam DeLuze. So you can't deluge there. It sounds like England is not deluzing either. So good luck. Also, thank you to who is this? Adham Abu Sahel for the $4.99 super chat. Suggestion for the show: can we get to see the open positions for all the traders in the front desk throughout the day?
So I tagged him with the More Trader TV.
The dashboard.
Yeah, I did. I think the Bears versus Bulls is constantly putting them. So Edhem, go into the link or go into the description of the video, just show more, and you'll be able to see the More Trader TV link there. It's a separate channel that we run simultaneously with the live broadcast. It's going to have Obi's positions today instead of Sean's, but typically it has Sean and Neil's positions. Adara gets that bad boy set up in the morning with all the headlines, all the tickers. If we have, Fed speak, economic events, it's all going to be on there, Adam. So run it simultaneously with this channel. Hope you don't have any data charges over there because it's a lot of data. All right, guys, let me tell you about the one trade that I've taken on the day, AAPL short, Fabian. I took this bad boy over here at 215.10, and we rode it all the way down into 214, high 60s, low 70s there. I love this area for Apple, 215.40 for whatever reason. Don't know why, don't really care. Generally, most of the closing prints on the 1 minute have all closed below that level. It's generally the 50 area, but when I look at it on the 1 minute, the closing prints all south of 50. So if we get up there again, maybe it's a rinse and repeat. However, if you're looking at that level with salivating mouths, you also have to understand that we've got higher lows over here. So incrementally higher lows with a flat top, not saying it's going to be a flat top break, just saying be careful, during the more liquid time of the day, maybe power hour, this 215.5 gets taken. Right now, though, it seems to be an obvious midday top, 215, mid-40s, or thereabouts. So keeping my eye on that. I'm all in favor of picking up dip trades long on Apple at 214. However, I'm not in favor of taking the long in this high 215 area until I see a decided breakout through that $0.50 level. So that's my look on the dead one Apple. Obviously, very undead today. It has, definitely, it woke up a little bit, Adara. All right, so that's Apple for you guys. Now, looking at Tesla, obviously the beast, the Cyber Beast, which is a version of the Cybertruck, having one hell of a day today, though. I see a bit of a double top near this 211 area, maybe 210 high high 70s. The wicks sure go into 211.55, but look at the closing prints, especially with this crest and that crest very close together. 210.80, 210, whatever. We'll see in and around that area. What I'm looking for, though, is a break of the neckline over here at 207 and 2/3. If we get the break of the neckline, we break through VWAP. I think Tesla's a mean reversion back at least, maybe into the low twos. We'll see. Okay, but right now, anything above VWAP for TSLA or bouncing off VWAP is a long for me on the day. Up 5 and 2/3 was up a lot higher at its peak. And I think this trade that Adara was looking at here at 123 on Nvidia is absolute money, because look at this area range that we had in the pre. So the bottom area range was 123. We did get up into 123.78. We absolutely quadunked on the open there from that mid 123 area all the way down into 118s, high 80s. generally 119 though. And then we're coming right into that 123 area and having umpteen amount of problems. Obviously, NVIDIA is very, very liquid, and so you're going to get breaches of the level. We'll have to wait and see, though. Do we get it on the way back down, as my friend Neil likes to say? You know, it's got to prove to you a couple of candles there that the weakness is coming in, and then maybe we'll blame boozer our way into this trade. So keeping an eye on that. What else we got over here? We got Meta, very weak today. Looks very bear flaggish, trying to make its way above the volume weighted average price right now, knocking the door of 500 as it gave way this morning to 500 quite quickly. Guys, we almost touched 509 in the pre. This candle over here at around 740 got to 508.87, and the low of day is 493.17. So there's plenty of range, man. $13 plus worth of range on META. Trying its darndest to get back above 500, but obviously being met with a wall of sellers. The soft one, 1% in the clear, but there is a bit of a double top brewing here at that 452 general area. Again, look for confirmation of the neckline break below that 450 and a half, 450 and a quarter, in and around that area. So we'll keep an eye today on the Mag 7 name. Goggles, though, dead money. We should start calling goggles the dead one today. After printing all-time highs last week, kind of very, very slow, down, I should say, 0.01%. So absolutely flat on the day, nothing really to chime about with respect to goggles.
I like that. Yeah, my goggles, my peepers are definitely going to be an Apple here. I do like that range. Could be a little bit of a spicy Apple there. Could be bobbing for the Apple range. But also, I got back in the NVIDIA short. I want to explain to you because I'm seeing some comments like, oh, like you left the NVIDIA short early. I'm very much a scalper. I find the longer I'm in things, the more I make really questionable life choices. I would actually chalk up a lot of the issues, not all of the issues, a lot of the issues are just me and staying too long, giving it too much room to run, but a lot of the issues with my Tesla trades today, I would say, boil down to some extent to me staying in things for too long. So I feel like when I scalp more, I have better life choices. Basically, I got out, I just didn't feel good about NVIDIA at the 123, that level, and I'm happy I left what I did because I would have 100% panic sold. I was only risking like 20 pennies there, right? Now I'm going to risk more into this 123.40 area where we had that previous wick. If we get higher than that, that's where I'm going to be out. But I've already started scalping out. Got some out at 86s. Like I said, I really want to see us break below that 90 level. I don't know why NVIDIA 122.90 has been a level, but it's something I'm seeing in the book, so I feel the need to respect that. That's all good there. Now, but last time we were in, we got to 70s. So I added a little bit just below 123s. Like, come on, NVIDIA, let's get back below 123s. But yeah, basically, as I see lower lows on the book, I'm going to try to respect that, take pieces out, add back in, scalp out. This type of trading I found has been pretty decent for me if I'm doing it appropriately. So let's keep an eye on that. Tesla, I tried to take this long here. I like the 90 MA bounce. Obviously, we wanted to go a little bit lower, so that's all good there. Did get a little bit nicked, bit of a paper cut. My read on Tesla has not been great, so I need to respect the fact that my read on Tesla has not been great. NVIDIA now deciding it wants to bounce off 123. I really want to watch what we do in the book at 123. If we see another bounce, I'm going to have to bounce out. And it looks like NVIDIA does, in fact, want me out, NVIDIA. So let's see what we do at 40s. If we do not reject here at 40s, this is going to be a line in this here sand. Yeah, I do not like these bounces at 30s. We're going to be getting out here. That's all good. Okay, there we go. I keep pressing the wrong button. Good times. So we're out of that. Please as punch with that decision. It could be a short again, but you just have to stick with what you're comfortable with. I think that sometimes matters more than, you know, you're the one who's making the trades, right? So you just got to respect your own reads on things. Also, GME I want to look at here. The game had stopped a little bit this morning on GameStop. Interesting support here at that 2270. Then it became resistance. I might actually need, I might try to get some locates here in this GameStop at some point if I continue to see these rejections off the 90 MA. But also, thank you, Pablo Huise, for the $2 super chat on Disney. So let's see what's going on in this here House of Mouse. Because we know the House of Mouse came falling down there. The moat there on that Magic Kingdom castle was very much siege. Sharif had a great short off 99s last week that I want to shout out. 99.50s. You had a good short around below the $100 area. Okay, Pablo. One thing I'm seeing right now. Look at that little support in the pre 99.30s. Look where we reject. 99.30s right after the open. 99.30s obviously an area we have not been near in quite some time, but I like that level. Now we're kind of seeing higher lows, but we're also seeing decent support here at 98.05s and maybe a range here 98.05s to 98.30s. I would say, you know, be cognizant of the fact we could have a bear flag given the fact we had that big old move down and now we're consolidating, but I'm also seeing slightly higher lows and higher highs here, so I think we could be making our way back up. I would like to see us breach that 98.35 area, which is that area we wicked to and then could not get above earlier. But yeah, not a bad look here for DIS. I think if we break below 98 support, that's where things could be a little bit dicey. And the mice, it could be dicey for the mice, let's put it that way, for both Mickey and Minnie. Also, very happy I trusted myself in the Nvidia short. Nvidia now trying to break above 124. You have to have trust in yourself and confidence in your own approach. And that's why, like, you know, just want to clarify, I am a bit more of a scalper. So second, I feel weird about things, I will run for the hills and I will try to be okay with that. What are you doing?
Just hanging out, looking at AMD. If I can show this chart, Fabian, before you take off. This one, people are yelling about this in the chat, and rightfully so. AMD recovering from a really tough-looking start to the morning. 163, essentially the high there in the pre, and we got as low as 153. 153 and 2/3. Recovering now though above the volume-weighted average price, and also breaking through that whole dollar level at 156. To go, you know, into Greensville on the day, it's got to work its way back up above 162. That's a tall order. At least it looks like that way right now. Let me have a look right now at our friend AMD. I'm not seeing anything specific to AMD that came in on the day. No, there isn't. I'm looking now, basically just saying that there's weakness in semis. So shares of chip stocks are trading lower. The sector may be selling off following strength in the first half. Okay. All right. Fair. So we'll keep an eye on AMD. Down, obviously, 3 3/4 right now, but trying to recover. Was definitely a lot lower. A lot more down on the day than that. You did get that moving average convergence, divergence crossover, and I'm going to let you know about that because we're using it on the day. And where did MACD cross over the signal line? Right here. So you would have been in the money, $1 and change had you taken that crossover. Again, you know, you're going to have to use MACD with other confirmatory tools, but we are talking about MACD today and all week, so I'm going to be looking at it when we do these chart analysis. So at that 155, you got the crossover. Now we're printing 156 and change. And this is what I mean about the histograms really opening up wide and getting longer. The bar chart on the histogram, it really gets wide when the space between the two lines is at its widest. As you can see, when it crossed over, then there was essentially no bars. And then the bars started expanding again as the distance between the two lines starts expanding once again. So keep your eye on this MACD area, or this MACD indicator. We'll be talking about it today. Big Spile Burdette. SPY watching 544.15 to 544.85. Area of interest formed by FOMC day high and the anchor from the FOMC start of trading. What Big Kyle is alluding to in his super chat is the anchored VWAP from which he's anchoring VWAP, believe it or not. One of those the FOMC day high, and the other one is FOMC from the start of trading. So shout out to Big Spile Burdette. Keep your eye on his comments there. He's always giving his levels in the chat for the futures, Adara.
Yeah, he's keeping his eye on the SPY. That's why I started calling him Big Spile Burdette.
There you go.
So shout out to Kyle. I took a baby short on Tesla. I wanted into 80s. Tesla kind of bounced a little bit, got out 95s. The real goal, the big white whale goal. When I say that, I mean like if all dreams are coming true, this is the area I would want. That's what I say when I mean the big white whale. So Tesla, I really wanted 209.60s. That was a level I knew we could get to earlier on the book from those 210 rejections. We didn't get there this time. It's all good. Took a few pennies here. I want to see what we do at 210.30s. 210.60s we rejected pretty harshly. Then 210.30s we held a support for a bit. Then we rejected. Then I took the 210 and changed short. So I want to see what we do here. Like I said, I need to get back into the scalp of things. We had a big old loss here to start the day on this Tesla because I was just not able to get out. My fingers are too slow. The risk management was poor, to say the least. The risk management was definitely not at the level where it could afford a Tesla. Let's put it that way. It was pretty poor. So let's see how we do here on TSLA. Not anything on this right now. I have my eyes on it. Also, the mentioning of AMD reminded me, I actually did have a trade in AMD. AMD is my only profitable name right now. So I kind of want to discuss that if I may. I took this short here, and you might be like, Adara, AMD short. Yeah, it was really scalpy. Took this short here off that rejection of the 90 MA at the time, and also that 155 area. I got involved 154.05s, risked into 155s, that ended up working out here. The goal was to get 154.50s. I ended up getting 154.60s. Took about 20 pennies, risk 15. Please just punch with that risk reward. You know what? AMD, if you want to start bouncing though, of 155.80s, I have no qualms taking you long. I am more short biased, but if I see a long setup I like, I'm cool with that as well. Nvidia also getting very close. The area I like on this is going to be 123.45s. We're basically there now. So Nvidia, if you want to bounce, I will have a scalp long. I will have no issue with taking said scalp long. Also, let's take a look here. Yeah, FOMC is the Federal Open Market Committee. That's what the FOMC is for some people asking in the chat. Yep. But that is the group which Papa Powell belongs to. He's actually speaking tomorrow for the European Central Banking meeting. I love when Fed Chair Powell speaks. I love hearing the questions he's asked. I'm endlessly entertained by his responses.
I wonder if he's going to tell us any of his favorite soccer players this time.
Right? So yeah,
I remember he was telling us about it.
So when he had his meeting with Canada, he randomly read out a list of his favorite Canadians, which was great. And so now he's in Europe. So will he be talking about soccer players in honor of the European Cup? I have no idea. But I will say Jerome coming in hot with that meeting when Governor Macklem of Canada was like, oh, call me Tiff. And then Jerome's like, well, if you have to call me Jay then. I was like, okay.
Cringe.
So they were having like a bit of a comedy duo routine. So let's see what kind of energy we get at that meeting. But right now, Chewy is giving me the energy of it wants to bounce off 25.50s. This is interesting. There's been a lot to chew on, guys, recently with regards to, you got a pun, with regards to Chewy and GME. The gain might have stopped. Chewy also is getting a little bit bitten up here. The talons here of the dogs are getting into Chewy. This level, I really wanted to see us. I was looking at this 31 area. We didn't really retest 31. We got to 30.50s, then we to the downside, Quaduke, if you may say. So interesting look here on CHWY. We're going to have to wait and see what happens here. But right now, the cats and dogs are roaring to the downside.
Oh, yeah. And I'm seeing a lot of, this is interesting, too, because Citron was trying to comment about the Catman and his purchase. And you should see the type of vitriol that Citron had to actually deal with from some of his people on X. So,
Citron deals with a lot.
Oh, yeah. And there's one guy at Citron that everybody keeps targeting.
Andrew Left?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
He's being left in the dust.
Yeah. They keep calling him about my name, too. It's actually quite interesting.
It is
so,
funny.
yeah, if you're going to trade these type of things, you got to get ensconced into the culture. But I want to talk about Uber for Amir. Shout out to Amir Barak asking about Uber. In the chat, here it is, Fabian. Uber, decent day today. To the downside, that is 3.5% in the negatory land is UBER. Not really seeing anything except this. Uber analyst expectations for their EPS, I guess, was maybe revised today. That's what this headline is saying. Yeah, nothing really specific to Uber today. But anyway, big down move here. Closed out 72.5-ish. On Friday, down move all the way to 69.40, trying to recover right now above $70, but most notably still trading below the volume weighted average price and finding resistance at that 20 exponential. You did get a cross here of the moving average or the MACD. You got it early. So these MACD lines seem to be telling you some stuff today on some of these mean reversion trades because it did trigger at around 69.55, which would have left you with a nice 50, 60 penny winner into the high there, but again, use it with other confirmation tools. UBER, no headline, down 3.5, below volume weighted average price. So keeping an eye on that. I don't really have any other trades, to be honest with you guys. I'm keeping an eye on NNE. I'm going to go ahead and load that on the side chart over. Oh, I got it loaded up already. It's up 35% today. It seems what I'm looking at is my side chart here on the 5-minute look. And this seems to be very much at 20-period exponential hold. Let me just confirm that I'm right on this. There is no closing print on NNE today below the 20-period exponential on the 5, subsequent to 9:35. So the 9:35 5-minute candle opened a skosh below that 20-period. Every other closing print has been above it. So it behooves me to set up a dip trade off the 20-period exponential. Right now, the 20-period exponential on the 5 is right at that $30 area. So I'm going to go into the trading screen, set up something to, just front run it by a little bit. Now, the 20-period exponential is a dynamic level. So just because it's hanging out at 30s right now doesn't mean it's going to be at 30s once the price comes down, if the price comes down to the 20 exponential again. So you need to be cognizant of that, of its dynamism, and basically adjust the order as the moving average moves up or down. All right, that's obviously if you want to do a retracement off the 20 exponential. That's what I'm doing. That's how I'm looking to trade NNE. I've set the dip trade up. I was about to say drip trade.
Yeah, well, you're going to be dripping after that drip trade.
Well, I don't know the kind of size I'm taking here, Dara. Maybe I'll drip myself a cubic zirconian.
It's drip, Sharif.
Yeah, drip is drip. There we go, baby. All right, so keeping my eye on that. Nothing else for me. I'm keeping my eye on DJT as well. Not much going on over there.
Yeah, I was literally making like a little dopey face at NVIDIA. I was like,
oh.
But yeah, so honestly, really proud of myself for this. I tried to take this NVIDIA. Sometimes you have to like be proud of yourself for how you manage the trades, because we know that was an issue with certain stocks earlier today, Tesla. But I got long 123.85s. I wanted to get some out at 124s and then continue adding, subtracting, piece of the dream, yada, yada, and yada. However, we basically started holding that 123.80 like 85 way too well. I was like, I don't like this. We got to 123.70s and bounced. I was going to get out if we got below 123.70. So I said to Dara, you know what? Stay in for this bounce. See what we do at 123.80s. If we can't get back above 123.80s, take your 5-penny loss and get out. We couldn't get back to 123.80s. I got out 123.79s. I got out. I said, hey, Dara, go short. By the time I pressed short, NVIDIA already dropped like 20 pennies. Happy I had the right call to flip there, but I need to be faster on those flips. You got to flip it and reverse it when required. So let's see how it goes. NVDA holding that 123.20 area very nicely as of right now. I want to watch this hold a little bit more, in which case I will take this bounce. I'll risk it into 123s. I have zero qualms about that. Yes, I do like the word qualm. You know, I apologize. It's a fun word for me. But let's see what we do here on N to the V, to the D, to the A. AMD, I did not take my VWAP bounce. I missed that. But AMD, you want to give me another VWAP bounce? Like, hey, why not? Where do I risk here? what is this area here? If I get involved at 8, I want to take this, but also I am cognizant of the fact that we did have this nice little rejection, 156.50s. Now we have a bit of a topping tail candle, VWAP bounce notwithstanding. We're going to get involved here, 85s. We're going to risk into 65s, which is basically that little candle area there. I can risk 20 pennies. I want to make at least 156 30s. So that's going to be at least, we're talking like 45 pennies, which is a level I can live with for sure. I don't think AMD will allow me here into this, I don't think I'll be allowed here at least soon. We're going to have to keep an eye on this look for sure. Apple continuing to range. It kind of looks like a bull flight breakout. So this could be interesting. Tesla at 211 doing Tesla things. If we bounce here, if we come back and bounce again off 210.65s, I have my area in that. I really what I've been trying to do is look at less stocks. I've been focusing a lot of my analysis here on AMD and NVIDIA. Happy I had the right calls with both AMD and NVIDIA with regards to those bounces. Wasn't able to get involved in either. But one thing Neil says that I really try to adhere to and stick with is even in the trades that you don't take, think about how would you have taken them, where would you have gotten out, how would you have managed them. That's helped me avoid FOMO and make better choices. So I really want to shout that out. NVIDIA, if you want to make a lower high here, I will short you. Well, there we go. Let's look on that. How are you doing?
Good. Keeping an eye here on Apple. Thank you for mentioning that. Shot right up into 215 now, coming into that third. Could it be closing in on a half? I put in my dip trade on AAPL to take it on the bottom end of the range. I think Adara has it spot on there. It's ranging with that 214.5 generally as that area top. And then the bottom, though, that's the thing. A little zig, a little zag. Right? So it breaks 214.25 on one occasion. It holds it up on the other. Unsure of the exact area of the bottom. That's why I put my dip trade mid-50s. If it triggers, great. We'll try to play the range on this one. Otherwise, if it breaks above that 215.5, we'll have to look at it as a breakout trade. For me, though, right now, Apple ranging with defined area tops and area bottoms. We'll see if we can weasel in a trade on said name. The other one that I've got my eye on, NNE, I've already set up my dip trade on that at 30.25. Now it's broken down below 31 after touching multiple wicks on the 1 minute into 32. So this one finding a little bit of resistance at the whole dollar level. Hopefully it gives me enough downside move to trigger me at the $0.25. Right now, though, the spread, I don't know, 11 pennies. It's wider at times, 10 pennies now. Look, it's a spready one. It's kind of like meta-esque at the moment. in terms of, that kind of spread that it has, 15 pennies, 20 pennies, sometimes a little wider, sometimes a little narrower. Keeping my eye on Tesla as well. That 211 area is very much like that 215.5 area on the dead one. Apple, because Tesla keeps coming into that general 211 area and rejecting. However, I am cognizant of the fact that what led to that 211 area is a series of higher lows. Okay, the higher lows is usually just chart talk for buyers overwhelming sellers. That's what that is, okay? So keep an eye to see if that double top manifests at 211 or that general area resistance maintains itself, and then we'll look to play possibly something on a mean reversion for TSLA. It has a way of doing that. 207.65 right now is where VWAP is hanging out. So keep my eye on both those trades. Yeah, nothing is triggering me right now. And I'm not going to chase anything on the day today. I absolutely refuse to, because I know what these days are like and what this type of week is like. And I don't want to get cut up. I'm going to insist that my prices come in. Otherwise, I will not take the trades. So let's have a look right now and see what else is popping off over here. Goggles also, unsurprisingly, has been ranging. Kind of like with everything else at the moment right now, even though we have strong names on the day, they're all caught in a bit of a range. Goggles, 182 general area of support right there. You get wicks below that, of course. And then basically VWAP, 182.5 general area resistance. Now, it doesn't come into there every time. In fact, I'd submit to you that the majority of the resistance prints are at 182.1/3. Whereas the majority of support prints are just a skosh below 182. That's a very tight range. We're talking about 30 pennies on $180+ name. So, you know, look, a range is a range if you're a range trader, but just a bit of a narrower gap there and less room for error, quite frankly. So we'll keep an eye on that. So I'm looking at NNE, I'm looking at Tesla, I'm looking at Apple. Donald John Trump just absolutely turned down there. So we'll keep an eye on that. DJT, it was trading at, it had a 34.58 touch. It does take a bit of a dip now, guys, into 33.5, still well above the volume weighted average price at 33.1/5 generally. Where is support and resistance here? How can we play this? Let's figure this out. Okay, so what does this area hold over here? This is a $33 area. Okay, so unsurprising that you would have support there. General area resistance too into 33, at least on the first attempt at 10 o'clock. It did break it over here at 10:20, but then it gave up the ghost quite quickly. Came back into that closing print of 33 3/4, held support there. So a lot of zigzagging here on Donald John Trump. So I'm going to play it off VWAP. If it comes down into VWAP, holds that general area, maybe we'll weasel a trade into this one. But at the moment, nothing for me on that. NNE just refuses to come into my entry at the 20 exponential. I'm going to have to move this up now from 30.25 at least into 30.1/3 as the exponential moving average moves up with the price action. NNE, just a monster over these last 2 days. Great name and great strength there. Nothing coming into my areas though, Adair.
Yeah, also, guys, if there's any stocks you want to look at or talk about, please vote for the tickets of your choice. Go in that chat right now, ! Join, space, $, whatever ticker's your fancy. I don't know, is it NNE? Is it NKE? Is it NVDA? Is it DIS? Do you want to look at the House of Mouse? Microsoft? AMC, perhaps? Chewy, which I'm sure will be up there. You guys know what tickers are. You go in the chat right now, you put those tickers in there, $, space, no, wait, I did that order totally wrong. Join, $, join space, $, whatever tickers your fancy. Yeah, thank you for putting that in there again. My brain had a bit of an oopsie moment there.
All good.
But yeah, go in there. Make sure that you do not have an oopsie moment and make sure your ticker is included on that look, because that is what we want to see, people's tickers in said chat. So I wish Sharif best of luck munching on that apple there. There we go. Much like the apple
Fabian,
that is on
I hit that by accident.
our little how to trade. Look, we have the little apple on the screen. So there we go. We're hanging out with the dead one. But also, yeah, this NVIDIA, I had one short that worked here. There's 123.45, which is that area I loved from earlier. Took it into 123s. Honestly, that was a fine trade. Then I kind of mucked it up, like a little muddy there. You know what I mean? We did muddy the waters here. Took that 123 short, tried it not once but twice. Felt really good about it after I got it the first time. I was like, okay, if we can't break above, if we hold 123.10 as support, get out. We stopped holding as support. That's why I tried the short again. Didn't end up working out. If we keep making lower highs, I will keep shorting the pop around this 123.40s, but I need to be way more discerning about my levels of entry. I know I keep using that word, but it's a good word. Tesla. Tesla breaking below 90 MA at 210s. Tesla, don't do this to me. Don't tempt me to short you when I've had kind of a notoriously iffy read on you today. Oh my gosh. But no, I keep saying my read on things has not been great today, but I've had some decent reads. It's with the AMD and the Nvidia, I just haven't been playing them appropriately. So that's a me problem. But you know what else will be a me problem? If I don't take this trade I'm confident in. Because the thing is, if you like trades, you do owe it to yourself to attempt said trades. I'm going to be risking here. I don't want to risk into 210.50s just for purposes of, we had some bad Tesla trades earlier, so I have to be a little bit more discerning about what I'm risking here in all honesty. I want to see what we do here at 210.30s. That's an area I'm kind of interested in from earlier, these earlier wicks, and Tesla's like, oh, you want to see it? I can show you. I'm like, no, Tesla, no. I'm just saying, like, if you don't get there, I'll stay in you. But talking to stocks is unfortunately fruitless. But we're gonna have to see here how Tesla does. I like that we're below the 90 MA level that I arguably weigh a little too heavily. Let's see here though, I don't have a huge position. I have a position that allows me to piece out a little bit, but it's also not massive. I'm seeing lower highs in the book. Last time we got up here to 210.25s. Now we're, and as I say that, Tesla's trying to push higher, but we're like 210 mid-teens. Let's see how we do on the T to the S to the L to the A. Hopefully we're saying yay to Tesla. I'm not sure if we will be, but that's the look right now. And I think the thing is, if you believe in something, you do owe it to yourself to attempt that trade within reason. That's what I'm trying to do here on Tesla. AMD, if you want to be a range here, like, come on, man. I am going to get involved in this small position. Like I said, I like that 526.30. We just tried to get it again. Couldn't get above it. Risking into 50s, risking 20 pennies. I want to make minimum 30. Small position. Let's see if we can rumble here on my AMD and Tesla shorts. Tesla short. Oh, Tesla, if you want to flip from support to resistance to 90 MA, it's not going to be a good look for me. I will leave. I have no qualms about leaving. But that's what we're going to have to do here on TSLA. Guys, yeah, I know. I just talk fast because I'm energetic about the markets. You know what I mean? I always say that. I like to talk as quickly as the markets move. You know what I mean? And I'm a fast talker anyway, like just in life. So the markets definitely get me a little bit excited. And then we have to talk a little bit faster. So there we go. Tesla really Teslaing my patience here. AMD back above 156.30s. I will have to keep eyes on that. But, you know, speaking of things being fruitless, hopefully your Apple trade is not fruitless.
Dara, it won't let me in. That's the thing. It's like another Cybertruck all over again with the door shut. We're going to have to, yeah, it's probably a Jerome Powell type trade up here. 214.5 is where I'm sitting. I'm going to sit at this level because that level is the range level, and I'm not making up the ranges. So unless it triggers me, I'm just going to sit on the sidelines. The other one that I'm sitting on the sidelines with and continuing to move up my order to shadow or to kind of mirror the exponential moving average, a 20 exponential on NNE. Right over here, I just moved it up from 30.25 to 30.5. Still not getting triggered on that order, so we'll have to pack our patience. What I did see, though, on the side chart was Softy come in to this 452.5 level yet again. And very much kind of like that 215.5 level on Apple, this 452.5 level on the soft one is a bit of a flat top. However, the higher lows are the most telling part of this story. So even though, say that again, Fabian? No worries. This 452.5, even though we're holding there at the moment at day's high, you have to wonder whether that, you know, more liquid time of the day, especially if we're hanging out near these prices, pushes through that and helps rocket this up anyway. This 452.5, it's not a level out of nowhere. It is the bottom end of the consolidation range, or near the lows, I should say. That's probably the better way to describe it, of the Friday price action on Softy. This over here is the IB low right there. The IB low on Friday was 451.61. But these are the levels that, you know, kind of are showing me former area of support, current area of resistance. Look at that touch at 11. Look at that other touch at 12.15 and yet again at 12.40. All of them bouncing off 452.5. So it looks as if Softy flipping from support to resistance right now with respect to that $452.5 level. It's printing as we talk right now, day high, and it just broke into another new day high right now MSFT, 1.25 in the green. Definitely the chart, one of the stronger charts right now as it prints high of day. You're not getting a high of day on Amazon. You're not certainly getting it on Meta or Apple or Tesla or Goggles. Certainly not Goggles, it's dead. Or Nvidia. So it's really MSFT right now, the strongest of the Mag 7 name intraday. I'm not talking about percentage-wise. I'm talking about what it's doing right now. Here comes 453 on MSFT, 1 1/3 now in the clear as it breaks through that flat top. I'm happy that I was actually talking about that flat top while it broke in real time. But keep your eye out for 453. It's a $400 stock, guys, right? So when we talk about 452.5 and 453, we're talking about, very, very small differences when it comes to these type of levels. So let's look for a possible rejection off this area owing to Friday's consolidation area low. Let's see what else is going on here. Amazon, with the Amazonian, has had umpteen amount of topping tails through 196. I got the Amazonian next to me here. I don't know if he's got eyes on it, but I've been seeing a lot of interaction with AMZN in this 196 level and a lot of topping tail candles through there. There were a couple of hammer candles earlier into 196, and then they kind of flipped to topping tails. But here's the deal. Topping tails or not, the higher lows are what is most telling, okay? Because that's showing you buyers overwhelming sellers incrementally at every different price point and every different time, incrementally pushing that price higher and higher and higher. So even though we know that there's a seller or anybody looking to short, whatever, on the other side of 196, the buyers definitely in control today, up 1.5% right now is AMZN. No trades for me though right now as none of my levels are coming in. And I'm going to stay that way till said levels come in. Let's come back into NNE. Did I get triggered on that? Nope, I did not get triggered. That's still a skosh above. Oh, hold on. Where am I sitting on NNE? 30.50. That's why. Okay. That's why. I thought it was 31.50. It's not. So I'm still sitting at 30.50 on NNE, and then that price is still accurate as that's where the 20 exponential is on the 5. So let's go back into AAPL. Now look, I've been waiting for this dip trade on AAPL at 214.5. However, if I'm going to take the dip trade for a range, why am I not playing the short in equally the same fashion as I want to play the long? That's exactly what I'm going to do because I'm sick of waiting on this one. And you know what? Maybe maybe I take it and then it breaks out, and then the account's happier there. So who knows? So we'll sit here at 215. And I'm going to sit at mid-30s because I feel the high end of the range is 40s. It looks like I just missed it right now. So I'm going to sit here, and if it comes in, it comes in. If it doesn't, it doesn't.
I like that. That's a good attitude to have. You got to roll with the punches. The market does enjoy. Just as you can punch into trades, the market will punch you in the face. That's how it goes sometimes. Also, speaking of rolling with the punches, taking what may, N to the V, to the D, to the A. That accidentally rhymed, did not mean for that to rhyme. Accidentally going like Shel Silverstein over here. But no, I took this short because look at these lower highs on a wick basis. This was an area I like to support. This 123.20, saw it flipping to resistance, said yes. I have not like a massive position, but a position that allows me to scalp in and out, which is the vibe. We're gonna be taking some profits just above 123 because I might not get my 123 break right away. Then if we get that break and we come back and bounce, I'll get out, risking into 123.40. So risking 20 pennies, trying to make minimum 20 pennies. That is a risk reward I can live with. I realize that's a little bit tight. I could be going for a bit more, but given that I like scalps and smaller moves, I have to be okay with that kind of risk to reward ratio. At least that's what I'm working on right now. Also, this is, I believe, a bit of a dark pool. I got involved in this candle. I never actually saw us get this low. I definitely would have taken some profit had we gotten to 122.60. So I just want to address this candle there. But yeah, that's really the areas I'm looking at. I know we do have a little bit of a doji. This could go either direction. Right now, I'm more confident in the short. So that's the way I am trying to play it. So come on, NVDA. Let's go to the downside.
Don't.
Come my way, NVDA. Let's stay in NVIDIA. Also, happy with this Tesla short. I'm actually really proud because it looks like I got out near bottom wick on this candle, which does not often happen for me. Took this short here, 210. I said I was risking to 210.30s, right?
What the
We
hell?
touched 210.30s. We kissed 210.30s briefly, just kiss it on the cheek quickly. Then we come back down here. I got out 209.60s. That was an area I liked on my last short there, so I was pleased as punch. I said, Adara, take that and run for the hills. So I indeed did. Happy with this Tesla short. Obviously, still down to the day from earlier Tesla-related mishaps that are very much just my fault. Giving the Cybertruck a little too much trust and wiggle room, which we should never be giving the Cybertruck, let's be real. But it's all good there. I've said before, and Sharif's joked, like sometimes I feel like I need a really bad trade to start the day and then just keep coming at it because I do like being underestimated. I've always enjoyed that. I've always enjoyed having like the struggles, having the deck stacked against me a little bit. That's always kind of been in life just the way that I think I perform the best. This might be another case of me, and this happened a lot last week, using my area of stop loss. That's where actually should have been my point of entry. I think that could be the case here in this NVIDIA short because now we're back to that rejection area, right? But it's all good. You just got to do what you got to do. There took a bit of a cut as well in that AMD trade, slightly positive, basically flat on the name here, but that short did not end up coming to fruition. Got out where I wanted to get out. All good there. Ready for some new opportunities. I actually want to look at the IWM. I think it was Creative Life in the chat saying, you know, what is everyone's thoughts on small caps for the IWM? IWM is a name it's a permanent member of my side chart area. I will tell you that. That is what I always enjoy looking at. And this is no exception here. Let's look at the IWM. Oh, not a chair pushback, but close. Look at this bounce here at 285. We get our little continue lower, so that's support forming to resistance, but then we come back and we push back above it. Now the next area I'm looking at is this area we're going to be getting near this 201.20s. This was that area that we had around 10 a.m. So that could be an interesting area. If we reject there, I may scalp it short. If not, I may not. Happy I didn't get back in the NVIDIA short. That's pushing higher. Tesla, let's see what you do here around 211. Tesla does still look a little bit bull flaggish to me, but we're going to have to wait and see what we do here. I'm always trying to look for some other opportunities. You're right about Google being the dead one. It literally looks like it is flatlining.
Yeah,
there.
And I got stopped out of my Apple short as it broke through that 215.5 top, printed a new high a day at $0.75. 215.73 right now, HOD on AAPL. It's printing high 60s. So we're pretty much hanging out near the high a day. So I'll keep my eye on that. I need you to take over for a second, though, because my...
Yeah, of course. Also, yeah, if anyone wants to vote for any tickers, definitely go in the chat and do that. I'm so happy I have buttons now. Go in the chat right now, exclamation point, join space, $, whatever tickers your fancy. Maybe it's Meta, maybe it's GME, maybe it's NVIDIA, maybe it's Amazon. I don't know what tickers you guys like. You know what tickers you guys like. You go in there right now, put those tickers in that chat. SPY here doing something interesting, coming to that previous resistance area. I know chart analysis isn't always going to be helpful with the SPY, but what I like to do is look at the book when we're at certain areas on the chart and then see if I'm seeing anything I like. In this case, I'm kind of seeing something I like at 544.30s. Why, you may ask? Well, I started looking because I saw this little boing, this doji candle we bounced off quite nicely. Then we reject there. Then we come to view up now, and we're bouncing. So I might scalp this. If we can't hold on to 544.30, I won't even bother. But this is kind of an interesting area for me right now. Emphasis on kind of. I just want to see what we do here. Like I said, really trying to. I think I had some levels on things earlier. I just wasn't playing appropriately. So right now, not seeing anything that is like screaming at me, Adara, trade me. So keeping an eye on that. But this SPY, if we keep seeing this bounce at 30s, which we did just see, I'm definitely interested. I'll risk this into 20s. I do like that. I want to see his poker heads go above 30 this one more time. There we go. I can live with that. We're going to take a position that gives me enough to scalp in and out of. That's kind of what I want. Sometimes you want those beak winners. I think I might have been a little too frugal here, but hopefully I'm not, and hopefully we can finagle our way into the spider.
I like it. I'm long Apple. I took the dip trade at 49s. We're 20 pennies in the money right now. I just got right back in at the key level of technical resistance earlier. Was the $0.50. It flips to support. I got stopped out. I got right back in on the other side. Now we're nicely in the money. Let's see if we can continue to head up a little bit. We'll see if we can continue to move up. 73's HOD. Scalped out of this one. We'll have to defend the $0.50 if we break down below it. So keeping my eye on that. I don't know what's going on with my Invisalign today, but it's like super, super weird. So I'm sorry if I'm having trouble talking today, guys, but yeah, the dental appliance is not complying today. In any event, so keeping my eye on Apple, looking for maybe a touch into 216. Here we go with 65s again. The other trade that I've been sitting and waiting very patiently for has been NNE. And the 20 exponential hasn't moved. It's still hanging out at that 30-50. And that's exactly where I'm hanging out. But I have to be cognizant of this one, you know, the bottom dropping off at any moment. It is a small cap gapper. It's around for a good time, not a long time. So I don't want to overstay the possible dip trade on this name because, yeah, it's coming into my area, but I don't really know how I feel about it at this point. We'll pack our patience on this one and see if we can get a little bit more out of it. The other trade, just this Apple trade, nothing really doing here, staying above the $0.50. If we continue to hold above the $0.50, I'll continue to hold this name. The other trade that Adair just alluded to, or another possible look here, is this Google trade. Unbelievable. I don't know what's going on here with Google and this 182 and a third, a quarter, and essentially, you know, the range is getting tighter. It looks like the majority of the bounces are coming off 182, rejecting off 182.25 or 182.30. And, you know, sometimes they'll dip into 181.90. I mean, a whole other 10 pennies there. So Google, very, very tight on range today, but presenting you with an opportunity nonetheless. Tesla, knocking the door of 211. It has been since essentially we touched it initially at 10:30 today. So that's been an hour and a half of this general 211 area on TSLA, not able to take it on a closing basis and not really making any lower lows. In fact, when I look at this, I should have set up a 20-period exponential dip trade on Tesla rather than NNE because this one is really respecting the 20 exponential on the 5 a lot better, or at least maybe coming into it a lot more often, presenting me with trades. So Tesla's continuing to put higher lows with that 211 flat top. So I'm going to leave that one alone. I don't feel like I have the best read on it. But Google coming into that level again. Here comes 182. And if you want, you know, you can sit at 182 and change, or you can sit at 181.95 and change. It's giving you both. Sometimes giving you the bounce off the whole dollar. Sometimes it's breaching the whole dollar by a couple of shekels and then weaseling its way right back up. So goggles, great range today for those who want the stable trade, the less volatile trade. There goes Apple into 75s, and there goes 75s on the dead one. 76 right now, HOD on AAPL, and we're going to obviously encounter some selling there as we hang out that $0.75. I'm long 49s. I'm hanging out. Hang out and find out. See what happens.
Yeah, we're going to have to talk about this super chat here. Thank you. I'm just going to quickly get out of this SPY, and then we're going to thank okay, give me 2 seconds there. Come on, SPY. Pamp it, but SPY, please don't pamp it.
Oh, my bad,
no, it's
my
okay.
bad.
It's all good there. I do want to, did I not get out of this trade? Okay, that's weird. There we go. We're out of the SPY now. Let's talk about the super chat from Fugazi Bear. Thank you so much for the $1.99 super chat. School's canceled. Snow day. Cash my calls. $sign, $sign. I do love the puns. I love the puns over here. We all know this. It's a great look. And I have to say, I like this little range we're in here right now on snow. Look at this. We have this bottom here, 140.40s, 140.40s, boom, 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 boom. Bouncing around here quite nicely with that 141 top. Let's see what we do here. Interesting look. Then we also had a little bit of a level here at this 140. Rejection, then we pop a little bit higher. So this was, I would argue we had 2 bull flags. First bull flag was successful. It was this one breakout around 140. Then we tried to get another bull flag, not successful yet. But we are still bouncing off. Look at this. We had these wicks here into 140.40s. Now we're rejecting off 140.40. It's a great look, Fugazi Bear. Don't think there's any Fugazi here in snow. It's all, it looks like a pretty clear sign. I also want to shout out Obi's amazing puns earlier today. Neil and I were just looking at each other like, huh? Because those things were so on point. He was just delivering them with a total straight face. So I think they're, giving me a pun for my money with those. But great look on snow, Fugazi Bear. Best of luck to you. But also, we don't have to wish best of luck to Neil because we know he's going to kill it. It's Neil's lesson of the day.
Welcome to Lesson of the Day. Today, I heard a couple of references to a Missy Elliott song, and I'm like, oh, this is gonna be the idea. I know Obi said it. I've heard probably Adair at least say they got to flip it and reverse it a couple of times. And as a trader, there's nothing wrong with having a bias. You're going to have a bias almost every single time you enter into a trade because that's the idea. Like you think something's going up, you go long. You think it's going down, you go short. And the overall market, you can think the same thing. But there are moments, there are areas where you do want to flip that notion up. I think it's important to stay mentally flexible when you're a trader, not just get married to a certain direction, because if it just keeps on going in the other way, you're going to find yourself losing. Whereas if you join that trend at some point and flipped it, you can eke out a bit of a win, or at least get away from losing. I think that's a really important thing. So, when do you want to flip a trade? first things first, you can't flip every single trade. You can have an out on a trade and a stop loss. If you're long, it breaks the support, I'm getting out. But if every single stop loss is an exit and a reversal, believe me when I tell you, you're going to be bleeding fees and just burning up so fast, you're going to get hurt. So you want to focus on key price levels, key areas, key trends, and then you can find places where you might be able to reverse. And the mechanics of doing it isn't always simple. I'm going to start with NVIDIA here. This was an example, I think, of a clean breakdown. 123 for the last 3 days of last week. It held it double bottom pretty much every single day. Every day, you get into 123 and make a double bottom, double bottom, double bottom. So at the open, all it did is instant flat bottom break. Now, if you got that short, great. You had to be really quick on the trigger. It wasn't the cleanest move in that, like right away at 9:30, the first move was up, and then it tried to bounce, and then it flushed through after the fact. It turned into like multiple shorting opportunities. It was a break of 120 for a scalp trade. It was back into VWAP. Like when it was trending down, you could have shorted at 22 here, 20 break, back into VWAP at 21 also worked. Then things get interesting here at 22. And this was the last place I was willing to take it short. Why? Because that 123 is your key price level. And once it's not working off that level, you can probably scalp it a bit. You see it hold that higher low. That last good short holds the higher low and then breaks out the top. You just, at that point, just don't want to look for shorts. That support level has come back in after a wipeout bottom at the open. And when you put on your higher time frame, like your 15-minute chart, what do you have? It's starting to look like a liquidity grab underneath setting up for a top break. And that's exactly what you get. So I think sometimes, like I tried a couple of longs, a breakout trade in there, a dip. That was kind of a flat one. But you could have a good morning short turn into all of a sudden you go from green to red on the stock if you don't get away from the short. Now, trying some longs, it's going to be hard to lose big when it's trending up. And I still think it's going to continue to do so. That is a clean reversal off a big level. And the key part here is that's the level that you would have been focused on anyways. So when it reclaims that level on strength, it's easier to get away from it. And it's not always that simple where it's, hey, this is the level I like the whole way through. That's where I'm going to reverse that trade, all that kind of good stuff. Now, Chewy's a different story because this is a squeeze type play. Roaring Kitty announced his, 6.6% position in Chewy. Good luck to him on that. And it's a very, very different trade. Now, I only went short and eventually did go long. Both of them kind of ended up working. But it's not, like I don't want to consider this when I stop going short into the long. I'm really talking about the flip that would have happened pre-market. Because we don't trade pre-market, but let's understand that a lot of people do. And there were some really good reasons why you would have had some longs in the pre-market on Chewy. When the tweet happened saying he was interested, well, he didn't say he was interested. He just tweeted a picture of a dog, let's be real. It was at 30.5 that things really curled. So you had the big spike up, and then it flushed. When it gave up the open range, it was right underneath here where things really broke down. You had the 33 level, then you had 30.5. The consolidation in the second half of the day flushed into the low. So what happens this morning? There's your 30.5. If you were long at 6 o'clock, great. If you were long at 7 o'clock, goes right back into that 30.5, bounces again. You're probably 31 long, a couple of dollars in there. There are lots of reasons why you should. I have nothing to say negatively about going long in that 31. Like Obi and I were looking at this after when we're looking for some shorts here. Like, wow, that's kind of an easy trade. You're risking 50 cents, maybe a little bit more than that. It goes the first time $4, the second time $2. There's nothing wrong with it. But look at the consolidation right into the open. You spend an hour consolidating underneath a support line. Underneath a support line. This is an obvious flip it zone if it can't hold support. If you're into the long again there, it's either you're already out of it, or if you're holding for a deeper level, and maybe you can hold it past this like 29.5 bottom that emerges. Now, some people only like to go long, fair enough, but when it couldn't break that 30.5, and a lot of people were looking for breakout trades. I was looking for breakout trades. Didn't get it. So I did not immediately flip. It was a mistake. Like I was looking for longs. I wasn't in the pre-market long, but I was looking for longs when it couldn't break that out. There was no chance of the move into 33 for another break. You just had to jump short. I did not short the first breakdown, waited for it to make a second breakdown, and then you go in the other direction. There's nothing wrong with that early pre-market trade. But when it loses it, it's pretty easy to see that that is not what you want. Like at this moment, if you do this and it's pulling back, you're like, okay, if it gives me the 30.5 again, I like it. It gives you a 30.5, you like it, it breaks out, looking good. Well, when this happens and you're underneath, you've got to be thinking about an exit plan. And not every trade is a reversal, but there is a clean spot where that reversal makes sense. And it's not always easy. I get it. Hindsight's going to be 20/20, but if you've got a key price level or a line in the sand, and then there's some confirmation with it, that's your reason to go short. Like unlike Nvidia at that key 123, you really needed to see it break that consolidation down, maybe even consolidate lower. Then you've got your confirmation that this thing is done. It's not about just being, oh, this is a long, this is a short, I'm right, market's gonna be wrong if it goes against me. That's not how it works. You can only do that for so long. And I'm gonna give you another example here. Last one, and we'll get out of here. GameStop. Look, I was short GameStop. I have the worst out short on GameStop of the day, no questions asked. We're shorted at the open into the 23 level. It broke the top. I got out, went over to Nike. Nike was a good short. But we got out of it. Well, you know what? Look what happened on GME. Now, I think it's pretty obvious to see, breaks the pre-market low, makes a huge volume bottom. There's your resistance at the pre-market low. It's still a short at that point. Makes a higher low. Wow. Straight to the top, bounce off VWAP. That's a reversal for me. Once it gets back above this and shows trend up, I'm not looking for longs. I was looking short. I missed the short. I had it early. We gave it up. We didn't get any more. But the second it breaks back above that pre-market low where there was support before, trends out above it, now I'm buying dips because it's the other thing. One of my favorite all-time characters on TV is Marlo Stanfield from The Wire. And there's a famous line where he goes to the security guard. He says, you want it to be one way, but it's the other way. The world doesn't care. The market doesn't care how you want to see it. Truth is truth. And when a trend reverses and there are multiple signs that it's happening, the least you can do is get out of the way of it. The best you can do is flip it and start looking to go in that other direction. So there are points at which you should flip your trade. You can't flip them all. There's just no way you can do that. But if you can find some real confirmation, then you're going to make a little bit extra money in your trading, as I should get more GameStop out here at 23 quarters. But flip some trades, not all. Find key levels, find confirmation of that trend break, draw a line in the sand, and if it starts trending in the other direction, don't be afraid to flip and go with the trend. That's your lesson of the day.
Thank you very much, Neil Roberts. Eloquent, awesome, and informative, as always. Neil Roberts, every day around that noonish, lunchtime, dropping hot lines on his lesson of the day. So make sure to catch that. Thank you very much, Neil. As he was dropping said hot lines, I did weasel my way into a Google short. We've been talking about Adara, how this one was the dead one on the day, and then 20,000 on the NQ September contract gets breached, and Goggles absolutely rockets up. My bad, Fabian. I should have had that flipped up. Rockets up, breaks 182 and where was VU up? 182 and a half. I'm short 88. It's going to be a very tight stop through the break of the whole dollar at 183. If it breaks 183, gonzino, it's going to have to maintain that level. Otherwise, I want none of the smoke, especially with the future moving the way it's doing, moving the way it is right now. So line in the sand is the breach of the whole dollar. We're short 88s. We're 2 pennies out of the money as we're printing 90s. Now, break even right now on Goggles, looking to print into $0.75. We'll see what we get, and we will not get upset. Shout out to Neil. All right, as Neil was also talking, Apple broke 216 on the day, 216.03. As it headed up, I got out of this mid-90s, so we did not, participate in the other 10 cents that moved to the high side. But 215.92 right now is the current price action on AAPL, 2.5 in the clear. So we'll basically continue to watch that. But it's Google right now that I'm 6 pennies out of the money on, and I need to watch for the breach of the whole dollar, because that breach is going to stop me out, Adara. What are you looking at?
Yeah, I'm looking at Tesla. I was thinking we were saying don't stop believing unless your P&L literally tells you that you cannot take a trade unless you are obsessed with it.
Yes.
I don't mean that. By that, I don't mean like I'm worried about losing money. I'm like, literally, we either do well or get shut down. Like, that's where we're at. I'm not happy that I'm at that level. I want to be very clear. I'm not trying to be glib. I'm not trying to be flippant. However, I do know statistically, for whatever reason, I tend to trade better and make better decisions when my back is right up against that wall and I'm getting choked by the market. So with that in mind, I like Tesla 210 short. You might be like, why, Adara? I mean, look at us below that 90 MA. We're rejecting that 210.30 area. We looked like we were going to hold it for half a minute. Then we rejected. If we'd held 210.30, I would have tried along. The thing is, I can risk literally very little, so I can really only punch in here if I am like, I don't know what that face was, but if I'm like dying over the trade. So that, I like that though, because it makes me go harder. It makes me have to have an intense amount of confidence. Now, mind you, Tesla, if you want to keep making lower highs, I will have that intense amount of confidence. I wish Tesla was not the stock I was considering for this, because we know the volatility of our pal Tesla can definitely, mess me up. That's fully valid. But this is going to be interesting. It's going to be really tough. And I think I do like this level. Now we're kind of bouncing off 210, so I'm going to be aware of that. But yeah, that is where the situation is right now. We're in a situation where if I do not have a mass amount of confidence, I cannot get involved. Tesla had that fake breakout back above 210. Now we're back below. This could be interesting. I might have missed my opportunity through my wiffle waffling, but I don't mind wiffle waffling if it stops me from getting stopped out.
I like waffles.
So do I, actually. I do. I was just thinking about waffles, weirdly enough. I don't know where we got there. But
Wiffle waffle, I'm assuming.
Pardon?
Wiffle waffle, I'm assuming.
Wiffle waffle, yeah. You're right. That is where we got there. Or Tesla, Lego this 210. Speaking of waffles, Lego the 210, and then I can get involved. But yeah, GME I want to look at here as well, because I have been interested in that name. Whoa. Look at that bounce here at 23. I was joking this morning, this is actually 100% serious. This morning, I was randomly at Irreplaceable by Beyonce in my head. And not even the chorus, a random part of Irreplaceable by Beyonce. And just as I figure out what song I have in my head, I see that GME is down 6% and Chewy's up over 10%. And I realized that's what GME is. GME is singing the Irreplaceable. GME's not the, right? The whole message of that song is don't you ever for a second get to thinking you're irreplaceable. And that's what GME had to realize because it was replaced by Chewy. And
to the left.
Yeah.
Isn't that?
That's the song.
Yeah, it is to the
but
left.
I had a different part of the song in my head. And I was like, that's so funny. I was like, why is this in my head? Then I see GME down 6%. And I realized the market is telling me that GME is replaceable. So yeah, really weird mental song. Brainwave there, but I want to see what we do here at my brain works in music. Let's see how 2340 goes. This could be interesting. Definitely do not have enough risk to trade GME right now, but I'll keep my eye on that. Really looking at that Tesla short and Nvidia giving up 124.50s. And if there's any stocks you're looking at,
bang! Oh,
please
look at
vote.
who's got the stream deck now. Okay.
Go in the chat right now, ! Join space, $, whatever tickers your fancy. Maybe it's GME, maybe it's AMC, maybe it's Meta, whatever stock you're looking at, get involved in there. Get that ticker in that chat right this second. And also make sure that when you're having your trades and putting your voting, you're
confident.
And I'm going to stop with the stream deck now.
Oh, it's
How
all
are you
good.
doing?
I just want to, talk about the comment you just dropped there. Your brain works in music. I love that.
Yeah,
right, it's I should start saying, my brain works in trading.
I don't know what that makes sense.
Anytime I look at anything, I look for patterns.
Yeah.
Right, I look for higher lows or lower highs, and that's just the way my brain works. And I gotta agree with that because you're making a joke about music, but literally,
I'm being serious.
Yeah, no, I see patterns in everything I do. Anyway,
Same.
All right, this pattern right here, Fabian, we're short goggles at this level, and I see a topping tail candle. I see a rejection of 183. I get a little bit excited. I'm waiting at the $0.75, but we know how goggles has moved on the day. Yeah, I didn't touch it. My mic. Oh, got it. Thank you very much for that. And we know what goggles has been doing on the day. It's been super rangy and really hasn't given you a breakout or breakdown trade. So I'm going to pack my patience on this trade. It didn't stop me out. It did get into 183, didn't continue. However, I am looking at the futures right now. The futures continue to go higher. If they continue to go higher, it's just a matter of time till goggles goes higher. Okay, there we go. We got the print on goggles. Happy about that one. We'll see what we get, and we won't get upset. But right now, though, we're in the money nicely on goggles there. We're gonna let that one work, okay? Because I did like that level. Shout out to Adara for pointing that out too, because I didn't actually have eyes on that. But look at Apple. 216.33 HOD. We know this monster got to 220 after the Apple event, WWDC. However, it did not hang out long at 220. Was it a 220 touch in the pre? It was a 20.
Yes, it was. That's
Remember, because we talked about that and we're like, watch, it got to 220 in the pre. It's going to be a rejection because we did a lesson on that.
Yeah, we did.
Anyway, so I'm keeping my eye on the dead one right now to see how it trades at 216, 216 and a third HOD. It's been very strong. We didn't mention this today because it didn't come till later, but Needham gave Apple the nod today. Okay, hold on, what's going on here? Oh, okay, that's fine. Yeah, so here it is. Needham gave Apple the nod today with a 220 price target. Obviously, much lower than some of the other ones that have been coming out. It maintained its buy rating and increased the price target to 220. Didn't put that on the upgrades and downgrades because it was not available when that came out. So keeping an eye on that. Go goggles. There we go. Nicely 20 pennies in the money now on Google as it breaks down into the 60s. And that's the end of my trade right there. Very happy with that one. Stuck it through, saw it through, put the stop placement in the right area. I'm not trying to toot my own horn. I'm just giving myself the pat on the back when it's warranted. And I'll give myself S when it's warranted as well. Okay? You guys know what I mean by that.
Yes.
So keeping my eye on GOOGL to see what it does when it comes to 182.50. Why? Because 182.50 was that area of local support that it kept ranging between at the highs, right? We kept saying, you know, that 182 general level, and then at a third, it typically rejects, but the outliers come into 50, which is where VWAP was hanging out. So if we get that 50 touch to come back into VWAP, I do want to see what it does there. I won't have a resting order there because I don't just believe in the trade on this particular setup, but I want to see what it does. If it starts bouncing off there and making new highs, I'll weasel my way in. 182.50, I'm looking for a long on goggles, Adair.
Yeah, I mean, I tried my Tesla short. I lost a cool 1 penny, and maybe like Adair, what was the point of that? Basically, I thought we were going to have our 210 breakdown there, got involved at 210.03s, knowing I could risk no more than 10 pennies. Like I said, it was really a now or never, type trade. And then I got out 210.04s. I was like, Adair, if you're going to have like a ride or die trade, Tesla's not the stock to do that with, especially when you're risking like so little. So happy I got it where I did. I 100% would have gotten shut down had I stayed. So it's all good there. I still want to have the opportunity to trade something else if I see something I like. Now I think Tesla's holding 210, but like I said, really literally not afford to get involved unless I am like obsessed. I'm watching Tesla, unless I'm obsessed, but I am watching Tesla at 210.30. Why 210.30? You may implore, you may ask, you may inquire. 210.30 was holding really nicely earlier as kind of a resistance support area on the book. Now we see we're pushing above it. That could be interesting. You know what else could be interesting though? Is our pal Nvidia, also admittedly kind of a risky name to ride or die trade, is coming down a little bit here. Look at this push up into 125s here. Then we see we curl down. I see you, Nvidia. I see it, I like it, I want it, I got it. Shout out to Ariana Grande. But I also see these bottoming tail candles. So Nvidia, I think there is something brewing here. I'm weirdly more comfortable taking Nvidia than I am Tesla because I'm way more comfortable with my read on Nvidia than I am with my read on Tesla. So as odd as that may sound, that is what the look is on Nvidia. AMD, another one that AMD, you might be the one. You might be the one, AMD. Look at these 90 MA bounces. I'm like, okay. We have this big old bottoming tail candle. That could be an interesting look. I'm also looking at the futures here. We are really struggling with this 74.60 area. We kind of look like we're going to push above it, and then we can't. So I'm like, you know what, Adara? This could be a bit of a scalp short here on these TQs. Risk, like, get involved, like, 74.60s. Risk literally into 62, 63s. Risk nothing. Try to get at least 50s. I know we can get to at least 50s. I've seen us get to at least 50s. So that might be the look. If I can see anything here that's really justifying this trade. But again, I do not want to rush into anything. I find for whatever reason, I do make somehow oddly better trading decisions when literally there's like a machete to my neck, a dare, trade or die. So let's see what happens here on TQQs. I will stop talking now.
All right, keeping my eye on VLCN. Very interesting one here, guys. Small cap gappers showed up kind of midday. You can see the volume it did start at 9:30, but it did, give everything back and did nothing. As you saw, the volume really dried up there. And then the volume started coming in for whatever reason right at noon. And back we go. So it's back on focus, up 44.63%. 6 2/3 HOD, hanging out right now at 6 1/4. Great hold up at the volume weighted average price after that 6 2/3 touch. It did break down between the hold up below the whole dollar level and bouncing off. Yep, volume weighted average price at 86s. It's a bit spready for a $6 name. Here are the details on it. So it's very, very small market cap. Volcon Incorporated, $1.89 million market cap. Likely, was sub 1 million when this started trading on the day. We traded at 428. The float, 250,000 share float. Okay, so this thing is minuscule. There is going to be a very, very tight supply of this name. VLCN, let's find out the short float. If any, 10%, 9.55. So 9.5% of the 250,000 shares float is shorted. That's crazy. Okay, so this one could absolutely get parabolic. It's just about catching it at the right time. You can see right now the range per candle is very wide, making it very hard to place stops and profit takers. So you're going to have to be very careful with this one. I would suggest that you size down unless you really are adept at trading these low float small cap gappers. Be careful, guys. That's all I got to say, okay? $6 or thereabouts, finding support. I had eyes on the IB high at 5 2/3. It didn't make it into 5 2/3. Keeps finding its footing at 5 4/5 at the least, but mostly off the volume weighted average price. So VLCN, great midday bump into the high side, holding the volume weighted average price, but the range per candle and the spread on it is quite aggressive. Let's load it up on a trading screen here. We'll take off VLCN, NNE, we'll put on VLCN, and we'll have a look at the book to see what it's up to. So right now, 2 penny spread between the bid and the ask, but when you look at the level 1, so that's inaccurate. You have to look at the level 1 there for the right look. It's 7 pennies right now, tightening up to 5. It opens up and it gets wide, then it contracts, wide and contracts. So you're gonna have to keep an eye on this one. I've seen it as wide as 15. Right now, it's 2, so not a bad look. Go, Apple, go. I'm not in it, obviously, on the day, but this is my biggest holding in my personal account, and I could not be happier. 216.58, and this is not financial advice, but I'm gonna hold this for the next year because I want that super cycle blood, baby. I like
the way you worded it.
Yeah. That's just I believe I have a high conviction into this trade. I think that they're gonna AI the hell out of every product they have. I'm talking about those AirPods. You're gonna be talking to the AI in your ear. It's gonna be giving you answers. At least that's how I see it. It's gonna be, we haven't even started getting into the Apple Vision Pro yet. I don't think that that's going to be the form factor that takes off. I think obviously it's going to be more of like a Meta glasses. My buddy wore his Meta glasses out again. I told him I'm not going out with him anymore if he starts wearing them again. And everyone knows and there's a light on when he's recording. It's quite embarrassing. I'm like, yo, put a black tape over that light or something, bro. People keep looking at us in the club.
Serious?
Yeah, because there's a light on his face when he's walking around. Why is there a light? It's obviously to tell everybody else around that he's recording. I get that. That's a whole thing. But sorry, I digressed a little bit there. It just reminded me of Saturday night.
I feel badly that your friend is like, doing this.
Look, he's a good dude. He wants to stunt, right? Like, and whatever. Yeah. Anyway, he's having a good time. Let him stunt, right? Anyway, great move up today. AAPL 216.66.
Yeah, some Chamood wants to talk about Reddit here, so I'll pull up Reddit. Tesla's still bouncing off 210s. I have no decisions yet on Tesla. But let's talk about Reddit. Okay, so Reddit, about a volume on this, I have to admit, not like my favorite in the world. We're at about 1.3 million shares, so not bad. But what I am seeing that I think is of note, look at these lower highs. Now we're below the 90 MA. I don't want to say flat bottom break because this is not like the flattest bottom in the world, but we are here around that 64. I don't like the way I worded that. I'm so sorry. I apologize. I did not mean for that to sound like that.
It's funny.
It's all good.
It's all good.
I appreciate that. Yeah, we're stalling here is what I'm trying to say, around this 64.60. We're just chilling out. We're hanging out, we're chopping, and we are churning, and we're having lower highs. So for me, I think as long as we can hold, look at where we wicked into though, this 64.40. I think if we can hold 64.40, to me that's not a bad look, Chamoon. We'd have to bounce off of it. That would have to be the look. Right now we are not bouncing. We're just, is it Albert? Is it actually Albert?
No,
I want it to be Albert's glasses.
Alfred, it's not Alfred though. It's my buddy.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I thought his name was Alfred as well, like the butler.
Yeah. Well, it's
But
the
yeah.
same thing. People get it.
But yeah, so let's see what we do here. Reddit, basically my read on this would be like, I would say for it to be an uptrend, you would probably have to clear that 65 area. Why do I say 65? Because that was that area of resistance here, but it was also that area of support we had coming back into 1125. So I think clear that 65 area. Let's see what we see on the daily here for Chamoon on Reddit. Oh, Reddit's sort of in an uptrend here.
Yeah.
A little bit, but it needs, to me, it still needs to clear that 66. Look at this, 66 resistance, not once, not twice, but it'll be thrice. And now we have it on a wick basis, the 66 resistance. To me, 66 is kind of a do or die for Reddit. If we cannot push above it significantly, we might have to forget it. Because we've had so much resistance here. We have slightly higher lows, like if I squint, there's some higher lows here. But I do think Reddit, for it to continue its uptrend, needs to clear 66 viciously, desperately, and with a burning in its heart. If there's any stocks that you're thinking of that way, please vote. Yes, I'm flexing the fact that I have.
Hey, yeah, she's all over that stream deck.
Exclamation point, join, space, $, whatever ticker you're looking at. Maybe it's GME, maybe it's Chewy, maybe it's Vulcan, VLCN.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe it's Google. I don't know. You guys know what tickers you like. You go in that chat and you type it up.
Chris J. I wore the Meta glasses a few years ago at a Dave Chappelle show. No phones or recording devices allowed. I almost got booted out. You should have put that black tape, man, on the glass. Did they have the Meta glasses a couple of years ago?
I didn't think they did.
No, they didn't. You probably wore different ones, though.
Some kind of glass.
Oh, they were the, what were those called? They were the Snap glasses. Remember Snapchat?
I didn't know they had glasses.
Yeah. Snapchat had glasses. They weren't very good. That's why they're not selling as well as some of these ones. Like the Ray-Bans that are now. The Meta glasses are the Ray-Ban glasses, so you guys know what we're talking about. Brian Cox, Sharif, what is your take on PanW? Well, I happen to like it, Brian. It's my second largest holding in my personal account, and I think it's going higher. Not financial advice. Let's look at the chart. Here it is. Today, PanDub hanging out at day high, $42 day high, up 0.2%, but that's not why I'm in it, obviously. Here's my look, Brian, and I'm going to be as honest as I possibly can be about this stock. I love that 260 level. There was a reason for that 260, 265 level. Once, twice, Obi, dang, thrice, okay? Here's what we got to that level back in October, that we ended up bouncing off that level till we took it on a closing basis, yes, towards the end of November. And that level came in a couple of times last year. It came in, do you have anything to say?
No, I was just listening.
Oh, yeah. It came in from October all the way to, mid to late October. And then it came in again in mid-November. Then we cleared it quite aggressively. And then when we missed earnings in February, look what happened, Brian. We got from all the way from 376 down into, you guessed it, 260, 265. We recovered. We dropped again. Lo and behold, where do we hold up, Brian? That same level, my man, that same level. And then it's been a fill the gap kind of look. We did have a lot of trouble, though, breaking through that 325. And I was talking to Adara about this almost daily. Adara, I see accumulation on PanW. It's going to flat top break through 325. Adara, look. And she probably had enough of hearing about it from me. And then we
hearing about it. I liked it.
It's all good. And then we got the breakout on the 27th. You got it on a big, solid green candle, and you didn't flush after that. So you held up. 345 definitely is a local area of resistance. I'm looking for a curl back up to fill the gap. I want all-time highs. I want 380. We'll see what we get. We won't get upset. But I got to tell you, it looks fantastic especially if you remove this outlying candle here. It is very much an uptrending stock. Look, the beta on these is high, okay? The beta on these cybersecurity names is just the nature of the beast. I'm talking about CrowdStrike. I'm talking about Zscaler. I'm talking about Snow, PanW. They have high beta, but I think you're catching the right trend. It's not financial advice, but every time I open up the news, I hear about another cyber attack. Now, I've told you about all the good stuff. Let me tell you about what I don't think is good about some of these cybersecurity names. Full disclosure. It seems as if there is a trend growing within companies not to want to rely solely on one of these companies in case their systems get breached. What do I mean by that? So if let's just say company A. I'm a big company and I want to protect, like, say, 3 different sections of my company. Each one does something different. I'll get PanDub for section 1. Zscaler for section 2, and then maybe CrowdStrike for section 3. The whole point being that each one has a different cybersecurity system, so to speak. I'm not a tech guy, so forgive me. I'm using layman's terms here. So that if one of them gets compromised, the other parts of my company don't. So what is that? How is that bad for PanW? Well, it's cost splitting. So instead of all my resources as company A going to PanW, I'm splitting it between 3 people. Now, theoretically, if all the companies or a large majority of the companies do that, the same companies get the equal amount of money. But it doesn't work like that in practice. So you're gonna have to see which one of these bad boys ends up on top. I don't think they all share the same success equally. We'll have to wait and see. My understanding is there's 2 main horses that stand out in the cybersecurity race. It is CrowdStrike and it's Palo Alto Networks. I chose to get into PanW. That is no comment on CrowdStrike whatsoever. I think they're a solid company as well. I think Zscaler also has some cool stuff. I lost money on Zscaler. I got into it with PanW. I cut that one pretty quick for a loss. But PanW I've been holding for a long time, and it's my second largest holding. I think it's a fantastic stock, but it is only my opinion and simply that. 216, right? 216.91, 94. Apple is absolutely flying. It is 3% in the clear now, Adara. It's about to break 217.
Yeah, Apple's like, Sharif, what do you mean I'm the dead one? How have I ever been the dead one? I am just like living my best life over here. So yeah, shout out to Apple and shout out to Sharif's personal account.
Thank you,
Apple.
Dara.
But Tesla, I cannot shout you out. Yeah, guys, so I'm not in any trades. Like I said, I literally cannot take a trade unless I am like in love with it right now. It is, like I said, we had some dicey trades on this year's Cybertruck earlier today. And again, no one's fault but my own. Made some bad decisions. Ready to go. If there's a trade I really like, I will go full throttle with it. Right now, I've not found anything, but I want this Tesla 210 short. However, Tesla being Tesla, I cannot really take this Tesla 210 short unless I am able to just hop into it and risk very little. And that's kind of what the, what the quagmire is that I'm currently in. Tesla keeps bouncing off 210. I'd be okay taking Tesla long off 210.30. But the issue is then Tesla will keep rejecting off 210.30. So then you might be like, maybe the solution is long Tesla 210, short Tesla 210.30. That could be the solution. But like I said, there was something like this as well with the way we're breaking down with these topping tail candles. I think, and then also kind of this bottoming tail candle, I think this could go either direction. So in that way, I need to be very careful. Tesla's literally like that, that song with, was it, I think Sean Paul and Justin Bieber, that she's indecisive, she can't decide, she keeps on looking left and right. That is Tesla right now. But Tesla, if you've decided you want to break, if you come back, if you go to that 210 and you do not push back above, this is where the short will be. And then as I say that, Tesla pushes back above 210. Okay, Tesla, just, like this is what I mean. We get above 210 and then we get below 210 and we come right back up just as viciously. Rally Nvidia into 4th of July holiday, says Underwater Loans. Let's take a look into that. I will say Nvidia holding up pretty well today. We did fall off pretty much earlier in the day, but we're holding that 123.80 level quite beautifully. The other level here that was kind of resistance support flip is going to be this 124.20. Nvidia can hold above 124 right now. I don't think that's a bad look at all. Underwater Loans, hopefully you're not underwater on Nvidia. That definitely not the best time here, of course, if that is the case. But yeah, shout out to you. I think Nvidia, if it can hold above this 124, there's a decent look there. If it can't, at least briefly in the interim, I'm interested in something off Nvidia 124. But like I said, really, I'm only taking these trades that I am just obsessed with. I've also been looking at the futures, took 2 pennies on the future earlier today, then had to leave because it broke down a little bit there. But I am interested in the 74.60, playing in either direction. As Neil says, you have to be willing to flip the style up, and if they hate, let them hate and watch the money pile up. He used a Missy Elliott quote, but the point remains the same. If there's something you really like, you do owe it to yourself to trade it in that way. You owe it to yourself to pamp it, I guess, is also the truth. And you owe it to yourself to be confident in as well. Hi, Sharif.
Hello, Dara.
But yeah, but also, we're going to have to, not to use this transition again, but we're going to have to do a crossfade, which is actually film transition, if anyone knows what that is, into crossovers.
I like that. And she knows because she writes, Fabian
Fabian gave us the crossfade. I knew he would get that reference.
There you go. There you go.
Punch. Thank you, Fabian, for that.
So, all right, welcome traders. Today's lesson tackles the moving average crossover. I can get it. Moving average convergence divergence, MACD for short, the crossover for that, which is a popular tool for spotting potential entry and exit points on the intraday chart. So let's get right to it. What is MACD? Well, poorly stated a second ago, it stands for moving average convergence divergence. It's a technical indicator composed of essentially two lines. The first line is called the MACD line, and it represents essentially the difference between two exponential moving averages. That is the 26-period EMA and the 12-period EMA. And it takes a difference between that and it charts it onto a line. And the other line on the MACD chart is called the signal line. Essentially, the signal line is a shorter term version of the MACD line. Essentially what it is, it's a 9-day EMA of the MACD line. So a lot of derivatives here, but just hang on. I promise it'll all make sense in a second. So here you go. You have, in this particular chart anyway, the MACD line is the blue, the signal line is the yellow, okay? Now, it sometimes shows up with a histogram. You don't actually have to have the moving average convergence divergence indicator with a histogram, but I like it. And the reason I like it is because the bars on the histogram, they get bigger when the gap between the two lines, the MACD line and the signal line, widen. The wider the gap between the two lines, the bigger the bar chart, or the bigger the bar thing on, or what is this called? The bigger the bar on the histogram, okay? That's all that you need to know about that. So when you see the bar high on the histogram, that is typically the area of the widest on between the two lines. When you see them very small bars, it's typically very small area between the two lines, okay? So understanding the crossover. So the key to the moving average convergence divergence, or the MACD crossover strategy, lies in where these lines intersect. There are two main crossovers that we're going to talk about today. The first one is called the bullish crossover. And essentially that happens when the MACD line crosses above the signal line. So it comes from a south position into a north position and crosses above it, okay? This particular crossover suggests to you a possible uptrend, potentially a good time to buy. Conversely, the bearish crossover. As I say, conversely here, the MACD line in this instance crosses below the signal line. So coming from a north position to a south position, and it crosses below it. Again, it indicates to you the beginnings of a possible downtrend, and it's suggesting to you that it might be a good time to sell or to enter short, okay? And this is how it looks on the chart. So here is your bullish crossover. So you have the MACD below the 0 point, and then the MACD line is the black line, the signal line is the red line here. I just lost my screen. Give it a second to come back. There it is. We're good, Fabe. Thank you. So as you can see, the black line right there ends up crossing above the red line. And when it does that, look at the gap that is initiated on the price action. It's not going to always be so clean, but that's what we're looking for. Conversely, this is the bearish crossover. So the MACD line in an elevated position relative to the signal line, as you can see here, it's crossing it from north to south, crossing it below. So that is what we look for the bearish crossover. On the chart, we're looking for, a stock chart with a MACD indicator displayed below. That's typically where the MACD is. Let me show it to you on mine real quick over here. Here is a look at PanW, and as you can see, the bottom below the volume is the MACD line. So you have the MACD line is blue, the signal line is purple, and the histograms are in yellow. So it's exactly how it's going to show up on your chart, just like that, okay? So this bullish crossover, it might signal a buying opportunity, yada, yada, that's fine. Remember though, it's not foolproof. The MACD crossover is just a helpful tool, but not a magic formula. Here are some things to consider. There are certainly false signals that can take place in this particular indicator. Crossovers can sometimes be misleading, especially during choppy markets. So what this is trying to say is the MACD performs better during periods of trend. Whether they're uptrends or downtrends, they perform worse during choppier markets, otherwise known as consolidative markets, when you're stuck between in a range, okay? You should also be looking for confirmation as to what you see on the MACD indicator. So if you get a bullish crossover, for example, are other technical indicators push it or pointing to bullishness, or are there some others that are pointing possibly to a bearish look? So you need confirmation from other tools. The more you have, the better. It's a balance of the evidence type thing, okay? And you should also know where the price action is sitting in the overbought, oversold analysis before you get long or short. So consider if the stock is already trading in overbought or oversold territory before taking a trade based on the crossover. One way to find out if it's in oversold or overbought territory is to employ the use of the relative strength index. So typically with that index, anything above a print of 70 is understood to be in overbought territory. Anything below 30 is understood to be in oversold territory. Not that simple to use, but for our purposes, we're using it as a confirmatory tool for another indicator. But if we were to use RSI specifically, it wouldn't be so cut and dry. Okay? Beyond the basics though, we talked about the bullish crossover and the bearish crossover, but that's not the only crossover for which we can use MACD. There's also something called the zero line crossover. So the MACD line itself, not the signal line, but the MACD line itself, crossing above or below that zero line can also indicate potential trend shifts in and of itself. And there's also the divergence aspect here between price action and what we're seeing on MACD, right? When price movement diverges from the MACD indicator, it can signal a possible trend reversal, whether it's to the high side or the low side. Here's what I mean. Here's the zero line crossover example. So you have the MACD doing its thing 21 above that zero line at 0.4. It then comes down below that zero line right there. That in and of itself could be an indicator without having crossed below the signal line. What you end up seeing is the price action takes a bit of a dip there as well. The price action MACD divergence, also another method that we just talked about. Look how the price action in this specific instance continues to make lower lows, all the while that at the same time on the MACD line, in the MACD indicator, the lows there of both the signal and the MACD line are making higher lows. The price action making lower lows, the MACD and the signal making higher lows. Therefore, the action between those two are diverging. Typically what that does is when you have higher lows on the MACD line and lower lows on the price, that means that downtrend on the price typically is coming to an end. It doesn't happen right away. As you saw on this particular chart over here, you had to wait for a little bit, but you ended up getting that price breakout through highs. So that is what that is. And the final word I just want to leave you with, guys, MACD crossover is certainly a valuable tool, especially for intraday trading. By understanding how it works and using it with caution, you can improve the chances of identifying potential trading opportunities. But remember, practice it, in a sim, in paper, especially if you haven't used it IRL and with real money. Make sure that your strategy works using MACD and before you ever use real money on the line.
Yeah, you always want to be very careful. With that in mind, that's a great transition. Speaking of real money on the line, I did get shut down, unfortunately, here today, but I want to talk about it because we're all here. I'm very much about positivity, but I'm also super about optimism. Second time this has happened. The first time was a GME day, so good times. This time, I stand by the impetus to short Tesla 210. The first short here that I tried to take it, not the first short, but like the most recent of the most recent, generation of this 210 Tesla shorts. I tried to take the short. The short went well, got into 80s, got out a little bit early, but I was like, you got to take the profit. Then I got back involved here because we were still below the 209.70s. Plan was to risk into 80s. Tesla flew away from me. I was like, okay, Tesla, I understand. Got above 210, I had to get out. That's the take on this, right? And I always want to learn from these experiences. Not a great way to start the week, but in a way, maybe it is because it'll motivate me to keep going harder. I'm going to switch to the sim because you know what? We still have an hour, 10 minutes, so I want to keep trading.
Good.
I just wanted to I didn't want to switch. I wanted to show the trade before I switch because I am all about transparency on this here desk, as we both are. So yeah, I just wanted to shout that out. And if there's any tickers you want us to look at, Tesla, GME, AMC, Microsoft. Oh, I forgot what
I pulled it quicker.
Yeah, go in the chat right there and put those tickers in there. Google, Apple, Microsoft, Amazon, I don't know, all of that stuff. Go in that chat with your preferred ticker. I also love that Bears versus Bulls use the example of Li Auto as their preferred ticker. I thought that was pretty funny. So that was, shout out to Bears versus Bulls. The face Sharif made cannot be imitated. It was just like intense glee.
Yeah.
And like spite at the same time.
I see you there, Bears versus Bulls. I see you.
is what I'll call that expression, glee and spite. But yeah, you know what, honestly, just to summarize, just because I want to mention it one more time, that happened, I got shut down, but I have to say, I can't be too upset because I had those trades with confidence.
Bang.
At least the last one was maybe I could have been a little bit more on the ball when I first saw that 210 rejection, but it's all good. You live and you most certainly learn, and you go to the sim where you can do some more learning because you just got to roll with those punches.
Absolutely.
There you go. So I'm going to switch over here.
Sure,
Yeah.
do your thing. So I want to mention here, Poet, P-O-E-T, back in the good books here, man. I think it. Did we? No, we didn't break high day. We got really close. So this print right at 1040, that's HOD. That's that 290 print. But look at this candle over here at 1235. That got into 289. So we're 1 penny off high a day. Most notably, though, after we put in that topping tail candle, we still held the 10 exponential on the 5. And we didn't make a lower low. In fact, that subsequent candle after the topping tail candle, in fact, made a higher low. And we been making higher lows since that candle. So this one looking good here. Let me give you the deets on Poet. 36.71% up on the day. It's done 8 1/3 million shares. It's about $150 million market cap, a little bit less right now, 147. Let's bring out Trade Ideas Software. Shout out the NOS boss and his crew over there at Trade Ideas. Poet. Let's find out what the short float is. Quite negligible, 0.91, less than 1% of that of the float is shorted. So not really looking for that, big short squeeze. Alas, though, it is a smaller float, so it can just go based on that. Now, I have issues with this one because the range per candle, given that it's a $2 name, is quite wide at times. I do like the respect that it's put in on the 5-minute chart for the 20 exponential. It's really respected, the 20 exponential, on a closing and on a wick basis. So if I was to want to weasel my way into this one, I'd look for either a 10 dip or a 20 dip. The 10 dips come in way more often, as you can see. The 20 dips are fewer and far between, but they give you a better entry price, no doubt. That's the player I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah.
You know that, Neil? Doing it and doing it and doing it. Well, he knows exactly what I'm talking about. LL. Hey, if you had the money. Man, we need Neil to freestyle Fridays again, man.
I'm down. We could both do freestyle Friday. At one point, Neil and I both started singing Trap Queen.
Yeah?
On Friday on the market rate desk, because what happened was Broadcom got to 1738, and then we both spontaneously went 1738. Hey.
I love it.
So
That's
we're
good
not
times.
saying that will never happen,
Yeah.
I guess is what I'm trying to say, and it kind of has.
I remember we had a likes likes
Neil
count.
telling
So
me.
Neil, if you got that 2,000, was it 2,000 on the closing show? 2,000. It was 20. It was 2,000 at first, and we dropped it to 15. But yeah, I don't know, man. I miss those days. I remember always being on the viewer side of that. I was never really around for a lot of them, in real life. But anyway, so Poet is, it's very close to day high right now. Fabian coming into that 290, printing 286. So very interested in this one. VLCN though really hasn't given it up, right? I mean, look what it's doing. It's dancing at 6 at the volume weighted average price. It's holding above the IB high at 570. So this one's still in play. My only qualm with this name is that it's very rangy and very topping tailish. So it's a bit of a bamboozler. If you're going to get in on this name, I personally would have resting orders for my beak wetters because it doesn't hang out in any one range for all that long. There goes Poet now, right back into that 290. This thing is going, guys. Good look here for POET. What does this company do? Canada. Oh, okay. Well, there we go.
On Canada Day, it's moving today. Look at that.
Poet Technologies is a Canada-based design and development company. The company is engaged in offering integration solutions based on the Poet Optical Interposer. What is all that? A platform that allows integration of electronic and photonic devices into a single multi-chip module using advanced wafer-level semiconductor manufacturing techniques. All right, you lost me. Great look, price action-wise, 290, 291. There it goes again. This thing is going, guys. We're going to have to load it up on a trading screen here because this is the real deal, and it's not Neil's lesson of the day. I promise you that. But, yeah, this is a good look, POET. Let's load this up on a trading screen here. So decent spread right now, 1 penny on this name. Not bad. just printing high day and the bottom not falling off the bid. Look, even when the bottom does drop off, 4-penny spread, not what you want to see on a $2 name, but not that bad given that it is a low flow. So 40% in the clear right now. Going to keep my eye on this one, looking for a 20-period exponential retracement. Right now on the 5-minute, that's 275.
Yeah, I hope you get that. I hope that you're a poet with that trade there. It's a poetic trade. I don't know. We're trying. But yeah, shout out to Poet. Happy Canada Day to all who celebrate. I am guessing just Canadians, but shout out to you if you're out here in Canada in our chat. I know we do have some Canadians, so great look there. Tesla. I'm in the sim, by the way, guys. I did mention that. Unfortunately, we had some not unfortunately, because I learned. So there we go. And you know what the thing is too, is I've realized it's very hard to trade, especially the names I like to trade, when you have like no risk. And it's like also, Adara, whose fault it is that you had no risk? That's you, because you made some really questionable Tesla trades, right? So I know I pride myself on my optimism, and I do think part of optimism is being honest with yourself when you messed up so that you can go and try to climb higher and do better the next day, right? So right now I'm long Tesla. Why am I long Tesla? You may ask. Well, I noticed that 209.50 was holding just beautifully. It was holding like a glove. If we break below 209.50, I'll get out. But I've been trying to build a position here. We've been above this 209.80, so I'm okay with that. That's where I started the position, added at 209.70s. I am willing to add at 209.60 if I see a nice little hold there, but right now I don't want to add too much. Just because I'm in the sim does not mean that I will be making simpler trades. Yeah, I don't know. We tried to pun. So let's see how that goes. We have no auctions at 1 p.m. today. No auctions at 1 p.m., so I just wanted, because I know we're getting near 1 o'clock, I'm always very paranoid. Also, I have to say, this is obviously nothing that only Sharif and I can see this, but my sim setup is a lot messier and more chaotic than my setup in the live. That is for sure with regards to my side chart, so it's always a thing to get used to. Probably need to clean that up at some point, but it's all good here. I just want to, I think it's really important to learn from your mistakes, own up to your mistakes, and keep climbing. Tesla getting near that 209.50, so we'll have to wait and see what we do here. Yeah, we're breaking below, so we're gonna have to exit out. Oh, Tesla, why do you not want me to leave? Yeah. Oh, it's because my cell key is different on. There we go. It's because my cell key is different in the sim. There makes sense. That makes sense, Adara. But there we go. So we're gonna have to get out of that here. Forgot that I set a different cell key in the live, but there we go. We broke below 209.50, so I got out. If we now continue to see these lower highs here, I have no qualms flipping short, but as Neil was saying in his awesome lesson of the day, which you can check out around the noon hour, then you don't want to flip short just because, or flip directions just because your trade didn't work out, right? You want to have reasons to flip. So for me, if initially we had the Tesla 209.80 area, right? What if we switch to 70s decisively, which it looks like we might do, that's when I would go short. I need to have multiple reasons. I can't just have, a gut instinct, because, guts can be sore. Guts can fall apart. It's just, it can be a fallible part of the body. Was this my favorite analogy? No, it wasn't. But you know what I am very happy to hear about is your Poet trade.
I got in, Adara. I'm long 77s. This is going to have to hold 70. Otherwise, I'm gone. Zeno, I've already put my beak wetter in the mid to high 80s. We'll see what we get, and we will not get upset. But I want to ask you something here. I think this person was trying to troll us here.
Oh.
Pancho Villain.
Oh.
Kendrick Lamar says, Happy Canada Day. Does he have a beef with the entire country now, or is it just Drake?
It's just Drake as far as I'm aware.
All right. So
also, I do love Kendrick, so shout out to Kendrick. I am a noted Kendrick fan. Thank you for that. Yeah. No, I'm like literally like that is like I grew up as a Kendrick fan, so yeah, shout out to Kendrick, and I have to laugh at that. It was a Happy Canada Day, I guess. The Drake beef.
Wow.
Yeah. But Drake's not like us. He's just one Canadian.
Okay, look, I'm not participating in any of this. I'm not making any statements.
I made one pun, Sharif.
Hey,
it was
like
but
that.
one pun.
I like it.
And I'm euphoric that I've now made that pun and feeling euphoria for making that pun. And now we're gonna have to stop. Yeah. I'm not gonna wade into this beef any further.
You know what? There's always room for puns on this desk. Just like there's always room for made up words, there's always room for puns. All right, I'm long 77s on Poet. It's gonna have to hold. Say that again, Neil. Always. Oh, I love that. There's always room for Jello. Jello. Good times commercial. Thank you for reminding me about that, Neil. Good times from my childhood right there. All right, Poet. It's going to have to hold 70. Right now, it just dipped off view up. We're long 77s. It's printing 76, 77s now, so break even. I'm putting my beak wetter in the mid 80s. We'll see what we get right there. Poet, P-O-E-T, up 35.5%. Holding the volume weighted average price, topping tail candle. came in, but I've seen topping tail candles on this before, and it did hold up. So, you know, we're just gonna leave this trade, let it work, let's see what comes from it. I don't really have a whole lot other than Poet, NNE, and VLCN in small cap gapper world. Donald John Trump, obviously in on my purview today, up 3 1/3, but definitely off highs right now. DJT still hanging out at 33 and change, not able to break 34. It was at 34.58 at the high. So DJT still not tradable for me quite yet. I guess you could have had an interesting trade-off VWAP. I didn't have eyes on this, to be honest with you, so I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I missed this trade. But looking at it, ex post facto, I got to tell you, look at this. 6:10 a.m., 6:10 to 6:35, we hold up at 33. Right before that big boy Huadunk on the opening print, 9:30, we hold up at 33. We Huadunk, obviously, to 31. We reclaim 33. We come back in, test 33 again. So 33, interesting level here. I'll have to make note of that going forward on DJT, at least intraday. There is something here afoot with 33, despite the fact that, you know, we obviously went into 31, but it was a quick recovery there on Donald John Trump. So keeping my eye on that. GameStop, obviously, I've got that up on the side chart. We'll see if it does anything. I'm not going to trade GameStop today, but I've got it up there, down 6.5 at the moment. But this one has been all the hype, okay? It's been kind of, you know, Tesla a little bit, and then now Apple a little bit. Tesla was the big boy in the morning. Now Apple's waking up in the afternoon over here after it's up. It probably, oh, it's on Pacific time. That's why. 217.51 HOD's trying to hold 217 right now, but you've got a bunch of topping tail candles into that $0.50 level. So we'll have to see, is that the line in the sand? I got to tell you though, man, I mean, you have a couple of touches midday here at 11:20 off the 20 exponential, but the majority of the day, Apple has maintained a price level above the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. It's obviously very strong as a result of that. We'll have to see if it's able to take out that $0.50 level. I want to tell you about some other names that are strong. AMZN just printed high day. Now it's no laggard either. Up 2%, was up higher. It got to that 197.69, and then did reject, coming back down into $0.25 right now. Topping tail candle, be careful with that one. It did reject off resistance level 1 on pivots. And then the other one that we talked about earlier on, MSFT, great look. It got into that 455 general area. It had been ranging below that 452.5, owing to that bottom area on Friday, but we broke that area on a closing basis, now trying to straddle the 10 exponential. So it's been a decent day here for these Mag 7 names. Let's flip back now to POET. Still at 275, not breaking down below my level. It'll have to break down below 270 for me to get out.
Yeah, unfortunately, so my chart's froze. I don't know if it's the same thing or what. I am trying to close right now so that I can reopen it. So my Pro 8 is having a little bit of a moment. I just want to explain why there are no charts there. Like I said, I did have to switch to the sim because of some things there. But yeah, apparently Apple like pushing up there. Interesting look there. Tim Cook into the upside, doing the Steve Jobs if you're there in the long, and also for Sharif's account, that is for sure. Shout out to you.
I can take over Adair while you wait.
Yeah, thank you. I do not know what is going on.
Stephen H says Polestar. Well, we know that bad boy reports tomorrow, right?
Tomorrow morning.
Tomorrow morning. Thank you for that. PSNY, Adair. And look, you know, we've been talking a lot about Polestar lately. It's not a good-looking daily chart. That's just the fact of the matter. This de-SPAC'd back in, I believe, June of last year. So 2 years now it's de-SPAC'd. It used to be trading under ticker CCIV if you want to have a look at the SPAC action. But yeah, it's been down and to the right since it de-SPAC'd. Now, below $1, you know, they're usually going to get a letter from the NQ, the NASDAQ, once they drop below $1, but they can maybe organically get their price above $1 tomorrow, depending on how earnings go. Otherwise, they're going to have to probably resort to that reverse split. 91 pennies HOD right now. Let's go to the 5-minute look on Polestar. Great look on Polestar on the day. You can tell somebody's buying up this monster. Look, I tell you, we see a lot of these cars in Toronto. Now, I don't know if it's a Toronto thing or a Canada thing or what, but I see them a lot. and they're reasonably priced in Canadian dollars. I can only imagine that they're probably even more reasonably priced south of the border, because nothing is reasonably priced up here compared to the States. I got to tell you, not very much. So, you know, this one I've always had my eye on. I've always wondered why it hasn't done as well. Obviously, we know that there is a major headwind for EVs, interest rates, batteries, demand. You know, obviously now the early adopters have already bought, and you're going to have to convince the other ones that are not on board. You know, there's a lot of criticism about EVs being soulless, this and that. So, yeah, we'll have to see. Anyway, 91 pennies is printing high a day right now as we speak, on its way possibly at $1.15 1/3 green on the day. No, I'm not going to trade this, but obviously it's a 10 or 20 exponential move here, at least it looks like for the moment. So that's my look there. How's your chart basis going?
Thank you for taking over. Well, my charts had a little moment there. I could not have any chart straight because the charts had they're like me on the weekends. They had a nap. You know, they had to sleep a little bit, rest. Right. So yeah, there we go. I respect them for that. Thank you, charts. Thank you for being now back on. NVIDIA bouncing off this 123.20s. This was an area that I liked earlier. So basically, even though I'm in the sim, I'm trying to take the same trades that I would take otherwise. I mean, the mental's always going to be different. I don't know if you could necessarily avoid that, but I'm going to try to mentally bypass that. I like this level. I shall take it long. If we break precisely into that 123 area, that's where I'm getting out. I would like minimum 123.60s. Why? Look at all these wicks here. That's also an area we broke down pretty viciously when we broke down. So I want to watch that. NVIDIA, I'd have like so much more confidence if you broke above like 123.40. I'm going to be really real. But if you can't, that's okay too. But you know what else is okay? It's what's more than okay, actually. Thank you so much to Pablo Huse for another super chat. Thank you, Pablo. DAL question mark? Yeah, I will hopefully have an answer mark for you there for DAL. I always forget this is the NY. And I don't know NY. I forget that it's the NY, but I do. So here we go. Dow, how this one trying to push back up here off the runway after having a little bit of turbulence earlier in the day. We did scuttle to the downside, tried to get to this, lots of attempts to push up above this into this 47.30 area. Dow was not having it. That plane to the downside. Then we had a little bit of a bounce here off 46.85s. Tried to push a little bit higher. Currently bouncing off the 90 MA. However, apologies for the enunciation there. I would like to see us decisively close. I don't mean wick. I mean close above that 47. Why? It's a whole dollar level. It's also pretty massive area of resistance earlier with that 90 MA. So I know we have flipped from resistance support on the 90 MA, but I would like to see us push above even further. That'd be a good look for me here on DAL Pablo. But Dow reports next week. They do report next week. I was just doing my notes on that for the week ahead, which you can check out on Sundays, shameless self-promo. And Delta, they did miss revenue estimates last quarter very slightly. They had a nice EPS beat. So we're going to have to wait and see what if Delta has an alpha earnings report or more of an omega earnings report. We're going to have to wait and see what Delta gives us. But yeah, right now on the daily, certainly below the 90 MA pretty viciously. We've tried above here. That 51.50 area certainly is a sticking point with the amount of wicks we've had trying to come into that area. The only area of maybe support I see on the daily if we fall is going to be 46. Why 46? Look at this rejection we had here coming into March. Then we had a little bit of support here coming into early April. I think 46, if we can hold the support, not a bad look. But I'm still in my NVDA trade. I'm not saying NVDA yet, but I'm not saying NVD no way either. We're just hopping. We're near my area of entry. We're about 5 pennies out of the money. Smaller position sizes, which no Salvadera is a choice to make when you go live again tomorrow.
So your week ahead video got kind of a major endorsement. Someone messaged the Brendo telling them that the week ahead could be a pay for type thing.
Really? Mm-hmm. I did not know that. Mm-hmm. Thank you for telling me.
Just letting you know.
Appreciate
so that's to me, that's a nod.
Thank you. So, I will nod in response to that. Thank you.
All right, OPTT, moving guys, small cap gapper that I don't have eyes on because it's below my 50 penny minimum, but it's doing well. Who cares? On the way up to 25 pennies. Right now, 25.20, as you can see there, the volume really coming in spades in the last 10 minutes, 105 on this chart anyway, is when the volume really started pumping here. So let's put in the ticker. OPTT is the ticker. I'll give you the details on it in a second. Right now, it is up 27%. The market cap is a hottie. $12 million. It's done 31.5 million shares on the day, and the float is almost 56 million shares. Let's find out if there's a short float on this bad boy and bring in trade ideas and shout out the NOS boss and his crew. OPTT, 7.4 million shares of the 56 million share float is shorted, so 7.4 million. You can do the math there. So decent short float. Let's look at the daily chart on this one, figure out where the levels are going to be. So right away, we can see it's a former runner. It's got big topping till candles with usually a second day retracement. We can make that observation right away. You see these candles over here? Why they have such long wicks and small bodies? Because they retrace back down to what the market gauges the price should be. So these are very much intraday trading stocks. And what we see is either they retrace same day or the next day you get a big down move as well. So this one, former runner, definitely south of that dollar now for quite some time. You're wondering, I wonder when the reverse split letter is going to have, oh, these are trading on the Amex. So this is an Amex stock. OPTT trades on the AM. So keep that in mind. The 5-minute look though, I'd like anything off 22.5 if it comes back to test this area. The pre-market high is at 22.5. You have multiple rejections right there from 1150 to 1210 at 22.5. You had another rejection there at 1 before the big boy volume came in, which took us north of 22.5. If we test 22.5 again, I'm done saying 22.5, Dara, then I want all the smoke there. In fact, I like it so much, I'm going to load it up on the set side chart, or a trading screen, excuse me, OPTT, and it is, like I said, on the Amex network. Let's go ahead right there and sit at 0.225 right there, and we're going to sit there for that defend of this level. If it comes down, great. If it doesn't, we're not going to want any smoke. Now, Apple topping, or there's an area top over here at 217.5. It's ranging now, Adara, like it was earlier at 215, 214, between 217 and 217.5. There's a seller pushing this bad boy here at the $0.50 limit, but there are buyers. Every time it comes into 217, the buyers are telling the sellers, no, you don't, and pushing it right back up. So a bit of a range here. If I had to guess, we mean revert a little bit here on Apple. We'll have to see. I didn't expect Apple to be strong on in a week where we would have subdued volume. I thought we would definitely have some more inside plays today, but I guess not. AMZN, high a day, just printed 1977. Keep your eye out on this one. It's going. It's now up 2.25 a day.
Yeah, I have to say, I got to shout out to Darwin who goes in the chat. Are you down with OPTT? And I put, yeah, you know me, because I had to. Shout out to Darwin. Shout out to everybody in the chat here.
Bang.
I also, we had a super chat here from Ahmed Amwal. Thank you so much for the AED 1799 super chat. Just short QQQ. So let's look at that QQQ.
Get it.
Pew, pew, pew. I just put 11s. I don't know why I put, that's weird. 11 is my lucky number, so maybe the accidental putting 11, it could be a good sign for me, who knows. But let's take a look at the QQs for Ahmed. Ooh. It's our first share pushback of the new quarter.
I'm supposed to announce it.
Oh, sorry. Would you like to announce it?
No.
Okay.
No, I'm so needy.
No, it's okay. I'm just excited. Like, I love this look, Ahmed. I really hope you print, as we always say. Now, you might be like, why do I love this look? Look at this. Look, we had this area. I was saying the TQs were chopping and turning around here earlier, right? At this area. Look here. We bounce off 4085s. And to be clear, chart's not always going to matter for the futures, but man, is this enticing. Then we push back here to 480.60, right? Coming into another pushback, coming into confluence with that previous high, right? Ooh, okay, in the free market. Then we bounce, right? But we don't bounce that high. Look where we find rejection on a closing basis after wicking higher. That's right. 480.85s. Ahmed, shout out to you. I hope you print. And actually, this is making me want to short the TQs. So thank you for putting this one out there. That's what's great here about this community is like, you're not going to take every idea you see, right? But if there's an idea you see that is giving your brain a little light bulb moment, I think you do owe it to yourself to attempt those if you like those. I want to see the TQs duck their little head back below the 9 EMA like a little turtle in its shell, or Patrick Starr in his rock. Shout out to SpongeBob for some reason. I want to be watching the TQs there. I want to see what we do around like this 74.55s. To me, that would be below the 9 EMA. That's the level I want to see. And then things get a little bit spicy. Google short, question mark, says fault tolerant. I like that name. You have to be tolerant of faults, I think. That might be reference to something I don't understand, but also I like that name.
Oh, wow.
This is Google. Oh, okay.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I like this look. I think Sharif agrees because Sharif just said, oh, wow. So yeah, Google here trying to break below VWAP. I would say, the fact that we're below that previous area of support, that 182.65, great look. We're below the 90 MA, confluence, but we're trying to bounce off VWAP right now. I think if we stay below VWAP, that would probably be a little bit of a nicer look to me here. Google's doing something at VWAP. I would say wait to see what we do at VWAP. Then I would also be aware of the top of this range earlier, that 182.30 support and resistance can flip-flop. This previous resistance could become support. Thank you, James Coy, for the kind words. It was very nice of you to say. I try to do what I can here with the little sunglasses emoji. You're also, I forgot to mention this. I had an NVIDIA long earlier. I was happy with this. We broke above 40s. I was planning on adding and subtracting more. I didn't get as many opportunities to add. We broke up into 60s. I got out. Like I said, I did not want to stay here beyond 60s. I think sometimes, I'm going to use the fact that I got shut down, as much as obviously I'm not happy with that. Instead of looking at it like what did you? I'm going to use it as an opportunity to reflect, because you have to take your L's and turn them into lessons. You got to take things, and that's definitely a line from somewhere that if anyone remembers what rapper that is, let me know. But I know I've heard that somewhere before. And you do have to take those opportunities, grow and learn from them. And that's why I like to say P&L doesn't stand for profit and loss, it stands for progress and learning.
Oh, just one line after another. I like the L though, because lesson and loss, they're both
right. But I
L,
definitely
right?
heard that somewhere, and I don't remember who it was, so I don't want to take credit for it. But it's just something I thought of right now.
All right, guys, a couple of things here. I like the Google look at VWAP. I don't want to have a resting order hanging out at that 182.50. I'm unsure whether Google respects the volume weighted average price on this last descent or not. I need proof. So I'm going to wait until I see it close above that. Show me a couple of green, maybe not a couple, but show me its intention to stay above that level, and then we'll get in. By virtue of that thinking, you're going to have a worse price, obviously, because then you're not going to have right at that 50 penny area off which it bounced. Already in the 60s it goes, looking like a hammer candle right now off VWAP. So, you miss some, and you try to figure out another way in, I guess is what I'm trying to say here, lacking a lot of eloquence. So keeping my eye on Google at these levels. I'm also very interested in Softy, right? Microsoft's been strong. Chart pattern-wise, not percentage on the day, but chart pattern-wise, it's been fantastic. Look at this. I mean, Obi talked about speed lines earlier. We haven't done a lesson on speed lines, but speed lines essentially, when you have aggressive moves up, you draw these fanning lines at different angles. Right now, this would be one hell of a steep angle to the high side. So when you have a steeper angle on these speed lines, typically you have more aggressive retracements. And so I'm unsure whether I want to get it in off the 20. It's at the 20 right now. And that's the thing. You heard me talk about, the deeper retracements come into the 20, but it just looks like too much of an aggressive move. So I want to see what we do with this 453.5 on MSFT. It's at the 20 right now as we speak, above that whole dollar at 453. So good look there for Softy. I could absolutely be persuaded to get into this name if I see what I like. Goggles is holding up above the VWAP right now. A bottoming tail candle. Didn't turn into a hammer candle, but bottoming tail candle, no doubt. Apple is printing at day's high. And quite frankly, there's an obvious seller there at 217.51. Where's my Apple screen? Why do I have two Google screens, bro? All right, here we go.
Because your goggles, your foreign. Double goggles.
That's intense. But yeah, I like when you sit there and you admire your work. You drop a pun, and then you're very proud of yourself.
Sometimes
it got dropped. So you sit there and you just think about it, yeah.
I mean, I don't know if I should be proud of them. Whether or not I should be proud of them is maybe a matter for debate. But yeah.
But yeah, no, seriously though, 217.51 HOD on AAPL. It just printed that high day again. So there's clearly a seller on the other side of that $0.50. We'll have to wait and see whether they can get overwhelmed or not. But Apple at high day just touched it again, printing mid-40s right now. Not much else to say other than it's been a great day for Apple. All right, Google right back down into the volume weighted average price again. So we did get a bottoming tail candle. It did hold up. And then we're not breaking below it. So this is kind of what I wanted to talk about. With these weaker names, you like what you see, bounces off a key level that you've been looking at, but you don't get that follow through because, well, it's weak on the day, right? So I'm going to wait, see if I can get something here with goggles now. because we've already breached VWAP, I can kind of get in here and then say to myself, all right, well, if it makes a newer low below this candle, well then, that doesn't give me that much. I don't have to risk that much. This candle, the low is 47s, we're printing 54s. So we'll see. I'd rather just wait for it to prove to me that it's going to hold up at that level, and then I'll weasel my way in. I also have this softy trade I'm looking at. Very interested in that as well, Jer.
Yeah, definitely interested in that. Also, started to DJ Marshall saying apparently that L stands for lesson line comes from Master P, so appreciate that. But also, speaking of lessons, gotta get into our lesson.
Oh, good point.
Gonna have another crossfade into MACD crossovers, moving average convergence and divergence. So welcome everyone here today to, not only is it the first week of Q3, which is crazy to say out loud, we're at the second half of the year, but it's also the first day of MACD crossovers. And we're going to talk about how you can use this tool to spot potential entry and exit points in your intraday trades. So what is the MACD? Well, it stands for Moving Average Convergence Divergence, and it's going to be a technical indicator that's composed of two lines. You have your MACD line, which represents the differences between two exponential moving averages. Then you have your signal line, which is going to be a shorter exponential moving average of your MACD line, which smooths out the fluctuation. Then the MACD line you're going to calculate by subtracting the 26-period EMA from the 12-period EMA, and the calculation creates the MACD line. A 9-day EMA exponential moving average of the MACD line is called the signal line, and you plot your signal line on top of your MACD line, which can function as a trigger for buy or sell signals. But now, here's one example too. So you've got your MACD line here, that's the blue line. Then you've got your signal line. You have the signal line crossing over the MACD, and then you've got a little bit of a change in the tides there. So that's an interesting look, functioning there as a buy or sell signal. You've got your histogram, as Sharif said, you're not always gonna have that, but sometimes you will on your MACD in addition to those lines. And here's the MACD, oh yeah, sorry, that's just the MACD, and then you've got your MACD histogram. So that shows when we're in green versus red, then we have that crossover, then we cross over into green in the histogram, and then we push higher. So nice look there for MACD, the MACD here, for just one example of how we have the signal lines with our histogram. Now, let's talk about understanding our crossover now that we've done this. So the key to the MACD crossover strategy is going to lie in where these lines intersect. There are two main crossovers to watch for. One of them is going to be the bullish crossover, in which you have the MACD line crossing above the signal line, suggesting a shift towards an uptrend and a potential good time to buy. Now, I don't know why I keep singing. What about the bearish crossover, though? This one, you have the MACD line crossing below the signal line, indicating a potential downtrend and a possible time to sell or hold off on buying. Jason Murphy, I've got to read this out. The MACD will make you jump, jump. Yeah. Shout out to Chris Cross, because you have the MACD line crisscrossing. Okay, I was really proud of that. But shout out to you, Jason Murphy. That was, yeah, I'll calm down. Return of the MACD, Patrick. Okay, you guys are making great puns over here. I'm just gonna let those happen. And here, here's one example here of a bullish crossover. So you do have your lines. You've got your MACD crossing above your signal, as you have a potential opportunity to break out above here on this chart. So imagine you've got a stock chart with the MACD indicator displayed below, and let's say that the price has been down lately, but the MACD line starts to rise and crosses above the signal line. And then the bullish crossover might signal buying opportunity as the momentum seems to shift upwards. Here's one example of a bearish crossover. You have your MACD crossing above your signal line. We're on the way up. And then the MACD crosses below the signal line. It makes you want to jump out of the stock if you're long, because you have a bit of a bearish divergence there, bearish crossover. And then, yeah, so what about, because we talked about, yes, you've got, again, just to go over this again, if you have your price down, if the stock's down and then you have the MACD starting to rise, that could be a sign that you've got that bullish opportunity as the momentum shifts to the upward direction. But nothing is foolproof, nothing ever is. And I want to shout out to Sharif. I love that the lessons always emphasize the fact that these markets you can never predict them. No. They are wild, they are woolly, that's why we love them. But it also means you have to be very careful with anything you do with them, including your signals. No question. So, there's a couple of reasons these can be unhelpful. False signals, those are an issue with everything in life, but also in these markets, because crossovers can be misleading, especially during choppy markets. So you want to be very careful and maybe look for confirmation. Look for other technical indicators. Look for other price patterns. Look for areas of support or resistance to support the MACD signal before you act on said MACD signal.
Right.
Now, what about overbought and oversold levels? You want to consider where the stock is trading. Are we overbought or oversold? That, in confluence with everything else, I did say that on purpose that time, can be a sign that maybe the MACD will be more or less powerful there. But let's go beyond the basics. Let's go a little bit further below the surface. I don't know why I said it like a horror movie. So what about a zero line crossover? This is interesting, actually. The MACD line itself crossing above or below the zero line, your baseline can indicate potential trend shifts. So be aware of that. And also be aware of divergence, not the movie series, I guess that's Divergent, but of price divergence, because the price movement can divert from, or diverge from the MACD indicator, signaling a possible trend reversal. Again, I say possible because we never know how things are going to go. Here's an example of the zero line crossover, right? You've got your MACD, then it crosses below the zero line. That can be a potential sign of things to come. And price action divergence here, this one example too. You've got the move down in the price and you have a move up, higher lows in your MACD, which shows a sign that potentially the price will bounce in this example. That is in fact what it does. And you know, the MACD crossover, like a lot of these lessons we do, can be a valuable tool for intraday traders. And it's really important to understand how it works and use it with caution to improve your chances of identifying potential trading opportunities. But also, you're running out of time for an opportunity to vote.
Oh.
I was on the ball there.
You were.
Yeah, if there's any tickers you want to look at, any stocks you want to look at, GME perhaps, Chewy perhaps, all, you know, maybe you want to chew on some Chewy analysis. Any of those stocks you go in there right now, exclamation point, join, space, $, whatever tickers your fancy. Whatever ticker you like, GOOGL, AMC, AMD, MSFT. You guys know what tickers are. Put them in the chat. Just a reminder, I am still in the sim. Had some fun little NVIDIA scalps. I think sometimes it's like weirdly relaxing being in the sim because you're like, oh, you can just take trades and focus on the analysis. It's like, why can't I do that live? No longer, Adara.
Yeah.
This will go in my trade journal / a Google document called tickers to look at. So we're gonna go in that. We're gonna have those reflections. That's what you got to do. You got to learn and grow and take every opportunity as an opportunity.
All right. I want to mention a couple of things, Adara. So number one, Microsoft and Google, I had the wrong idea on those. Microsoft did not hold a 20 exponential, and Google didn't hold VWAP. So 453 held on Microsoft, and the closing print from Friday, 182.15, held on Google. So I had my levels wrong there. I mean, I was looking at what I wanted to look at, but the levels that I was looking at were not accurate. And those were the 20 exponential and VWAP, neither of which held. So I'm not going to set up anything there now until I see a little bit more. Now, Apple didn't break down, despite the fact that the future did break 20,000 by quite a bit, went down to 19,977, and we didn't get a 10 exponential break on AAPL. So a lot of strength here. That 217 to the low side is support, and 217.50 to the high side as resistance here on AAPL continuing. Nothing really changing there. Now, I put this one while Darryl was doing the lesson. I put it in the chat, NNE absolutely tanked. And I thought it was going to halt. And it looked like certainly that it was going to halt, dropping from that 32, 31, this candle over here. It dipped in one 5-minute candle, 26.35. As quickly as I could say that, it retraced above 28. Now it's trying to hold above that $28 level, maybe to retrace into the volume weighted average price at 29.75. This one is no longer tradable as a breakout under my system. So NNE off the books here for me. And we were talking about how these ones are around for a good time, not a long time. And you're unlikely to get something like this, if you were trading Apple, unless there was something, or Meta or Nvidia or anything like that. Percentage-wise, you obviously get a lot of action in those names, but I'm talking about percentage up and down. Like, look at this. From the top to bottom, in this one 5-minute candle, it's an 18.5% drop. That's ridiculous, right? In one 5-minute candle, you're down 18.5% super quick like that. That'll blow through any stops if you didn't have a good amount of spread between your stop and your limit price there, especially if you're using VWAP as your gauge. It blew through that. So I am now out of Poet as well, as it did break down below 270. So I end up losing 7 pennies on that bad boy. So POET I am out of. Got long 277 for the continued move up. It didn't hold the 20. It didn't hold the 10. It didn't hold VWAP. It didn't hold anything. So Poet right now out of that, negative on that name. VLCN also breaking down decidedly below that $6 level. It had been consolidating at $6 or at VWAP thereabouts for a while, and then it ended up breaking down below it and then using it as resistance. Now, it didn't even stop at the IB high. So, that was a tough read. Even the closing prints at 5 1/3 didn't even hold up. So initially it found some support at 5 1/3 to kind of mirror the closing prints on the IB high right there. Yeah, right down, it makes another lower low into 507. So nothing for me on these small cap gappers. It's not really their day today. It looks like as if it is the day of the Mag 7 names. And now, Apple did dip below 217. It's actually below it right now. 216.90s, this, that, and the other. It did dip super quick into that. Where was it at? Looks like almost 3/4. It came into 81s there. It's below 217 now. So watch out for the mean reversion here on Apple. It's been very strong, like we talked about, holding that 10 exponential the entire day. If it closes below the 10 exponential now, it'll be the first time on the day for it to close below the 10 exponential. So we'll keep an eye on AAPL. What else we got over here? I mentioned goggles. I mentioned Microsoft as well. I didn't have the read on those. Nike, people will keep saying, Nike started breaking out midday. Yes, and it's actually green on the day. Obviously, Nike lost about 20%, as you can see there, from the 98 print that we had. Adair and I covered this live on the Market Recap show, and then we saw it absolutely tank. And then that 5 o'clock conference came in there, and it tanked even more. And then the next day, tanked more after that.
You can call it Thomas the Tank.
Yeah, clearly. It might as well look like a Rivian or something.
Woo.
But 76.50 seems to be a good area of support, at least locally over here on NKE. It's at 76 1/4 right now. We'll see what we get with this one. But yeah, not really my kind of trade. Make sure, guys, that you're voting for your favorite tickers. You have 17 minutes left. Every day on the afternoon rundown, we take the 5 most voted for tickers, and we have the big kahunas cover them. Today, it'll be Neil and Obi looking at them for you. So if you like Tesla on the day, if you like Apple, you like Amazon, you like any of these small cap gappers, get into the chat right now. Hit that exclamation point, type in that word join, space, the $, and the ticker of your choice.
Right, because the ticker's the most important part, guys. The ticker's what makes your heart beat.
Yeah.
Here's what makes the stock move. I don't know. But I want to look at DJT here for Turn T in the chat. Turn? I don't know. DJT, I see a massive double top. It's going to be at 34.50. There we go. And then even more so, we had earlier this area, we tried to get into this 34.40s. Rejection, rejection, rejection. Did not work. But the thing is, though, too, is just as strongly as we have some intense resistance here at 34.50s. Look where we have a scarce of support. That's right. I was sure to mention that 33 area. I'm going to get weirdly specific and say 33.15. Why do I say 33.15? Bang, bang, bang. Like, we're trying to come into it again. Every time we get to this area, we bounce. Even look at this specific VWAP bounce. Look even again, too, at that area of rejection we had as well. Coming back to 10.15. I think if we stay above this 33 area, that's a good look. If we break below, I would look out below. I think things could get deeply dicey here for DJT. Let's take a look at the daily chart for, and I don't think I've ever said this before, Donald John Trump.
Hey!
Let's take a look here. Oh, I see you. Okay. I sound like I'm in a horror movie once again. The 32 area, bit of a bouncy area here for DJT. We had a little bit of support here at April 23rd. Then we're trying again to hold this as support. Now we're below the 90 EMA, bit of a doji here in the day, up, down, and all around for our pal DJT. So we're gonna have to wait and see how this one goes. I'm also seeing a bit of resistance here, at least locally, at that 40 area here. Look at how we had that 90 EMA rejection now. Then we come above the 90 EMA, still reject that 40 area. We're struggling with 40s. The next area of support, which we also tried to wick into and failed to break above on a closing basis, is gonna be 43. So that's my look on the daily chart for D to the J to the T. Tesla, Speaking of a stock that has a T in the ticker, that was the weakest transition I've ever had. This Tesla below the, Tesla, I see you, below the 90 MA here. I need to stop saying I see you to stocks because I do sound like I'm a horror movie. We're below the 90 MA. This to me, I don't want to say flat bottom break, but like kind of flat bottom break. As long as we stay below 210s, I am totally chill being involved in this. We're going to get involved 69s because what is life without whimsy? It's nothing. You need whimsy in your life. Today I am in the sim again, just to clarify. It was not in the sim earlier, and then I did get shut down because of TSLA. But I'm back in the Cybertruck, seeing levels I like. And you know, when things come in and go in your face, you just got to keep fighting. Much like Tesla's reaction when it had a $120 price target and an underweight rating and was added to a tactical list in a bad way. It goes up, and that's the type of way your attitude needs to be. Let your attitude be like the Tesla stock's reaction to a pretty bad analyst note. That's the lesson today. And I might actually write that in my little daily journal, and Tesla does not want me to have it short, but that's okay. Got to stay positive. How are you doing?
Good. I want to mention BlackRock launched a new ETF today. It's right here. It's MaxJ. It's not doing volume, but really that's not what I want to show you guys. I want to tell you what it's all about. So BlackRock has launched a buffer exchange traded fund that seeks to offer a 100% downside hedge to risk-shy investors looking to tap the equity markets on the world's largest asset manager. So here's what it is, okay? So the so-called buffer or risk management ETF help maximize returns from an asset for investors and simultaneously provide downside protection over a specific period. The novel product will likely to appeal to investors who are hoping to ride a rally in the stock market as they continue to trade near record highs, but are concerned that a slowing economy and a higher for longer interest rate environment can hurt sentiment going forward. So basically you can hedge with this ticker. It's called MaxJ, and here it is, trading for the first time on the day, Fabian. Not really doing a whole lot, obviously 25.21. This is not a day trade or an intraday stock. It is more for hedging. So I thought that was interesting. I wanted to share that with you guys because we hear so much about the lack of breadth in this market. We hear about the higher for longer. We hear about the soft landing. So, you know, you may want products out there to help you kind of keep tabs on things, and I think that would be an interesting one. So looking at that, I'm also looking at the fact that Apple now is breaking down slowly here, making lower highs and lower lows for the first time on the day, essentially coming into that 20 exponential. That's all the while when you have the likes of Meta making a nice move up back into that closing print on 504, Amazon at high a day. You see Microsoft getting a bounce off that 453, right back into that $0.50, and Google holding yesterday's closing print at 182.18. We haven't said a whole lot about Nvidia today because it's really flat, 0.14. So I haven't had eyes on it. Tesla, funny enough, has actually been holding, you know, that near that high. Obviously, it's not at 211.55, which is a high a day, but it's hanging out near that 210 area, and most notably above the volume weighted average price on the day, and does seem to find some support here at 209 as it dips down into those levels and then seems to find buyers. So the future, it's really been more about the strength of the Mag 7 on the day as opposed to any of these small cap gappers, which is absolutely fine, but trying to discern which one to trade at times can be a bit tough, especially with the ones pulling back. I'm often unsure, you know, are these a healthy pullbacks? Or is it like, are we mean reverting now back into maybe, say, a 215 on Apple or whatever, somewhere in around there. So I'm going to watch for a 20-period break here. Now, the beautiful thing is there's quite a bit of space between the 20 period and the 50 period. So if we get a closing print below that 20 exponential on the 5 on Apple, I'm going short for possibly a mean reversion back into VWAP at around 215 or something like that. Unsure exactly, but I'm watching intently to see how Apple trades with that 20 exponential on the 5 on the day. And then if it breaks down below it, then yeah, I do want the smoke. So we're going to keep eyes on that. Let's see what else is moving in large cap. Oh, well, not large cap, but these other names. We talked about Polestar being reporting after the bell tomorrow, and we were saying how it was doing well on the day and continues to do well. So there we go. New high day on Polestar, 93.85 HOD. It's up 18.62%. Almost 25 million shares traded, close. right now as we anticipate earnings for this one tomorrow. Obviously, it is a bit of a tough sell, having, basically given back quite a bit this year, Adara.
Yeah.
Just to let everybody know, Polestar on the year is down almost 59%. So obviously tough to justify punching long before the earnings, but it can prove itself tomorrow afternoon. So we'll keep eyes on that. What are you guys looking at in the chat today? I don't have anything that I'm really looking at right now. Kevin Rogo says PRST. Let's find out what that is. I didn't have
Storage?
Oh,
Maybe not.
PRST. Let's find out. Presto Automation.
Oh,
Not like I know what this is either. Let's find out. 5-minute look over here. Oh, nice move there into 9 penny territory, but finding a bit of resistance there. Not one that I'm really gonna trade at 9 pennies, but we'll keep an eye on that. What else? Max J says Monty G. Okay, well, I think he was responding to somebody else. AMD at VWAP says Craft Stock. Let's have a look at AMD. Oh, yes, good point there, because AMD was a bit of a recovery there. I was watching this earlier as it was making its way through VWAP. Now, coming back into that 156 again, it also happens to be that VWAP, bit of a double top there at 157. Couldn't break through that whole dollar level and below the 50, most notably. Interesting look, I guess, today is a bit of a sell-off on the chips. Most of the chips, at least on my watch list anyway, in negatory land. That is, unless your name is AVGO and you're up 1.5% because you're about to split. So AVGO, really one of the only names that's green on in chip world today. Nick says Uber is testing high a day. We had a look at Uber earlier. Let's see what we're doing here. Yes, okay. Interesting look here, Nick, because we do have resistance right here. So if we end up rejecting this area here, it'll be really interesting. It's not going to be the 50 though. It'll have to be a price action rejection, because this one rejected the 50. Now we're above the 50. So this one got into a high of 70.80, 70.79 on this one. We're back at 70.80 right now, Nick. So do we clear it or do we reject Uber down 2.59% on the day at a critical level? But I like your thinking, especially with these higher lows, right? So even though we've got the higher lows, it's a tougher proposition here to say, let me put a resting order at 780 because we're gonna tank from here. I need proof. We're gonna tank. So right now you're seeing that selling come in because it didn't print above 80. So it behooves us now to load up Uber on a trading screen and see what's up. So let me remove all these orders. Let's load Uber. Uber trades on the New York, guys. Let's go to New York. Here we go. Here it is. So I don't see big size north of 80, and I don't see big size following up the bid either. I'm basically void here of any decent size, but there goes 780, and there comes 783. So this one just printed high a day. And so there you go. I need proof, baby. So this one didn't show me proof. It still could if it turns back around. So this level on Google, interesting to me. It'll have to turn back around, though, at these levels. 782, it's printing right now. Let's see what else everybody's talking about in the chat there. NNE dipped in returning, VLCN $5 off. Toronto the Great. Oh, he gets to ask whatever he wants there. Shout out to Toronto the Great in the chat. Let's have a look at Reddit. So this is the 5-minute look on Reddit. It's been a dalliance today with a volume weighted average price, however you want to look at this. I mean, even at 1050, when we were very consolidated, any dips into VWAP have all been bought up. Interesting look here. I guess maybe you could make the argument that this area of resistance flipped to support on that occasion. So, and this area is still acting as resistance, 65 3/4. Interesting look here on Reddit. Very bamboozling. But when it's cleared an area, it's come down and used it as support. So you kind of like that. Here's what I mean by that. So look at this area here at 64.5. Right? We know that was an area top. It was the IB high. We consolidated there until about 11 o'clock. But once we broke above that 64.5 at 11 o'clock, look what we did. We came back and tested it and closed above it. Every single closing print from 1140 to 1240. It didn't.
Oh, it's my chart. Sorry, Fabian, it's my chart. Yeah, there. Sorry.
from every single print from 1140 to 1240, the closing print was above 64.5. So we were using it as resistance. Now we use it as support. And then during that 64.5 hold, look what the high was, around 65. Lo and behold, you clear 65, then you come down and you use 65 as support. So I like that about this particular chart. Resistance flipping to support multiple times on this Reddit look today. But, most notably, it's higher highs and higher lows. So it's a bit of an upward channel. Let's see how this one finishes the day off. Below the $0.50 right now at 65. So not a bad look here for Reddit. Let's now go back to Uber. Still not clearing 780 with any distance. So if we start turning down here, guys, on the 5 minute, on the 1 minute, whatever, and we show, the sellers coming in at the 780 level, I'll take Uber short. But right now, I'm seeing it hold above that level. So I'm, definitely not going to do that. Shout out to Crap Stock. Anytime, my man, you let me know, and we'll always look at the ticker of your choice around here. And that brings me to my next order of business. Get to the chat right now and have your say every day for the afternoon rundown. Get into the chat and vote for your favorite tickers and solicit your friends in the chat to vote your way. Otherwise, your stock may not make it onto the list because we only take the top 5 names as voted by the chat every day.
Do that campaigning.
Hey.
What you need to do here. You got to do what you got to do, guys, if you want that ticker involved.
True.
Also, I can really tell that my brain was having a moment because you were like, oh, the chips are weak, which they are. The chips are getting chipped today, that is for sure. Semi-rough day for semiconductor stocks.
Oh.
And as that's happening, I'm like, oh, well, NVIDIA's up 5%. Yeah, no, I was looking at Tesla. I was involved in Tesla, fully thought I was involved in NVIDIA for some reason. But in the end of the day, as long as you're playing the chart action, that's what matters. I was playing that. So the trade went well, even though my brain was apparently in La La Land. Shout out to the contentious Oscar-winning film from Emma Stone and
I remember that one.
Ryan Gosling. But yeah, so that did not actually win Best Picture, despite what was
Is that
initially
where
announced.
that guy from
They
The
announced-
Office is? What was that movie with The Office? And it had Emma Stone and Ryan Gosling and what's his name?
That was Crazy Stupid Love.
That's
was
the
Crazy
one.
Stupid
My
Love.
bad, my
that
bad,
did not
yeah.
win any Oscars to my knowledge. But yeah, they've been in a couple movies together, which I
Okay,
just
my bad,
realized.
yeah,
But no, it's all good. That I think is the more popular of their movies. But that's not the point. The point is Tesla's here below the 90 MA. Sorry for the tangent, guys. Tesla's below the 90 MA. I was shorting pops off the 90 MA. I tried to get more involved, but Tesla is doing the same thing it did at 210. You know what I said at 210, where Tesla would try to break below 210 and hop between 210, 210.30, 210, 210.30, 210, 210.30, maybe mini ranges, making very confusing candles. Tesla's doing the same thing here. We get to 209, 209.30, 209, 209.40, 209. So with that bamboozlement, I decided to get out right at 209. Really happy with how this trading is. I would like to say please just punch. I am in the sim today, but you know what? I was in live earlier and that did not work out. But that's the point, is you just got to keep learning these lessons, taking those, I don't even want to say paper cut, take those knife stabs, take those machete cuts there from Tesla and take that and come back the next day. Even harder, so that got kind of violent. But sometimes the market is violent towards you. The market is, it's a living thing. Is it? I don't know. And you just got to keep going the next day with even more aggression, aggressla. Today, Tesla was aggressla to me. Tomorrow, I will be aggressla to it. Maybe if I see stuff I like. Also, that AMD VWAP bounce. Okay, I see you. What was that voice? I don't know. But AMD bouncing with...
Pushback, chair pushback. That's number 3 today.
That is number 3 today. I think I gave 2 to the same chart at one point. So number 3, look at that. Oh, we bounced off VWAP. Look at that 90 MA rejection. Adara, confidence? Confident? Yes. We're going to risk here into 40s. If we stay below the 90 MA, I will take this short. I want to see us have another move back below the 90 MA. We just started a new 5-minute candle, so I'm not going to wait for a close. That would be a little bit, I don't want to say redundant, but it would be probably not a wise time decision. Happy he didn't get into that short right away, though, because definitely would have lost on that. We are bouncing, but I'd see that topping tail candle, and I'll be keeping my eye on said topping tail candle. So let's be aware of that. Also, NVIDIA here, I was looking at Tesla accidentally earlier. This is actually NVIDIA, guys. We're below the 90 MA. I would like to see what we do here. That 120, and as I say that, NVIDIA's like, oh, what do you mean? I'm going to sell off. I'm like, okay, NVIDIA, calm down. We're below the 90 MA. I was taking shorts and longs within that 123.20 to 123.50 area, very tight range. If that range still wants to come to fruition, I will continue to trade said baby range because I like those baby ranges there. You know what I mean? Sometimes you can afford a whole Range Rover, get a baby range. I don't know. Also, AMD did give me my topping tail candle. AMD, if you want to keep giving me my topping tail candle, I'll get short just shy of that number, 156.26s, and we'll have some coffee, and we'll wait for this short to come to fruition. If we break above into 45s, that is where things will end here for my AMD.
All right, I'm short Apple and Uber at these levels, so we'll see what we get. These are going to be quick scalps because I got to be at the green screen in short order over here, so we'll see if we can scalp a little bit. As Apple did break down below the 20 exponential, on a closing basis, I know that there can be bamboozlement on this. I know we're still near very highs, but I'm trying to scalp on this one. I'm also short on Uber, and if this one prints above 85, then I'm out because that was kind of the top wick of that previous candle off which I got in. I'm looking to wet my beak at 69s, but it looks as if, both of these ones are going to bounce, so that's all right there. And yeah, I'm already stopped at Apple. I had to give it a lot, very tight room over here because I didn't want it to go against me. So we'll see what we do with the $0.50 because this could be an interesting holdup at the $0.50 and I could flip long here. So we do get stopped out of that Apple one for a 6-penny loss. Now I'm going to have to wait to see if we get stopped at an Uber for this one will be a 9-penny loss because I'm giving it to 85s, 8-penny loss, and or 8.86. Sorry, I'm giving it to, and I got it at 77. So Apple looks like it's interesting back up to the high side over here, bouncing off that $0.50. Sorry, I'm flipping between the two, but I was trading the two. So Apple looks like it's coming right back into that 20 exponential again. So I think I had the wrong idea on this one, and I gotta remove this buy order, which was the order to cover. Uber still definitely, at that 80 area. It's not printing higher, so I'm much more hesitant to want to end this trade like I was with the Apple trade here. So we're going to keep an eye on this one. UBER. Oh, Tesla just shot up there. Big move up for Tesla off that 209. And what? It was at 209.04. Now it's at 210.40? Wow, bro. Yeah, so that's a big move up there for Tesla, $1.50 quicker than you can say, how do you know? And then up into that possible tool. Neil just gave me a look.
Everyone's giving you a look.
Right, 211 area up here. Yeah.
I like that.
I make noises.
I like that.
I like it.
Yeah, Sharif.
Yeah, 211 area seems to be a definite top there on TSLA. You have these outlying candles over here at 10:30 and 10:35, but those are definitely the exception, certainly not the rule. The rule was 211 rejections on the morning today on TSLA, so we'll keep watching that. Still in this Uber trade, it won't stop me out, it won't print me, so we're gonna have to find out exactly what's going on here. There are a few more minutes left on the show. Any final thoughts before I give everybody my idea?
I hope you have some Uber great opportunities in your Uber trade for some profit taking. I hope that Uber is an XL trade and not, just a right around the neighborhood. Also, I want to address this. James Dell asking here about the FOMC. So there's no meeting on Wednesday. There is the release of the June minutes. So basically, that's just going to be kind of what they talked about, what the general consensus was, a little bit more details into the thoughts of the FOMC members from the June meeting. It's not going to be anything directly new, right? Because we already had the June meeting. It's just going to be, this is what happened in the June meeting. This is what people are thinking. So that's what we're expecting there on Wednesday. I just wanted to address that here. AMD, though, still below the 90 MA. Happy you took this trade. Again, I am in the sim due to certain Tesla-related mistakes made in the live that we own up to and we learn from. And, I think that's, one thing that I definitely, Obi talks about this a lot, and I've said this repeatedly, the mental element, I just find it very different since you go live. Today, the mental did, smack me in the face a little bit today. Not gonna lie, not a great time. But you take it, you learn from it. I had some good trades in the sim. I got back to basics. Shout out to Christina Aguilera. And I got back to doing the things that I like doing, which is scalping, which is getting in and out of trades and keeping pieces for the dream. That is the type of trading I need to be doing more of. And I'm very excited Please, this punch, get back on the live tomorrow. Try to do some more of that. Don't love these bottoming tails in the AMD, though I do stand by the short. We were below the 90 MA. I was going to risk into 46s. Why 46s, you may ask? Because look at these little resistance and support areas, both of which at the 90 MA. You know what I call that? Confluence. So I like that look there. Also, someone's pleased his punch with his Uber there. That Uber is driving right up to his destination ahead of the ETA. That Uber's early. You should tip that Uber driver, Sharif. Also, shout out to Richardson. Thank you so much for the 2-month member chat. What's up, everyone? Love, love, love to all of you with 3 hearts, 1 for each love. So shout out to you, Richardson. We always wish our love for the chat. I love this community. I am so happy to be here. And I know Sharif's happy to be in his Uber. I'm happy that Uber pulled up what it did. Let's put it that way. The Uber
I know. Honestly, there would have been absolutely no tip for this driver. We just got printed there on the Uber short. And I'm happy with this trade because we didn't have the right idea on Apple. At least I had it on Uber. We'll see if this one continues to the downside. I'm saying Uber as a nod to Obi because he always says it that way. But, you know, this could be just a quick scalp because Uber was in an uptrend. The only reason I got into this because of the double top that we had at 81s earlier. That's really the only reason. It wasn't a price action level that I saw in a multi-time frame or anything like that. It was based off support and resistance. So that's a look. We'll see what we get a little bit more. Now, Tesla is still going, guys. Here comes 211 on TSLA. And I already talked about this 211 level being very important this morning. It is technically the resistance level that you need to concern yourself with. 211.55, excuse me, is a high a day, but that's an outlying print on higher volume earlier in the day. Really, the level has been 211, so we'll see if this one is able to take it on a closing basis. We have not had a closing print north of 211 on TSLA, 6.5% right now. It's going for more. We'll have to wait and see how this one closes off there, but wow, I did not expect this today on Tesla. You know, we had two basically, I don't want to say contradictory headlines. Wedbush with the nod, Wells Fargo with the shaft. Yeah. You know what I mean?
A big old.
Yeah.
They're not doing Wells Fargo in Wells Fargo's book,
I'm covering my Uber trade here because I got to get up. But yeah, I mean, seriously though, I did not expect this from Tesla today. 6.5%. It's a real deal on the day.
Yeah, that was wild. And it's funny, too, because if you only read the headlines that were circulating on social media, it seemed like a positive note. It was like, oh, Tesla on the tactical list. And then you look into the tactical ideas list, and it's like, oh, Tesla underperformed 120 price target. So, yeah, calling it a growth stock that isn't growing is certainly a bit of a rough look there, but I guess everything balanced out there for TSLA. Like I said, I would like my approach to trading and my mental attitude to be the same way that Tesla popped up in a bad headline. That's what I want in my life. So I guess shout out to Tesla. Also, I want to shout out here, Bassam El Abs. I would not say like GME, pumping a little bit here. We're still down in the day about 4.5%, but we certainly are having a nice recovery. I think there have been support resistance levels. I mentioned this earlier. 2270, certainly one of them. We had that support at 850 in the pre. Then we bounce off this here at 1055, but we make a higher low. Then we push higher. Man, are we trying to flip above this previous resistance at 2340? Then a little bit of support. Then we get resistance. We get resistance. We get resistance. Let's see if we can flip to support. I'll feel better about this GME pump if we bounce off 2340. I am got 45 seconds left here. I am in a trade right now still in the sim again because I'm in the sim today on this AMD. We're below the 90 EMA, I have no reason to leave. I will be leaving though as we end the show because I only trade on the show. But yeah, I hope you guys had as fun of a start to Q3 as we did over here. There were lots of ups, there were lots of downs, there were highs, there were lows, there were Teslas. I think it was a really exciting, entertaining day. And let's end actually with a quick look at Chewy as we get into the last 15 seconds here, because why not? Yeah, Chewy, chomping its way back to the ups. Ooh, this is an interesting look. We have these nice little bounces, these bottoming tail candles at the previous area of chop and turn here around 2580. What a look here on C to the H, to the W, to the Y. But right now, we have to let you guys go here. We're going to be, switching this meal here, trying to make a Chewy pun, from this desk over to that here desk. So we'll see you guys tomorrow. Same bad time, same bad channel. Right now, though, we have Sharif, who will be talking and gesticulating at the green screen. Guys, see you tomorrow.
Welcome to the afternoon rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every day. We got Obi, we got Neil, they're locked, they're loaded, they're ready to look at the tickers that you selected for us. Make sure to catch that with Adair and I on how to trade, and get your vote in the chat. Let's start off with the futures. The triple Qs up marginally here, about 1/3%. It's been a decent day for some of the Mag 7 names, though. Apple very strong, Tesla very strong. We'll get to that in a second. But the monster Nvidia and the overall semiconductors and chips have been quite red or flat on the day as we start Q3 here, guys. Good afternoon, and what was your look on Nvidia?
NVIDIA it's a rocket. I think one of the things that you have to remember with NVIDIA is when they dip by this, when people want to dip by it, it can be relentless. So when it does any kind of a bottoming tail at the open, and this is why it was the lesson of the day, kind of started with when should you look from going one direction to the other, it was because of things like what NVIDIA did. Now, ultimately, it's only flat right now, but we gotta start. Everything starts with the 123 level on NVIDIA. When it lost that this morning, we're looking for shorts underneath, right? Like 3 days in a row, double bottom 123, double bottom 123, double bottom 123. Once it was above, you started looking for longs. I don't think there's anything different this afternoon. As usual, once it catches a bid, if 9:30 to 10 o'clock represents a bottom wick on a breakdown in NVIDIA and it gets back above VWAP, we know the usual story. Fighting in the afternoon can be ugly. That said, if it loses 123, that's the big level. That's what you want to trade off of. If we're underneath that, I think it can easily be a flush kind of afternoon for this stock. The market didn't really go anywhere, and as Sharif has pointed out, like if you're losing 20,000, you got to look for things that are going to be weak. Currently, oh yeah, I got to take a fill to show the positions. I'm only in 3 positions. I got short Intel, long Dell, which we'll see what happens there, and then GameStop, which is going to the upside. But NVIDIA, it's all about 123. If it can hold the line at 123, I think you got a base for some longs, but the futures want the other thing.
Hey, what's going on? What's going on, everybody? Yeah, no, I definitely agree with that 123. We were looking at that as being somewhat of an interesting level last week, and coming in today, we washed around to the downside, a little bit to the upside, and yeah, 124. As you look at that, high of the consolidation is technically the high of the day right now. 124.84 is just underneath that 25. So I'm looking at that end of day consolidation from Friday as well. We are trading down a little bit past that, and we talk about that 20 thou being a little bit magnetic, and look at where we are. We're pulling right back off of that 20 thou. We made it all the way back from 19.820s dip on the NQs in the morning, and then the 5.5 dip on the ES as well. So definitely going to be interesting. That 123 is a little bit of I guess a pivot, or like a level to watch the tape for me, and it's holding that as of right now. So let's see what we have in store with NVIDIA. But yeah, no, some other tickers, like for example, Tesla is breaking for a high of day as of right now. So I know that's the next one we're going to be talking about.
But yeah, Tesla up over 7%, going 7.1 right now. 2 different headlines today. One from Wells Fargo putting on their list of good ideas, but maintaining the underweight rating and saying several negative comments in that report. And then you had Wedbush coming out and saying they could see unexpected rise in deliveries. China demand can pick up again. And the robo-taxi that we're going to find out later in August about. So Tesla doing really well, guys, right now. Very much near day's high. What's the look?
Tesla.
I mean, in a small sense, that's what the look is. It broke everything today. You broke back above $200. You broke out the 206 level on the daily chart. You broke the 200 period moving average. The only thing left for Tesla to do, and we said this morning, if it continued, and it's not going to get there today, is to get to the top of the trend line that's been around since the beginning of last year. Okay, well, it's more like middle of last year. It's been a clean trend line. Get the bottom, get the top. I'd like to see it get there. I don't think you're getting there today. It would take like another $15 to $18 move. That seems a little bit extreme. I was looking for a dip buy in Tesla, yada, yada, yada. It only went to the upside. Shorted that 06 level, got away from it. That was good. Took a 210 break. That ends up being why I'm up Tesla. I had a short for a breakdown here into VWAP. It couldn't. Got out break even. And I think that level should have been a long. Once it didn't work there and then held, should have been maybe looking at where I was going to short it as a long trade at that 209. I don't know that we see that again. When a stock is trending like this, there's a phrase I always love when the market's going, or something is trending down, it's like short the pops. Well, the other side of that is buy the dips. I think you just got to look to buy the dips on this. There's really no obvious resistance levels on Tesla where it's trading until you get to like 15, 20. That massive trend line at 228, I think that's something we'll contend with in the coming weeks, and that'll probably be an issue for Tesla. But for now, if it gives you a consolidation, if it gives you a dip buy, this 211 once, twice, thrice, you heard it all during the midday how key a level that was. If it comes down here and bounces off that again, I think you just got to be long Tesla. 7% and leading everything right now.
Yeah, no, very, very strong on the day. I did attempt, I guess, a few shorts there initially in the morning session off of lower highs being made, kind of a break of trend. But yeah, you gotta kind of respect the action there when it comes right into VWAP here. This is on an hourly. I was looking at the 15-minute and the 3-minute as well. You can see that it comes in quite nicely, especially on a lower time frame, right into VWAP, in and around those 205s, 204s we were talking about, kind of being the breakout area on the daily chart. You take a look at the quickly take a look at the daily here, right here, prior day's highs at that 203, and some of these prior highs as well, right around that 205.70s. Before we push into the gap here. Now, the gap being a little bit significant as that prior gap was off of the earnings in January as well. So it's like, all right, so I'm watching for some of these resistance levels to potentially come in, and we're coming into right here that day before the earnings report where it was holding as a little bit of resistance right here at that 212.50s, 212.70s mark. Starting off the beginning of the year there, and we did kind of base off. We were looking at that low at that 140s. We ripped right back up off of it after prior earnings, and now we're breaking out of the daily chart back into the level that Neil is pointing out. Right, so that I guess on the weekly it looks much cleaner here. I think I do have the line right there. So it's like, all right, so that's kind of the overall trend over the past few years on Tesla, and we're ripping right past it after almost lick grabbing this 150 on a higher time frame. So yeah, definitely well within the stars. I don't think it can get to 250 intraday today, but you never know, right? If the right kind of volume and the right kind of catalysts come in intraday, and look at the market as well, we're reclaiming that 20,000. So with some of that market strength, let's see if Tesla can make it back up to some of those former prices of glory there, way above that 215, that 240s level. Yes, we definitely can.
Taiwan Semi down 0.75% right here, but no real bad headline for this name. It's just really overall chip weakness today. In fact, this one had a good headline. They're going to get another $10.25 billion US to continue building out their fab in Japan and Arizona. Again, really no bad headline for this one, but down 0.75%. Guys, did you have a look at Taiwan Semiconductor?
I will admit to having not looked at this stock until it showed up on the list of the names that everyone wanted to address. I'm surprised. I'll get to Dell in a second. I'm surprised not more interest in Dell. That's a pretty big recovery there. But TSM, yeah, we showed, NVIDIA holding on to that 123. We showed Tesla being strong. You got the market taking that 20,000. TSM doesn't look nearly as bullish. You can see pretty clearly, on Friday, couldn't get past a big 177 level, lower high here today, right in line with that other lower high. Doesn't hold on to the afternoon support from Friday on a pullback into 174, so it's just all bearish with that. And if the market pulls down, I mean, you do threaten to Thursday's close, which is your last line of support, you do threaten that for a test back into the bottom. I mean, above 20,000, yeah, there's other things I like that are stronger than TSM. Overall, I like the stock in a general sense. I mean, the trend is, it's gorgeous. I think now you can make a decent connection with the double top that it's got on. You didn't really have anything to work with on this top, but now that you have another big rejection here, I think you do have a pretty significant top trend line that you're working with, and a super, super steep trend coming out through the bottom, and it's barely even holding on to that as we speak. But it looks like a bearish type name as far as I'm concerned, at least for now with TSM. Relative to everything in the market, you're down that 0.8%. So many other things are flying. There's a lot of places to go to look for long opportunities. Good stock, but I don't see much unless the market breaks down. This would be like a flat bottom break for me. Like I would be thinking short underneath 172 quarter if we start breaking down on TSM. But we're above 20,000 and looking like we want to break higher.
Yeah, definitely. It's been in a quite a strong uptrend as well from the beginning of the year. This is action from January. Again, in between kind of earnings, it's only been taking up. The earnings in January reported we ticked up all the way from from prior earnings down at 100 all the way up to 157, and then pulls back in for the next earnings. Doesn't really take it too well, pulls back down into 125s before kind of reclaiming that 150. And now we're holding in a little bit of a sideways channel that I'm observing over the past few days, right? Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, we've kind of been knocking on the door of this 175, coming pulling back into this 170. We wipe pretty much a decent chunk of that range into and off of the open there. This is the hourly candle here, and we're pretty much in the middle of the range there. So yeah, let's see what it does with the market being this strong. Is it kind of connected with all these other constituents? I know Nvidia is attempting to push for its high a day. I know Amazon's super strong as well, and Apple, Microsoft as well. So Google kind of sideways, but yeah, let's see if TSM can bring in some of that strength as the market. There it goes, NQ pushing fresh highs of day as of right now. Let's see if ES can follow in suit.
Palantir up almost 2% today. No specific headline for this one on the day, but there was that holdover from Friday. There were a couple of nods there from Peter Thiel, as well as Dan Ives going on BNM Bloomberg and basically saying, or basically dismissing the notion that Palantir is not at the cutting edge of AI, giving them the nod. It was a good day Friday, another good day today. I know Sean's not here, but what's the look on Palantir?
Oh, the rhyme. Like look at that. Sharif's not playing around today. He came to ball this week. What you can't see is the man just danced off the stage. Just he's high stepping it away from the green screen when we still have the spy to go. You can't take it off just yet. I'm just saying we got more work to do in here. Look, Palantir, it's a 25 to 26 story at this point. So 25 from Friday, bottom, kind of a similar one today. It already rejected 26 once, got like a couple of pennies above and pulled back. But I still think you got a nice little upward trend going. The market's flying. This could be, it could be. This is a breakout for me. And I don't know if it's going to get there, but if it does get there, I'd be looking breakout through this 26 level. The high is 26.02. The market's doing the right things. It's got the support, and then it's taking out that channel. You have the higher low over previous resistance. You got room to the top. That's 26.60. It just needs the will to actually make the breakout. But I don't know if that will is going to be there. You get that move into the high. I think 27 is a bit of a problem because of the daily, that 52-week high, but there's still some room. Just needs to make the break. There's other things you can look for that are already going, like Tesla's already broken out the top and trying to continue. This is one where you needed to take out that high. And because this is our opportunity to talk about it, Snowflake is getting real close to that 50 period. It did not take it very long. That 50 period sits at 146. This is still trending higher. An absolute moonshot. I mean, Palantir's having a good day, but this one is an absolute rocket ship to start this week. But I'll look at that 26. If we get there, great. If we don't, I don't see a trade. I'm asking myself if I would short it up at that high. I might try to scalp that short at like 98 or 99 with a reversal on it. But you cross that bridge when we get there. And as you can see, we ain't there yet. GameStop's coming back. You talk some Palantir, but GameStop pulling back into VWAP. You can see I'm long 23, in front of 23 even.
Yeah, Palantir with a very strong trend for pretty much a decent amount of June right here. That bid kind of picking up in the first week of June, and we are continuing to the upside. And look at this strength that's been happening over the past couple of days. Now, just something that I'm seeing here, a very strong push on Thursday, sideways consolidation on Friday, and an attempt to push another leg coming in today. Sure, it's a little bit more choppy. We do have some prior resistance here at that 2660 mark where we got some aggressive selling all the way down to 23s, and we're headed right back up in that direction. Again, market tailwind is definitely on the side of this hourly trend that's been happening to the upside here on Palantir. Now going down to a lower time frame here, we are holding well within and above prior day's highs right here at that 2560-ish mark. So that's what I'll be watching for. We did pull back right into it and then bid right back above. So let's see if whether or not we can come into that 26.6s. It's done about 24 million shares traded on the day today with an average volume of 37. So going to be watching that. Still has a lot more left to go. About an hour and 45 minutes until the bell here on Palantir, and it's still got to trade just under, I guess, just over 10 million more shares for it to meet the average daily traded volume there on the day. And it's trading above one relative volume right there, 1 times relative volume. So yeah, let's see if we can get to that 37 mil mark and what price action will come in store with said volume coming into the ticker.
Pump it up 0.25% is the SPY. Good strength in the market. Definitely today, tech leading the way. Consumer discretionary and transportation a little bit weak today, so that's pulling down the SPY from outperforming its rival, the triple Qs. But yeah, up 0.25% right now, as you guys mentioned. The market really booming here. What's the look on the future?
Yeah, the story for the future is kind of like we already showed you, like Nvidia with the V-shaped recovery. It's more or less the same thing, right? You just broke down into last week's support, bounced, and we're pretty much where we started this morning without breaking out the top. You got about 30 cents here on the SPY before it takes out that high. I'm just going to juxtapose that for a quick little second. I'm just going to show you the NASDAQ futures so you can get an idea. Like the NASDAQ is breaking out while the SPY still has a little bit of overhead resistance. So there's a chance you get up to that morning top on the SPY, you're watching some high flyers and you're watching the NASDAQ or the Qs, and you see it's running into some resistance. Well, it could just be the SPY reaching the top. So it's not much by way of recovering what was lost on Friday, but in terms of solidifying a double bottom here of sorts, I should say, at 542.5, certainly a good job. I would just watch out. When we get to this high, 546, you might run into a little bit of resistance there. Rob EV, any of you going to be trading Amazon 200 if we get there?
Ooh, is it
Yes,
there?
we can.
Oh, it's right there.
Yes.
Close.
I'm telling you this right now. Win, lose, or draw. Good game, by the way. I love win, lose, or draw. Win, lose, or draw. I will trade Amazon when it gets to 200. I don't know when we're going to get there. Maybe we get there this afternoon. I should preface this. If we get to 200 and it's like 357, I will not be trading Amazon. If it's after 4 o'clock, I will not be. But you know what I'm getting at. If there's a reasonable opportunity to trade off a 200 on Amazon, then yeah, I mean, we're going to do it. It is what it is. But yeah, SPY getting into that resistance while the NASDAQ does break out. Just one quick thing. Dell was a good short at 142. It didn't last very long. I'll tell you that right now. 142 was resistance all last week. Came into 140.60. I reversed long when it broke out and held above 42. I'm holding for a 144 here on Dell. So it's this and GameStop long as we speak. This market seems to want to break it out, but watch out for that morning high on the SPY. I still think that could be a bit of a turn spot.
Yeah, no, I think I'm watching that price action as well. Again, we know that last week Friday was a bit of a rebalancing, and the week before as well on the prior Friday. And take a look at this, a little bit of a wick action on the spider itself, down into that 542, 543 area at the end of the day on Friday. We saw how heavily some of the constituents sold off. If you look at Apple, if you look at Microsoft, if you look at some of the other large caps as well, aggressive selling going into the close, and look at that, comes in, wipes that bottom. Pretty much 542.53s is the low, so only about a 40 penny drop from Friday's lows right there, and then we rip right back up. So the question becomes, how are we starting this week? This week's opening price, which is the opening price on the day, is 545.63s, and we're only about 3 pennies away from there. So the candle, yes, as I'm saying this, is just going red to green here on the day. You can see the ES as well, kind of pushing back up in towards opening prices. So the question becomes, are we going to pull back off of this? 550s are the high on the spider. We're only about 5 points away, and if the market's going to continue being this strong so early on in the week, the question I'm asking is, are we printing a bottom wick on the week with this with a bit of a grab on Friday? We did recover pretty much everything that we sold off of in the morning session there, and as we're approaching the end of day there. So let's see where we close there on the spider. The market is super strong as of right now. It's taken back everything that it sold off of, and maybe going for more going forward into the end of the day session there. And yeah, Tesla super strong. We talk about some of the constituents being super strong. Amazon, like somebody mentioned in the chat earlier, Amazon, look at that. Very, very strong trend. I'm sure if I drew a line on this, it would be very, very easy to distinguish some of these lows right there. Take a look at that. Very clean and steep trend. That's pretty much what we did on Friday on Amazon. I was like, oh boy, we never really took out that 200 mark. We were looking for that 200 Friday morning, doesn't really come in, and then fades off of it all day. Today, reclaims a bit of a reversion on a multi-day there, as it's reverting almost 100% of the move that we did to the downside back to the upside on that we did on Friday, happening here right now on Monday. Again, it's going to be a shortened week as well, so interesting. I'm looking for interesting price action to kind of execute off of. Let's see if this trend breaks or we hold some of this trend going into the end of the day here on Amazon as well. What's going on?
It's actually happening.
It's happening.
AMC is moving a little bit. It's only up 2%, but hey man, it's over $5. That's not nothing. Friday's high, it just broke out the top. There haven't been any ridiculous parabolic moves on AMC, but hey, there's 1 step, 2 steps, whatever. Not gonna count the steps. You guys know what's going to the upside. It's multiple days. It's holding that 50 period. Just nothing extraordinary out of any of these moves, and I don't wonder, now that you're above, this chart's gonna load out a little bit more, now that you're above this like 510, like does it make that final push? 550 is the big level, so you have room to go. I think it's like a gentle trend. In a gentle trend, you wanna buy dips on a gentle trend upside. Oh yeah, GameStop, I was gonna mention GameStop, but eyes on AMC. Good luck to anyone that's in that long. GameStop's doing that thing where it bounces off VWAP in the afternoon, so you know, VWAP bounce. We were shorted earlier. That was a nice out. That kind of sucks. But look, bouncing off VWAP a couple times. I don't know if we're going to get it a third time off of VWAP, but if it breaks out the high, I'm holding through the break, looking to dip back into VWAP here on GME. Looking pretty strong. We already talked about Dell. Tesla, maybe this is a dip. We'll see. This is a 3-minute chart here I have up, so you're up here for about 10 minutes or so before pulling back off 213. Could get a little bit of a retrace into 212. I'm just looking for some kind of a curl where we can buy a dip. Super strong name today, 7.5% to the good. And we didn't mention this, but that's not bad. Rivian up 8% today. Count them, that's all green on the 3. Since holding VWAP, it's really accelerating through the high. Now, I understand Tesla it's having a fantastic day, but this is just different. The trend that you see up, the last little push here on Rivian is really accelerating. It's got that short float. There's about 150,000 shares on this $14.50 level, which is sitting there right now. So I'd be inclined to let it fail that break. You know, you've seen some trouble with this 14.5 level before, most notably on Friday on the way back through. But if it fails that break, maybe look for a dip back into the quarters. Rivian, percent-wise, now better than Tesla, although Tesla has something to say about it, I think.
Yeah, Tesla taking a little bit of a pullback here, so I don't know what that does smell good, doesn't it?
So
yeah,
good.
It smells really good. Chicken and waffles. Okay.
Oh, hell no. Oh, snap. Oh, wow.
choice.
Yo, Adara got chicken and waffles. Are you? Oh
I
my
got-
goodness! Why didn't I get
got,
chicken and
something
waffles?
from them as well. Got the steak and cheese.
It's a Canadian holiday today, right? So usually we have a caterer does lunch and what's for lunch. We usually get a salad, then there's like whatever's on the trading floor. But everyone has to figure out their own thing today because the caterer doesn't send us food on Canada Day.
Yes.
So everyone got their own thing. Now me, I just had some pop. Creatively enough, Neil ate Popeye's chicken today. But chicken and waffles, and it smells so good.
Yeah, it smells great.
Like I wish all of you could actually just get the waft that I'm having right now. Like, oh my goodness.
The waft of the waffles. Yes.
So good. Let's find some trades. Oh my goodness, that's ridiculous. So a little bit of a dip happening. Nvidia, Tesla's pulling back in. That was the other name we're mentioning. But I do feel as if in the afternoon, I just want to gravitate to the one that's moving the most. And the last move on Rivian was a bigger move than Tesla. So that's where my intention is. I have GameStop, picking that over AMC. That we'll see if that's the right decision or the wrong one. But Rivian, if we get back into that double top high, 1435, look for some kind of a dip buy here in Rivian. Yeah, the Popeyes was delicious too, but hindsight's always 2020. But I think I dropped the ball on that one. I don't even know where you get chicken and waffles around here.
Yeah, it's yeah.
Aviva does chicken and waffles. I've eaten at that place 3 times. They do chicken and waffles there.
Yeah.
So there's like this, but it's a vegan brunch. Yeah.
They have an extensive vegan menu. Yes. Yes.
Okay. Okay. They've recently changed their menu. I'll tell you this right now, because when I went there the first 2 times, like the menu that you open, it's like vegan, 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 vegan. At the back, there's like all the regular stuff, and now they've changed it, so it's like a more normal menu. But let's just be honest. Like I didn't even notice that they had chicken and waffles, and I've eaten there 3 times. I'm just saying. Their Montreal smoked meat sandwiches.
Smells great.
Oh my goodness, their food is so good. I don't understand how they're not packed every single day at lunch. It's just right around the corner from us. Oh.
Yeah, no, it was pretty good. I got some of that as well. Not the chicken and waffles though. I think I got the Philly cheesesteak. That was pretty good. Kind of filling there. Didn't necessarily finish the whole thing, but You
see Nike?
Definitely. Yeah, I'm seeing Nike. I stopped out of Nike a while back for break even. I was a point in the money, and I was talking to Brankles in the back and Max, and he was just like, "Yeah, you're a point in the money on Nike. You got to take some off, buddy." And I'm like, "Yeah, I know. Definitely got to make better decisions there." But I got out exactly where I'm like, "Yeah, if it gets up to this point, I don't want to be short anymore." And take a look at that. Short no more is definitely the right idea here on Nike, as it's straight to the upside here. I'm looking at prior day levels as we pull some of this chart in right here. You can see that it sold off quite aggressively the day before. Let me take this view up out of the way here. But look at this consolidation high, 78s, 77s. Again, we saw what the kind of action that happened at that 76, and that was the idea for the short. But when that 76 comes right back in, or any sort of strength that would suggest a 76 test, which is what I was looking for, a prior high break of this 75 half level, I'm just like, all right, well, I don't want to necessarily get involved, because if this thing is to melt up, it is on SSR, which again, you can see, look at this steady buying that's been happening on Nike. So that quadunk that we had from earnings day one is getting aggressively bought right back up. I wouldn't call it that aggressive, but again, this can definitely be very, I guess, painful if you're trying to short into these pops here, as it's just a grind up, nice, slow and steady to the upside. 77.05s being the high as of right now. So let's see if that selling kind of steps back in at any point, or do we just wipe right back up? We were talking about how this has been, or prior day was, one of the worst days of night in terms of trading to the downside in Nike's history. They're coming all the way from a test of 100 on the earnings reaction, and then pulling all the way in, almost 25 points, all the way down to 74 and some change there. So are we bound for a little bit of a rebound? Perhaps. If it's going to do it, I do want to stay patient, and I do want to respect the action there. Again, on an SSR name that's grinding up without any relief, I don't necessarily want to stay short on it unless and until there's a distinct change in behavior. Here comes the 20 thou back again on the NQ. Oh boy, this is definitely a magnet to me.
That Nike 77 level, though, if it were to turn here, that's kind of the spot. Look, GameStop just got to the high again, and just right at that 23.60 level, it just seems like it wants to turn around. So it's kind of like put up or shut up. If it can't hold 50s, I jump out of it, maybe move to the next thing that's going to go. And it might be a breakout on this stock by itself. We can always respect that. Like if it wants to take out the high and just go churning, then it can just be a double top takeout. But if we break this consolidation, I didn't buy the last dip thinking we get VWAP a third time, but if we get VWAP again, that means I'll have taken the profit out of this one. Rivian does not seem to want, Tesla pulled back to 212, that's first. Yeah. But Rivian doesn't seem to want to pull back.
Market pulling back.
So yeah, the market's pulling back too. You know what, let me get off the bid. Let's let it fall there. Like you should always, a lot of times I'll sit on the bid in front of the level I'm anticipating that it bounces. It's a bad habit because you just want that order. Sometimes you put like a small amount there so you get the fill and that acts as your alert. But I feel like if you have the level 2 up and that's a stock you're watching, you don't have to worry about that. Like we're going to get it. No worries there. But I'm looking at that Nike and actually thinking this can be a shortable level. Like when I zoomed it out, if it sets up and gives me like a lower high to work off of, I've only been short Nike today. At the open, that obviously the 76, but we already talked about it. The 77 level was exactly where you wanted it, where things consolidated and broke down. Like at the open on Friday was a 77 bottom and then a consolidation drop that was huge there for Nike. So this would be the spot that I would look for a turn on Nike. Yeah, there comes that GameStop back through 23.49. So make sure we rang the register there. If it breaks out the high, we can always get another long, or I'm going to be back on the bid at VWAP. But I'm going to take my shot at Nike, showing a little bit of weakness here at that key sell price. So we'll see what happens. I mean, if we take out the high, it's kind of an easy out if I can get in the 90s and we don't have to carry it that far. And I said this morning, when it was if it had just popped immediately at 930 in the 77, I was going to short it under those circumstances at that price. So I'll take a shot now. But it's just above 77 where the stop will be. And no fighting it. Right? Like you short it here off a lower high. It either holds or it doesn't. That's a binary trade for me. And yeah, Rivian is not going to dip. I guess we're going to hunt the breakout on Rivian.
Yeah, that break.
It's not dipping.
That breakdown of trend kind of coming in potentially on Nike. I do see that 77, and then look at the market as well. The market kind of pulled right back into this bit of a consolidation we've been doing for the past few hours here from about around 1 o'clock. We did start going sideways a little bit earlier, around 12:30. But yeah, kind of sideways chop action, attempt to break the highs, attempt to break the lows, can't really get anywhere, and then that 20 thou comes right back in. So on that pullback off of those high, the clip of the highs there, and the pullback off of the strength that Tesla had, all the way from 209s to 213s and some change, a little bit of a break in the micro trend there happening as of right now. Let's see if we can kind of push a little bit lower, or is Tesla going to be super strong going into the end of the day? Like I said, a little bit in ludicrous mode on Tesla as of right now. But taking a look at Amazon as well, we kind of defined some of this trend. It's starting to slow down, starting to break a little bit right underneath that 198 level where these sellers kind of keep on coming back in, just shy of 200. So let's see, is Amazon poised for that 200 break? Eventually, yeah, sure, probably. But as of right now, if the market's going to take a little bit of a pullback after pretty much Amazon has pretty much bid up all day from 192.80s at the low to 198.30s at the high. So very, very strong on the day is Amazon. Can we take a little bit of a pullback, a little bit of a breather? I have VWAP on the 15-minute all the way down at 195.80s. It's about 1.5 points roughly from where we're trading as of right now. And that kind of confluences with an end-of-day consolidation high, kind of pop high right here at that 195.60s as well. So let's see if we can kind of pull in. Again, market dictating, price action dictating. If we're going to break the trend, how much further are we going to go? Can we come down to VWAP is the question I'm asking. I'm short a little bit of Tesla here, and I guess the Uber long is working out for now, but we'll see how much further that.
Where's that Uber long from? 69.61.
69.60s, yeah. So I took a little bit of the break of the trend there. It was sold off quite aggressively throughout the day on Uber. Here, let me pull up the chart as I'm speaking of it Right here, so you look at that. So very, very aggressive selling in the morning session, breaks the trend, starts to make higher lows and higher highs, attempting for a push back up into VWAP, and now we've held VWAP quite nicely here, also confluencing with some of this prior action as well. So let's see what we got in store on Uber.
So basically caught the bottom on Uber.
Perhaps, I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
Break a trend. Not catching bottoms anywhere else.
No, I'm just saying, like, hey, man. No, I didn't notice. Look, it is what it is. But it's like, oh, I almost didn't notice the Uber trade. You know, it's like the line in, what was it, Armageddon, when they're in the brief. Have you seen the movie Armageddon?
I'm pretty sure I have.
Oh,
yes.
oh.
I got to see this. You know what? I'm like a visual person. I'm not really.
Animal crackers.
I mean, the big ass asteroid coming to kill the Earth. There's two of them. There's like Deep Impact and Armageddon. Armageddon's a big blockbuster crap one, and then Deep Impact is.
They go to the core. They go to the. Is that the? Oh no, that's
like,
Journey to the Core.
That's literally called The Core.
Yeah, something like that.
You're thinking of the movie The Core, where they go to the core.
That was a good one. Yeah.
That's a great movie.
Yeah,
no, there's a scene, but there's a scene in Armageddon where they're briefing them on the message. And they're like, what's the environment going to be like on the asteroid? And he's like, explosive outgases, this, and all kinds of. They drop a bunch of science words that who cares. And then I think it's like, is it Owen Wilson, his character? Whatever. And he just goes, so scariest environment possible. You could have just said that. Because just all this other nonsense, just tell them, like, they're not astronauts, man. Like, so essentially that's all I'm getting at for the Uber trade. Yeah. Caught the absolute, like, long the low of the day on Uber. It's just that simple. Uber drops $4, long the low of the day on Uber. Obviously that's going to be a good look. But look at that double bottom. There's a breakout. Do not try to catch the knife.
No.
Let it bounce. And if it bounces, and it bounces again, like how much easier is it to take a trade like that, where you're breaking out after showing you a bottom, you can get out at that low, 25 cents worth of risk, than it is, I don't know, to fight some kind of a ridiculous trend. Never fun fighting the trend, and then I say that as I'm short Nike, but whatever. Nike, there's 77. Like there's a false break of 77. There's a lower high in at 92. Just took some out there at 77, so we got 15 pennies. If it puts in another lower high, I'll probably look for another short. There's a lot of room. And I'm not talking about VWAP. I think 76 to 76.20 is a target here. Double top in the opening range, consolidation later. That's about as far as I think this is going to go. So let's short with that one. If it breaks the high, then we don't fight it. Really, Rivian is, okay, now Rivian's trying to pull back. Got to buy the dips and be patient with it. So this is the depth of the dip, 1438 on Rivian. I do have a breakout order if it takes out the high. I am crossing to 55 if it breaks a fresh high of the day, but I am still looking for the dip somewhere into this 1435 range. So we'll let it slide back and see if we can't pick it up. Ooh, I just noticed Apple is at VWAP. Let us know what you guys are doing here.
Up to VWAP? Oh my God.
Maxter just saying, it's a weird for Maxter to say Apple short worked. Because I feel like with a name like Maxter, you're usually going long Apple. I could be wrong about that, but and maybe you're not even, maybe that name's not even referencing like the Mac, but yeah, no worries there, Fabian. But look, Apple, if you're short Apple, definitely working. I think it's at a key level. VWAP is one thing, but when you do this kind of a top at the open range, like 215.5, double top it, then there's your breakout. It didn't come at 215, it came at 215.5. That's the key price. I think you got to watch out for this. The short definitely looks good for sure. Meridian, I'm thinking the exact same thing on Intel. I was short Intel today, but look what's happening on this stock. I know Intel's boring, but when a range looks like this, like look how tight this wedge is forming on Intel. All I'm saying is when it breaks it, I'm just going to leave those up. When it breaks it, because it's not an if, it's a when. Like when this breaks, either underneath like $29.50 or finally getting above 31 and breaking this trend, got to be long. I mean, that day I will be long Intel. And if I'm not long Intel, it's because I'm not here. So, with any luck, Intel breaking this channel is not going to coincide with like one of my like doctor follow-ups for the Achilles, because that will be frustrating. Because Intel, like look at this range. The last time we saw stock do something like this, and it's not exactly the same, but it's kind of adjacent. Like relatively speaking, I would argue that it was when Tesla was just kind of consolidating off 170, these lower highs. Then look at Tesla since it broke this. Like since it broke out of that, there's that line. I'm just drawing it as It's as dirty as possible. It gaps above, away from that trend, pulls back in, hits that trend line, just a local one, just here from April 31st. Lower high, there's the break, dips into the previous trend line, and bye-bye, off to the races. That's the kind of thing you look for. Now, I'm not saying Intel is going to do what Tesla did. Intel is not Tesla. But when something like that happens, you pay attention, you work over to it, and just favor the direction that it's going when it shows you that breakout. And then it starts working for days as a general long. You don't win every day if you're looking for longs on Tesla since that happened. But you're probably going to find some winners when you get an explosive breakout like that. So that's what we want to do. Looks like we're getting the reload spot here on Nike. So Nike, I'm on the offer at like 95 here, trying to get a few more shares in front of that high of the day. So Nike at a key 77 level. We'll see if we can get that reload. Should check back in on AMC at some point for all the apes out there. Still going, still at the high of the day, now 3.5%. Is this now better than GameStop? Okay, so I got out of GameStop. It tried to run the high again. It failed it. Now it's back underneath. It is better than GameStop right now. All right, GameStop level 2 is now AMC level 2. It was supposed to be Chewy today. Seriously? No, seriously. Like this morning, when we saying it was supposed to be Chewy, Chewy was a great stock. You just had to be short.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's not Chewy today. Chewy is going to the gates o' hell.
Yeah, right back to kind of where it came from, maybe even lower there on Chewy. But something that is super strong on the day is Dell Technologies. Oh boy, just straight up 135s. Look at that grab of prior week's lows right here. So prior week's lows right at 135, comes in 134 all the way back up. V-shaped recovery, not only breaking past prior week, I guess not prior week highs just yet, as Monday sold off of 145s, but definitely some solid strength coming on. Now, this is a 30-minute chart, so you can see the strength is definitely there on Dell. I was talking to Neil about this earlier, and I was like, oh boy, look at this. Very strong trend. If this kind of breaks and comes in, are we going to get a push into VWAP? Never really comes in, as the strength is super strong, and it reclaims this 41 and goes sideways, and now attempting for 43s.
But Obi,
as of right now, what's...
So I know you were trading something else at the time, but remember I'm just going to point this out because we were talking about this. Here is Dell. Here's the bottom at 950. We actually draw this line. Here's the bottom at 950. I'm going to draw this for you live. And then there's that higher low. Bang, right there. And if you zoom out, there's 142. So 142, 142, draw a trend line from the two lower highs, and what happens?
Boom.
Like just boom. The second it fails, like it's kind of getting there. The second you actually have the fail under, where this wicks the top, right there, 141.5. Now the problem is 140.5, as you can obviously see. When this hammer candle happened, if you're not watching a stock in certain moments, then it's not always obvious. But believe me when I tell you, if you were looking at the level 2 and you notice this 140.5, like this little rejection after, this little rejection here at about 1121 at 140.5, suffice to say it was pretty obvious it was a buyer in that stock at that price. And I was just not bullish enough in the moment, but you should look at it after the fact. Just hold 140.5. Sometimes it tells you what the significant price is on Dell, but these trend reversals on these steep moves to the upside. I know we talked about this with Chris Brecher a couple of weeks ago on the aftermarket show. And it was Shopify the other day.
Right.
Was fantastic with the turnaround. The good thing about it is anybody that is following the trend to the long, when they're just in hold mode, that's an area where they're going to start to look to get out. Like if it breaks the trend, the first levels of support. Like they might say, if it breaks the trend line, then I want to stop out underneath here or stop out underneath here. And that's where you get these hammer candles. But it's still going up because Dell is spectacular. All right, we got more Nike at 95. That's headed higher. This might not be the one, but it's at the level, so we'll see what happens. I'm going to get back in the 80s here. Got to scalp this one down. The way that this is trending, I think scalp more aggressively and take more profit the way that it's sitting here. So it's going to be bidding back in the high 70s and the low 80s because Nike making another run at the high of the day. Ooh, pull back in AMC. Here we go.
Yeah, that Nike. I'm kind of waiting for that Nike. I do want to get back into it there, but you can see I have what is this on my chart? It is I'm pretty sure it's an 8 moving average or a 9 moving average. Let me just make sure here.
I got a dollar says it's 9.
Let's see. Oh, right here, indicators. It is a exponential moving average. Or is it volume weighted?
No, you was right. You were on it.
You're right. Sorry, 9. Okay, yeah. So 9. There we go. It is a 9 moving average. Now again, I like to use. I have other charts here as well, which I'm watching a little closer. Yeah, no, it is holding trend. It did kind of go sideways a little bit there, right underneath that 77. Definitely an interesting price, but I am kind of watching it. That 78. A little bit more interesting to me. If it's going to continue to trickle up on an SSR like this, I do want to stay a little bit patient there. I do want to stay a little bit patient with Nike. Now again, clearly the long idea off of the reclaim of 76 is working out really, really well. And then just looking left at the chart, 78 was one of the first areas where on the off of the open there. The prior trading day, we had a little bit of trouble in and around that, and we're just headed straight up. So if there's no significant break of trend here, I don't necessarily want to get involved with the Nike. Again, like I said, kind of fumbled the trade, being a point in the money off of these 76 highs and not covering anything in and around the 75, and it reclaims view up and then pushes into fresh highs of day as well. Yeah, no, let us know in the chat what you guys are trading. I'm kind of looking at that as well. People talking about Mara. I know that Sharif was talking about Mara as well. Yeah, up over 13%, Neil. Crazy.
It's all right. I mean, it's okay.
Bitcoin up too.
It's like 13% to the upside. I think the real story, like we always talk about, like it's not what's happened. You can't go back in time and just, hey, let's all just be long Mara at $20 or $21. Like that's all well and good. We review trades and all that kind of good stuff. And like if I have hindsight, of course we should have been long on Mara dipping back into 20.5 or breaking out 21 that second time. It's just at 23, and I've had this 23 marked off for a while. And it's difficult for me to look at this level and not want to short it the first time through. Yeah. So you're about 30, 40 cents away. That's going to be a level to short for me. If it breaks 23 even, fine. Work the long that way. There's plenty of room for it to get there. It already dipped into previous highs. But Rivian's starting to pull back in. I am in that Nike. That was the last thing we took, Nike, the 77 level as well. But that 23 on Mara, I've been kind of looking at that as a big-time resistance for kind of like at least the last month. Maybe it was even a little bit longer than a month. So if we get there, I'm still thinking short on MARA. And just for reference, I know sometimes you can't really, it's hard to see like OB's charts. You have just the ES, Nike, and Tesla, the three things that you have up on your chart. And the NASDAQ. Yeah. So it's futures, Nike, and Tesla. Those are the ones that I know you're watching. And we'll talk about all kinds of different names. Yatube37 likes some Coinbase. I mean, Coinbase is doing okay, but it's half of the move on Mara. Mara is the real one here today. It's a good breakout for Coinbase. The difference between Coinbase and Mara would be Coinbase it's not a blue sky setup, but at least it's got a heck of a lot more room till it gets to the top or any significant top. I think if it gets to 36, you got like a more significant high at 242. In here on Coinbase. It's not an insignificant difference in terms of where it can go. I just can't look at Mara in that 23. You wait for a key level, you put it on, it works or it doesn't work, but if you don't trade it, you can't live with yourself. Right? Like when a level's that significant, same thing like the 50 period on Mara, when it dips into the 50 period, you try longs, when it gets to 23, you try short. So that's where I'm at. With MARA. Yeah, here comes AMC.
Yeah, I guess you know what? I know that Neil reminded me earlier to kind of make the thing a little bit bigger here. So I will kind of get on that right here. Let's see if that's right there. That should be good enough to kind of see. I like to keep my the names of the tickers at the bottoms here. You can see it here as well on Tesla. So let me just quickly change that one up. right here. Just make it a tiny bit bigger. So yeah, you guys can see it a little bit easier as well. So it just talks about the name of the ticker, how much up or down we are on the day, and then in terms of points as well, about 13 points, 14 points to the upside, 7% increase on Tesla, and then same here with Nike. This is the ES and this is the NQ. And yeah, so hopefully you guys can see it a little bit better there as of right now. Tesla pulling back into this prior consolidation area as well. Some of these wick highs right here at that 211.50 mark. I'm seeing, so was that actually 211.50? Yeah, 211.54 is the prior high of day, and we came in to almost the level right here. What's the low of the candle right here? 211.54, so exactly on top of prior high a day, and then we're catching a little bit of a bounce here, but look at the ES and the NQ pushing a little red to the bottom end of this consolidation we've been talking about. Been consolidating here since about 11:30, 12 o'clock, pretty much sideways in and around that 20,000 mark. But yeah, I'm looking for the next trade. What is the next trade? I have no idea just yet. I know that Nike's super strong.
Nike, baby.
I was looking at McDonald's as well. McDonald's sold off quite aggressively prior day, and we did some more selling off.
Big Mac or quarter pounder?
This morning, I would go with the Big Mac.
Okay.
Is that? Yes.
No, that's the right answer.
Okay.
That's the
all
right
right.
answer. I don't want to hear, like, don't get me wrong, I have nothing against the quarter pounder. Like, when they have a deal on the quarter pounder, like, sometimes they do like a 2-for-1 action, I'll get that. But no, I'm a Big Mac guy all day, every day. I was letting you get that chart up just very quickly. Nike reload in front of 77 at 95, takes them out at 80s, got a bid at the 60 level as well. AMC, all right, I got cheeky and got on the midpoint here. Because look, like AMC is a $5 stock, so it's trading with the bottom at 511, and there's no size there. There's just like, I don't know, like 15,000 shares on the bid, maybe 25,000 at 10. It's not a huge amount on the bid, but it wasn't moving, so I just took the midpoint. I ended up getting 511.5. So like, I know it'll show, yeah, it shows 512, and you'll see my fill is right in here at 511.5. So I just used like a BATS midpoint. I was able to get a midpoint fill on AMC buying the dip. It's going to be pretty tight risk. You know, if it loses 10, I just get out. And if it gets back to the high of the day, great. You risk 2 cents. Like, I like that risk to reward. The high of the day is sitting at like 516, 515, 516. So it's not as if you're expecting, monster moves in here. I'm going to get offers at the actual top. And if it either holds a 10, 10's now on the bid, it just has to hold out. So I picked this over dip buying GameStop just because of the relative strength. Like, this is AMC. And then GME kind of looks like that. Whereas AMC was kind of holding that breakout trade. GameStop didn't really see a reload, couldn't hold through the high of the day break after I got out. So we kind of pivoted over. Relatively small risk in terms of risk to reward, just a couple of cents there. But it's only a $5 stock with the range on the day of about 30 cents total. So just got to respect that. So we got a little bit of that. Dell is still cruising. I don't see, it's just such an gentle upward trend in Dell. Now up at that 143, it's got a double top. So if it cannot hold on to this double top, we might have to jump out of it. So 143.20 has already been tagged twice. If it doesn't hold on to 142, just underneath 142 high, I'll probably jump out of Dell. When the market's not going anywhere and making lower highs, I don't like this double top action. If I was shorting, I would probably be considering whether I wanted a reversal play on Dell around these prices anyway, so we'll make sure we lock it in. Always look for these kind of reversal levels. So you break the high, so you break that double bottom, break out the high, then you kind of set a new trend. Let me zoom in so it's a little bit easier to see. You kind of set off a new trend line, and then that little trend line, I'm just wondering if it's going to break that trend. I shouldn't dip out of it when it does. Let's go to Brendan.
Happy to have Zapiro Methane back with us this afternoon. If you go back to April, the company debuted on the CBO Canada exchange under the ticker ZEFI. At that time, we had the CEO, Talal Debs, with us in studio. But today we're happy to have Tina Rain, Chief Commercial Officer of Zapiro, joining us to tell us a little bit more about the company and also give us an update on how things have gone since April. It's great to see you, first of all. Tina, welcome.
All right. Thanks for having me on the show. It's a pleasure to be here.
No problem. If anyone was maybe absent or doing something else that day back in April when we had the IPO, again, anyone looking at ZEFI here on the CBO exchange in Canada, give us an overview here of the company, activities, where we're involved, what spaces included here.
Yeah, sure. Thanks. So Zapiro Methane is an environmental services company, and we specialize in reducing methane emissions, particularly at the wellhead of old orphan oil and gas wells. And my team, we focus on innovative carbon credit solutions, really deriving from these projects that we're doing in the US. And these are projects that are permanently leaking oil and gas. The oil and gas wells are leaking methane, toxic methane. And experts are estimating that there are over 4 million of these sites, can you believe that, spread throughout the US. Certainly the potential to scale the business and a real market need for a commercial solution to address this. And that's what we're looking at. It really affects communities on the ground. This is a real legacy public health issue.
Carbon credits there. Talk a little bit about the commercial blueprint here and some of the specific products that the company is offering around that.
Sure. So we're really looking at innovative solutions on the environmental services side. And something that's important to us is a no morals hazard. Like the money goes directly to the projects. It doesn't go back to further oil and gas production. When it also, in addition to that, it's deploying no open hole work and exclusively focusing on the field activities and well retirement services, which is a part of our offering. And then really focusing on the ESG commercial blueprint to generate the revenue from the ESG side. You really creating high quality, profitable plugging and high quality carbon offsets, which is something that's really missing and has great demand in the market right now, in the carbon market.
What is that? Give us a little bit of detail maybe or insight into that market in general. What would you describe the demand at this point or the characteristics of that carbon marketplace?
Yeah, sure. So the carbon markets have had some negative press lately, and that's because more and more companies are really looking at, are the offsets high quality? And that's really the buyers, the demand side. They're saying, we want high quality offsets. We want to know that it has an impact and it makes a difference at the community level. We're looking at different types of offsets, including abatement. We're also looking at biochar downhole. So we're trying to do really innovative things. And unlike other providers in the space, that's a central component to what we're doing. We want to make sure the offsets are high quality. We've compiled this unique collection of innovative product offerings due to the fact that our on-the-ground teams and our plugging teams have had years and years of experience. And our carbon markets team has also been in the market for collectively over 35 years.
Tina, there's been a lot of questions raised in the past by specific analysts or in general about the legitimacy of this market in general. How would you respond to some of those concerns and the intentions behind it?
Yeah, what's interesting is I think that those who speak negatively about carbon markets, they're not really understanding that these products are not an IOU to do environmental good at a later date. It's really an investment directly in the project, creating the carbon offsets. And without that direct investment, you can't make the immediate difference at the community level. So when we look at projects, we really look at what is the impact at the community level? What ESG goals are we trying to meet? Also, a lot of skeptics, they forget that this is not a marketplace that's driven by compliance. This is participants that are taking voluntary action And by attacking the carbon offsets, they're attacking people that are actually seeking a cleaner future and trying to have direct impact.
Where do you see Zapiro's role then within that? Where does the company actually fit in that space?
Yeah, so I mean, that's really our revenue growth is to find high quality projects and bring that to market. That's really what the market is missing right now. And that's what the market is demanding. And in fact, since I've been on board, I've been really excited about the level of engagement that we've gotten from the market, just in terms of the types of organizations that have wanted to talk to us about buying offsets. Big commodity houses, banks, big oil and gas, and we're really excited about that. We have made an announcement with one of our counterparties, Mercuria Energy, as part of our customer base. We have several other announcements that are just around the corner, so stay tuned for that.
As we heard, much needed service and lots of work, unlimited almost in potential as far as improving these wells and capping these wells, as you were mentioning, to begin with in these communities. So best of luck. Again, ZEFI, guys, on the CBOE exchange here in Toronto. Tina Raines, Chief Commercial Officer of Zapiro Methane. Great to see you.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thanks for coming on there, Tina. And like we said this the first time we had them. It's a fantastic project. You always love. It's something that Elon Musk actually says a lot. Like, if you want to change the world for the good, start a company that will do something positive. And having that incentive can only make things better. So I think it's a great company. And thank you so much for coming on there, Tina. We appreciate you. The market might not be doing heavily. Oh, by the way, that ZEFI over there on the CBOE. Today's a Canadian holiday, so if you pull up that quote, you're going to not see it moving today, obviously. I'll be back intact tomorrow. But the market, and I'm talking about the NASDAQ here. I know you look at the SPY and the ES. I'm usually looking at the NASDAQ. You're starting to pull back into 20,000, but it's been kind of like this up and down dance. And we're converging. Like, we've made a break of the 20 that couldn't get past 50s, a break under that can't get past like 1975. So you really have to pick your spots. I'm almost at target here on Dell, the 144. As a matter of fact, now I have a trail underneath 143.5. And this is something Obi and I were just discussing. That trend line break, I'm going to add this as like an idea to the playbook. Because a lot of times you look at that big steep trend line break at a resistance level, but look at what happens. The spot where it would reject that, where here, it was resistance on that rejection of 142. Doesn't even bother with it on Friday, but suddenly it's like dip, hold, dip, hold, dip, hold, dip, hold. Like, this should be a breakout. It's one thing to take the long when it breaks 142 and then consolidates above 142. That's one thing. But when it just breaks this out, you can be long at 141.5 here. And that's a trade that should be on next time. So anyways, just an idea there for Dell. It's almost at my target in front of 144. Rivian broke trend, could not hold, like it didn't break that 14.5 level, couldn't do it. It tried to dip, ends up losing the previous high, so a little bit of a head and shoulders action. So I just took it short underneath here in the 30s, got some out at 25. I'm bidding down into VWAP. Thought I was bidding more down into VWAP there. We're going to bid down into VWAP on Rivian. I wanted this to hold on strength. Instead, it just set up a head and shoulders short trade. So we got Rivian working. Nike's the one we have to be worried about. AMC, we grabbed that long. Tag 14, 15, but not the high of the day 16. So we got 11 halves. We got 14s and 15s. We're just risking to underneath 10. If it breaks out the top, I hold a piece of it. And just hold on the last little piece and see if it wants to continue. So just ring the register. If you got a range-bound day, have your targets to take, and you should be absolutely fine. The only one that could turn into a loss, I'd say, is Nike. So we did scalp Nike twice, but Nike seems to want to run the high of the day. I'm not reloading it a third time. We already took it a couple times here. We're able to get 15 pennies on it. Just feels like Nike wants this top, and we'll let it take the top. The other ones that we got into are working, so why reload the one that isn't? That doesn't make a heck of a lot of sense to me. As they say in the Freedom and Wealth podcast, episode 5, the Kevin O'Leary edition, check it out every Saturday, but you can scan it right now and listen to it on the way home. Avoid the distractions. And if you're trying to avoid distraction and stay focused, that was in episode 4, from a trading sense, a lot of times it can mean don't necessarily keep going back to the well on the stock that isn't doing what you want. While it's working, fine. But when it stops working and there's other things that are, you can get away from it and move on to something else. As a matter of fact, you should do that. So that's what we're going to do here. Not going to reload this third time here on Nike. It's not like this is going to turn into a losing trade, but there's no need to go back and add more to it when it's clearly not breaking this trend. At least not yet anyways.
Yeah, I gotta start recording this screen here up at the desk, I think, because like I got aggressive on what looked like a decent pullback here underneath 213, and it ended up working out. You can see that I tried it a little bit aggressively earlier on underneath high a day there, and didn't really work out so well. But now it does work out, and I'm like, oh, 211s, the rebid through 211s. I don't want to be around as the selling kind of stops. But it pops, can't even make the half, and then drops back down. So I definitely kind of want to, again, I don't trade Tesla very often, but it is something I do want to start getting a little familiar with. As again, we talk about like having more risk, so you can kind of do some more things in terms of, I guess, getting comfortable doing certain things. And yeah, higher price ticker and higher volatility on Tesla is definitely enticing with a little bit more risk, but still trying to make the same, if not just as good decisions on it, regardless of share size there. So I was like, all right, cool. Have the entry above 212 halves. Get more on the break of 212, get more going into 211 halves, get more going into 211s, and it goes to 210 halves. But on the rebid, I get a little lost in the sauce there. I'm like, all right, I don't necessarily even give it back to break even, and it goes an extra 60 pennies further. But again, a reason for getting the cover out was look at these tops right here. These tops were a little distinct, almost a triple top happening here at that 211 mark. And if we come down and we catch a little bit of a bid on that 211, I don't necessarily want to get involved. But now the fact that we tested it, we watched it a bit, now we're trading below 211s, and the market, I guess it was kind of bidding down earlier, but now it's gone back to pushing right back up. So we're pretty much sideways there, and Tesla seems like it is losing some of that. There it goes, 210 halves coming right back in. Oh boy, can't be getting too much FOMO there, Neil. 210s incoming on Tesla. Let's see what the next level is. 209s. And that happens to be where VWAP has kind of crawled up into. VWAP earlier being 206s, 207s, and now just shy of 209, only about a point away there on Tesla. So you can see this consolidation earlier as well, a little bit of a double bottom happening on 209 before blasting up to 213. So definitely going to be taking some players out if we break back below that 209, and then VWAP as well. So it seems like the short idea that I did finally have started to work. Obviously, not every short idea worked too well, as I got stopped out a couple times, flip along a little bit there, and then get re-involved here on the break of trend. But the market's pushing back up. What else is going on here? Softy attempting for highs. Amazon still super strong. Dell is continuing to make fresh highs there, and Nvidia about to make some fresh highs as well. What's going on, Adara?
Paramount pushing higher here, nice little pop, trying to come back and find a bit of support at this previous resistance area just above the $10 level. CNBC reporting that Paramount is currently in talks to explore a Paramount Plus merger with Max. So WBD and PARA reportedly in talks to merge their streaming segments, according to this CNBC report here. So keep an eye on PARA and WBD, guys.
Ooh, that is some legitimate volume on Paramount, but it can't get past VWAP. Oh, still down 2% on the day. I wish the best for all the Paramount shareholders. I think they got a raw deal, because there were deals that could have been had, and if you really just care about the shareholders, that should have gone a different way. And I feel for any of the shareholders that kind of wanted that cash deal, original cash deal. But it is what it is. We got to move on to the next. So we got lucky on Nike, I think. But Rivian, I might have missed a reload at that 1435. It's still pulling right back into 1420. You'll see I'm no longer in Dell. Why is it Dell used to be on the NASDAQ. It had to be. Because there's something There's something in my brain. Every time I have typed in Dell today, I have gone NQ. I mean, literally every time. I'm trading the stock. I don't know what it is. It had to be on the NASDAQ before. But 144 just came in there, tagged it, broke it. It's still going to the upside. The trend is your friend till the end when it bends. But look at Dell. That's the 50 period, hugging it like a glove, and then breaking it out today. You know that reference?
No.
Oh, no? Really?
I mean, I've heard like a glove before.
Does that help? Canadian comedian? Very, very famous. Okay. No, nothing. It's fun. No, it's fine. I don't know. Maybe I was trying to see if I could get a.
Is it Jim Carrey? Right?
That's what I'm talking about.
Okay.
Boom, Obi.
I know
It
it's
is
in there
Ace-
somewhere.
Ace
but, yeah.
Ventura.
Yes.
The Pet
Okay.
Detective.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Classic.
Hell to the.
Yeah.
That is a case of a movie that I promise you, like a bunch of people read that script and are like, the ass is this
what
character?
is
This
going on?
doesn't work. Jim Carrey reads and is like, oh, I got this.
Yeah.
And then nobody could have done that role. Like sometimes it's just there's the right comedian, like Dumb and Dumber. And no, it's not gonna work if it's not Jim Carrey and Jeff Daniels. But that's the Ace Ventura. It's ridiculous. It's silly. In my head, I'm picturing Dan Marino in that movie, and even he's cracking me up. But Dell. I don't know why. I got out of Dell, 144. That's the only thing I was going to get at. But yeah, absolutely strong move to the upside there. Great movie. I got to rewatch that at some point.
I think I haven't seen all of his movies. Of course, The Mask is up there, but
Ace Ventura is better.
Ace Ventura is pretty good as well. I like The Truman Show. Yeah. The Truman Show is definitely
that is the single best Jim Carrey movie in my opinion.
Yeah.
Eternal Sunshine, Adara and Fabian are both mentioning Eternal Sunshine. I would put that at 2, but I think Truman Show is maybe one of the most underrated films. Like it's a comedy and it's funny, but really when you watch it the second time, this is a really good social commentary. It's a great performance as well. Absolutely fantastic. Fantastic one there. There was something else I was going to get. Oh, it was Rivian. I'll talk Nike in a second, but Rivian pulling back in. I am on the bid, but I want to respect, I had the 15-minute up. That's why I was going to the 15-minute. I want to respect this range. On Friday, you had this 14 to 14.20. Now it's kind of dipping into this 14 to 14.20. I want to make sure we're scalping into that range, which is what we're doing. And on Nike, on that 15-minute, it's completely useless to look at the 15-minute. It went to 77 again. Remember I said I'm not going to reload Nike at 77? Well, reloading Nike at 77 certainly would have worked. We're going to get the 80s again on Nike. Yeah. Now I'm not bidding it again. If it breaks this to the downside, I think you could see 76 half, maybe something even deeper. So pretty much everything is working, although we are done with our Dell trade. It seems like AMC kind of just got to that high of the day and said no more. This is AMC. NM, I don't know why that's always like the first market to pop. So it got right to the high of the day at 516. Not really doing much of anything else. I'm not really going to move the stop. If it gets underneath 10, we just get out. I'm long at 11.5 for those of you that weren't listening in that moment. Darwin, Batman Forever is terrible. Mark L, Liar is a solid 6.5 out of 10. I'll give it that. I don't know. I know some people really like Liar. That wasn't one of my favorite films. I have to for Jim Carrey, anyways. But everything for Jim Carrey. Hopefully, my last comment about Jim Carrey, and we'll keep it to the markets. In Living Color, and if you've never seen In Living Color, then believe me, you're missing out. If you think Chappelle's Show was good, then you probably would like In Living Color. If you like Key and Peele, you probably like In Living Color. If you think Jim Carrey is a great comedian, you will absolutely love In Living Color. If you think Damon Wayans and the Wayans brothers all of the Wayans brothers are fun, you'll love In Living Color. And it was Fire Marshal Bill that's the first character most people fell in love with for Jim Carrey. So if you've never seen Fire Marshal Bill, I would do an impression, but I can't. So just go look it up when you get the opportunity. He was brilliant, but that was one of his absolute best. Oh my!
I got my just with that conversation, like my list of movies to watch, I think grew by like another 5.
It should.
Yeah.
You're young, Obi.
I finally watched the first Beverly Hills Cop over the weekend.
You just watched that now?
Yeah. It was like, what, 1984? I was like, okay, cool, let's watch that.
Shakedown, breakdown. You're busted for not having seen that. That is the joint.
It was. I guess it was okay. I know there's like 3 others.
It was okay.
It was all right.
Yeah, it was
I
all
mean,
right.
it was all right. I mean, it was good, but I don't think.
It's got Damon Wayans and okay, so Damon Wayans is in the second one. My bad. But
Yeah, maybe I
Damon
gotta
Wayans-
watch the second one, maybe.
Okay, so the other thing
there's
too
like 3 or
is
4.
the original. Most people don't know this, but if you watch the original Beverly Hills Cop, like Mike Ehrmantraut, the character, the dude that plays Mike Ehrmantraut from Breaking Bad, and of course Better Call Saul, he's a bad guy in the original Beverly Hills Cop movie, which is
Okay.
pretty legit. Or is it the second one? I always get it mixed up. No, it's the first one. It's the first one. And you'll go back, you'll watch it. It's like, oh no way, he's in that too. There's so many. There's so many fantastic moments in that movie. It's not just good. I don't know how this Axel Foley 4th movie is going to go. My guess is
is it the same? Oh, right.
I think it's
That's
out
his-
this week on Netflix. You
I
guys
think
let
that's
me know.
why. That's why I might have watched it, because I'm like, oh, there's a new one coming
Yeah.
out. Might as well watch the first one, you know.
It's one of those, like, the first one's good, the second one's good, the third one, kind of like Godfather 3 was not
Yeah.
that good. And the fact that you'd even do a 4th, Godfather had this sense to not make a 4th movie. I feel like now they just want to make those, they'll just make anything at this point.
How do you feel about the Matrix movies?
I love the first Matrix.
Absolutely beautiful.
Beautiful.
I think they kind of start stretching it a bit, pushing forward.
You know the new
but
one? I got halfway through the new one.
I don't think
Kind of
I've
got
seen
bored and didn't
Yeah.
finish it. And now it's like a movie that I've just seen half of. So that probably
I have a
tells
bunch
you
of
my
those,
thoughts
yeah.
on it. And I'm a big science fiction guy, so the fact
I think
that
the first
couldn't even
trilogy-
finish it.
The trilogy was nice.
Visionary. It was brilliant. It was new.
Oh, yeah,
it
yeah,
was
yeah.
fresh. All that good stuff.
The scenes were iconic in
Yes.
the industry, right? But yeah, no, I Matrix, the first one, one of my favorite movies for sure.
So the question is,
What's up?
are we taking a 125 break on Nvidia? Because this looks spicy. It's not there yet. I just think it has to
Okay.
take out 125. So the answer is yes. Well, no, for me it is. Whatever. Like it was a rhetorical question. I wasn't really. Yeah, that was more of like one of those. No, we're taking a 125 break. The more I actually look at this. So if I wanted Rivian to break the high, it didn't. It turned into a short off that level. I feel like Nvidia is just going to be a 125 break. If we're doing something here, it's take out the top, and then just hope for brass tacks on that one. Let's see what happens. Nike pulling back in. I have no more bids there on Nike. We'll just see where it goes. Like this is where it bounced a couple times. Let's see where it goes. It could be 76.5 to see out off this 75 level. You got to ring the register at some point, but this is one where it was Nike. It was Obi looking at it that made me remember the 77. I've zoomed out way too far there, and 77 was that big drop zone at the open.
Drop zone.
I don't know why. I know why I did. Drop Zone used to be a ride at Canada's Wonderland.
Yes.
My wife and daughter are spending Canada's Day at Canada's Wonderland while I'm at the office. And I used to work Drop Zone.
Okay, nice.
Oh, I can't tell that story.
It's been a while since I've been to Canada's Wonderland. I was like, was it in high school and a decent chunk of undergrad? We had season passes. Like we would go like every weekend. It was funny. In high school, we'd be like, I guess after school, or if it was like a half day, we would go to Canada's Wonderland just to go on a couple of rides and then just come back. Like, you know what I mean? Like that's the season pass definitely spoils you. Let's say that.
Well, if you work there, because I work there, you get to go on your off days. You get to go for free,
fair.
and then you have all the hookups in the world.
Oh yeah.
we
But
had
don't even get me started
so
about the
many
hookups with all your friends that work there.
It's great.
Yes.
There's other things that are fun about. I'm not going to get into it. Like when you're a teenager in theme parks, some people go for the ride, some people go for other entertainment. But AMC just came out that 510, so this was the reason why we're scalping into the high of the day. But it caught to the high, couldn't go any further. I just decided not to. I could have moved the stop, and hindsight being 2020, probably should have moved the stop in here. But it finally broke that 10 level. I might be done with it. If I made the wick bottom, it continues to go. It's going to have to break the top to get me back into it. Otherwise, nothing going there. So we like that Nvidia. If it breaks, it's a big if. It could also just fail to break through that high again, and then when just the market continues to do nothing. Dell, which we jumped out of, that's the first time I've actually gotten it right the first time and gotten to New York. This is still holding the high. Dell is a rocket. This stock was at $133 off the open, and now $144. So forget about the fact that it's up 4.5. That's not telling you the story for how ridiculous Dell is. But I'm not chasing it up here. I'm not feeling the short. I feel like the short would be, here, let me draw. I thought I drew this, and then I guess it didn't stay. Like, it would probably have to break this, give it like that trend to here, get underneath 143.5. But I'm not fighting that one. We have a couple of shorts that are still on that I think can be okay. And whether or not we break that high on Nvidia, the 125, it's 320. There's still some time, not a lot of time for a top break. If it's 340 and we haven't broken it, I'm going to have to get up to the desk at some point for the aftermarket show with Michael Noss and Adara. So I'll cancel that 125 breakout at some point. But Rivian doing okay. The Nike, we've already got most out. And I know you're looking at Tesla.
Yeah, I'm kind of getting.
I feel like
doing some tango with the Tesla, I guess.
Tango?
Yeah.
Tango and cash?
Tesla tango. Tango and cash?
No?
No.
Okay,
No.
that's fine. No, there's movies that I would expect you to know.
Is that the name of the movie?
Tango and Cash is not a movie I would expect you to know.
Okay.
You're too young for that one. How Adara's like, ooh, I know that. Okay, so Tango and Cash is one of Adara's father's favorite movies. And that's just a reminder of how old I am now. I'm just gonna leave. Yeah. That's how you make a brother feel old right there. It's like, oh yeah, I've seen that movie 3 times, and that's her dad's favorite movie.
I'm sure. I'm sure. Definitely, if you're mentioning it, it's definitely worth watching there. Yeah, a little bit of a tango here on Tesla. Don't really hold the short to fruition. Comes in 210s, holds quite a little distinctively. So I kind of flip on that. Let's see how well this can work. But we've been holding trend to the downside here again with the market coming in as well. Let's see how well this 210 bounces. We've held at 209, and now we're making a relatively higher low above VWAP. That's what I'm looking for right here. Look at that. Sure, the reversion comes in. Can't really get all the way to VWAP, and then holds above prior kind of this. We were talking about that 209. We come into 209 halves. Can't really print that far below that, and then push right back in. Looking for a break of this trend now on Tesla. A little bit of choppy action, but above VWAP. Holding above VWAP. Every time it tries to revert down to VWAP, it cannot get even that close to VWAP, actually hovering about 50 pennies to a point above it and catching a bid and continuing up. So Tesla's super, super strong on the day. Something else to mention, it is breaking out on a higher time frame. So that's something I do have to keep in mind when trying to revert the move or revert the reversion or even go with the trend or what have you. Still trying to figure this ticker out a little bit as well, and the type of strategies I do want to be, I guess, implementing on it. But Nike is doing a bit of a curl there, Neil. So yeah, I do have my eyes on it. Let's see how well this kind of comes in. And I didn't even realize it was 320 there. 320 kind of There's only about 40 minutes left in the trading day as of right now. Here comes 210 once again, as I was talking about it. Straight quadrunk to the downside on Tesla in this specific candle. Let's see what we got in store.
I'm going to hit this just because I haven't done it in a while.
Like, subscribe, share, and show that.
Oh, yeah, we stopped hitting those.
There's something seriously wrong with those. Yeah, like those,
laggy?
baby, and like every time I hit the like and subscribe ones, they all stink. What about Sean's? Here, I'm just going to do it. This is an experiment.
Take this opportunity to like and subscribe to our
See,
YouTube
it's
channel.
all of them.
Oh, okay.
There's lots of bang.
Yeah, they're all the like. I'm not gonna buy. I won't hit mine. I'll save you guys from that. But no, they're all not working. Yeah, we 100% need a reboot. We'll get some new ones out there for you guys. From now on, I make a solemn promise. If you ever see my face in one of those like and subscribe today or just any of those, I'm going to be in character every single time. And I already know what character I want to do for the next one. I just got to get Fabian cornered to shoot it. He's doing the whole day here without Ramin. So he's just been on the 1s and 2s, so I know he's way too busy today. But believe me, I know. I'm not going to do Mr. T again. I'm only going to do characters that I find funny. So if you don't find it funny, that's fine. But it's going to be something that I find funny. What is this? Ricky Peters. I want to see the Neil Bear animation. Oh, this one? This one?
We played that one.
Or the other one. There's another one. I don't like that one. I like this. I like this one. That's the one.
Yeah, I like that one.
That's
so the bear is like, I guess it's more graphically intense. Is that the right word that I'm looking for? Yeah, I guess there's more depth going on in with that bear. And if you're feeling a little bearish, you always want a little bit of that depth, don't you? You know.
It's interesting. This is just like when you describe the you spent 5 minutes describing the Uber trade, and I was just like, you're long at the bottom. No, like one of them is good animation and the other is bad animation. So that's just better quality.
Yeah.
And this one, it's just different.
It's different. That's why I didn't want to say good or bad. It's just more graphically intense.
No, Fabian didn't make either one of those. It's just I don't remember who we got to make the bad one. No, it's just a quality difference. That's all. I will leave it at that, and we'll smirk about it. But we are heading to the downside, so let's get it done. 14.12 just hit on Rivian, so that reversal pulling into VWAP nicely. Nike is still coming back into the downside. It being 330, we'll probably stick a fork, at least for now, in the breakout at 125 on Nvidia. I don't know that that's going to happen, but shorts are what they are. Yeah, Nick McGroovy, 3D versus 2D, that's another way that we could have put that one. But 100%. If you like it, that's fine. I know it was not Fei that did that last animation. I really don't know who made the new one. It wasn't Fabian. It was not Fei. I'm not sure. Like maybe we got somebody off of Fiverr to do that. That's entirely possible. Get what you pay for, right? No, that's bad.
So I guess Fabian, you're saying you're gonna be making the next round of these animations, or what?
I tested out the voice I'm going to use for mine. I tested it out on my daughter, and she thinks it's great.
So you have this whole thing planned already.
I've had it planned for months. We just need to find time to be able to do. It's not there's been a lot of work done.
Curious.
Check out the podcast. A lot of work is going into the podcast, and obviously, when people have time off here and there, they've been doing a lot of work, and then sort of Fabian will be off the desk working on it, and Ramin's switching by herself, and now Fabian's there by himself. There's just no time to get some of these other things done. Believe me, we're always working on things on the show for you guys. It is what it is. I didn't mean to take when you're live and you were just sort of shooting the you-know-what, I didn't mean to take a shot at Fiverr, but everyone knows the model there, right? You get a bunch of bids, it's yeah, we want this done, and you just kind of go with who gives you the best bid. Maybe you're not gonna get the best animation. If my brother did it, it'd be hot fire. But he has a job, so unfortunately.
Yeah, you said your brother does animation for.
Yeah, he does. He's worked in TV. So almost the companies that he's worked for have done TV shows is the best way to put it, right? So it's always contract work. So last year, the company he's with did this Christmas special. You wouldn't have seen it, but I watched it and I thought it was pretty cool. He worked on Inspector Gadget. Okay, he's done a Canadian show called Bo on the Go, which is a Canadian version of Dora the Explorer. So that's what he does. It's cool stuff if you like it. No, that's not who it was, Future Eddie. But
I'm curious to know, your character would it be a movie that I have seen? Is kind of what I'm asking myself. But the probability of that,
yes and no,
might be a little skewed.
It's not strictly from a movie, but everyone will associate it thinking it's from a movie.
Okay.
A lot of people will think I'm doing a comedian you guys, whatever. There's no point talking about it. We'll shoot it when we shoot it. And for me, I did take it from a movie, but most people are going to think it's somebody else.
From a skit.
You'll think it's from a comedian, but really I pulled it from a movie.
Okay.
And someone gave me the idea when they said I looked like the guy.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, we got to do this. We got to do this soon, Fabian. I'm really curious as to what character Neil has in store for us. This 210. Chopping and churning here on the Tesla as we speak. Look at the futures coming right back in. So like I said, not too much time left in the trading day. I got to keep an eye on the time as well. It is almost 3:30, 3:28 as of right now. Nike is curling. Let's take a quick look. Apple's basically near its highs there. Amazon finally taking a little bit of a pullback, pulling back off of a high a day of 198.30s, trading at 196s as of right now. Here comes some strength. Again, this 210 catching a little bit of a chop here, and I'm sitting right on top of it in and around the area. So let's see what we do going into the close there. But take a look at the futures, man. Like, we've been chopping since, like I said, 12:30. This chart is about an hour. It's an hour behind on I think it's what CMT. Yeah, whatever. It's about an hour behind. So when it says 11:30 at the bottom, it's actually 12:30 there. And look at that rip right back up off of 210. Oh boy, was that some strength pushing right back up in towards these highs, looking pretty weak. I had my finger on the trigger, getting ready to get out of this one, but then it rips right back up for that as the market reclaims that 20,000 mark. Before I continue, we're gonna head over to Adara at the green screen.
Take a look at some of the names on the S&P 500 that made some larger upside and downside moves to go off this holiday shortened week. One of them is going to be LVS here. Big drop here for Las Vegas, seeing some of these other casino-related names. Macau gambling revenue apparently fell to an 8-month low for the month of June. So LVS very much to the downside here on the day. We also have LOW. A lot of these other construction names pretty weak, as mentioned in the morning as well. As you can see, right at 10 a.m., we see this big drop in conjunction with the construction spending data for May, which actually came in lower than expected. There's actually a decrease on a month-over-month basis. So LOW, Lowe's, and some of these other construction-related names taking a hit there. Last but not least, we have Merck, MRK. This one up about 3+%, announcing with Orion that they're going to be mutually exercising this option to convert this one treatment co-commercialization agreement into a global license for Merck. So basically, Merck benefiting from this agreement with Orion for a exclusive global license. So good look for MRK. Quite a few names, though, making some outsized moves on the day, guys.
The shorts are getting merked on Merck.
Yeah. Boom. Merck was actually on my list, I guess.
Was it really?
Yeah, strong selling number 4th. But after Cassava, CTRI, because they had that strong sell, right, at the end of the day. And I think they might have had some intraday news as well a day earlier. So definitely on my watch.
You're not going to want to look at Sava.
Right back up. Don't tell me it's below $10. Okay.
I'm just going to keep hitting the fail for this. Now, if you're into dip buys and key price levels, anybody that was trading the afternoon show remembers this on Friday. If you were trading on Friday, you remember when we were looking at, like, Sava dipped into $10, that's $9.96, and then it rallied to 14 by the end of the day. So if you were watching this at the open, this is the pre-market low. The stock opens up, immediately dips. This wick at the open on volume, it's not $9.95. It is exactly $10. It dips to exactly $10 and then rallies. And then higher low bounces off VWAP, bounces above VWAP, it bounces higher and higher until it eventually goes to $13. So when we're talking about looking at, if you're looking at one stock, if this was like, Sava was in the news on Friday and I'm trading it again today, you think you would have been like laser focused for, if it lost 29, it probably would have been a short. But man, did it hold that $10 level. It would have been a short underneath. But once it holds, that's your one trade. You just need one. I would argue today that one, I kind of came in today thinking that was going to be Chewy, and we looked for over-under, didn't short it until it was a little bit late at 28. But look at Chewy, still at the low of the day. They just don't care. They just don't care. They're just dumping it all day long. We'll see if day 2 is a little bit better for Roaring Kitty. Early look imbalances, kind of nothing burgers in here, 6. Okay, so I don't know why that's an early look sell imbalance of 3.7. I'll double check. Maybe there's some kind of index action we're expecting on Six Flags. But Kenview's always there, nothing big. So for now, there's not a lot in terms of the early look imbalances. I'm going to go ahead and soon I'm going to cancel that Nvidia. Mara is very close to that $23 level. I don't know if we're going to get there, but it is getting awfully close late in the day. That is the one level I wanted to trade it. But I'm going to go double check to see if we're expecting something on 6 on our morning note.
Yeah, I'm kind of, I guess, a little bit more here on the 210 hold. we're chopping around. And again, like I said, we've been holding above VWAP there. That bid up was quite aggressive on top of that 210. So I'm kind of seeing if we can push into that 211 mark and maybe pull up towards some of these levels from earlier right here at that 211. Maybe some resistance happening, but sideways chop on Tesla nonetheless here. 210s holding higher highs and higher lows. So finally kind of getting potentially with the trend here. Let's see if it kind of comes in going into the close. Only about 25 minutes left. Here comes a quarter. Here comes 211 test right now at the 80s. Can we make it past the 80s here? I'm asking myself, kind of trying to stay nimble with this. Let strength coming in real hot as, again, we sold off quite aggressively. And now there it goes, 211 breakout right there. So I guess I can start to kind of piece off of that one there as it shows me what I'm looking for. And again, the NQ and the ES giving a little bit of a tailwind as well. 211s, let's see how well 211s hold. We did break trend. We're pushing back in towards that prior high a day there at that 211.50. 54 was the price. Might see something there. On the way down, we did kind of do a little bit of a chop and churn in and around that level, and I did like that level to get more shorter. And definitely, if I was holding this short trade as of right now with this price action, I'd be a little bit sweaty as well. So just trying to find the offside and maybe potentially counter my past self as well. Just thinking like, okay, well, you know, I went long at reasons to buy, not necessarily only reasons to cover. If the reason is strong enough to buy, whether you're short or you're looking for a long, I think a decision can definitely be made there. 211.30s testing as of right now. I do want to stay a little bit nimble with this one, maybe piece off some more as we push back into the 211 halves. There goes Nike back up to 77. Here comes the NQ and the ES. Look at that wipe right back up. A little bit more distinct on the ES than the NQ. And yeah, take a look at this candle on Tesla. So this is kind of what I'm talking about here. Looks very aggressive on the 3-minute. But look, on the 5-minute, nothing too crazy, coming right back up into some of these levels. Go to it on a 15-minute, again, nothing too crazy. We've had candles that expand this much on the ticker there. So I'm going to piece off a little bit more there. And okay, cool, because that's something, again, I kept on getting aggressive and getting in, not really piecing off, either getting everything out all at once and then flipping, or not kind of not really kind of churning the position or kind of piecing off of it here. So the last entry was at 210 halves. So that's the average now, just with the last little bit of last little piece on Tesla. Let's see what we do with those 211.50s prior day highs. Do those continue to act as a resistance here, or do we break past them with only about 25 minutes left on the day? Again, being a shortened week, I guess I am looking for more offsides than general. But I think that's always the perspective, right? You're just looking for potentially who's offside. Sometimes I'm offside. Sometimes there's other participants offside. And I guess I just have to manage my risk as well as possible in both of those scenarios. And that's something I'm, I guess, continuing.
I'll tell you who wasn't offside.
What's going on? Who wasn't offside?
Bellingham was not offside. That's England basically made you sweat it all the way out. They pulled it off right at the end. I was telling you, Obi, 1 minute to go, and with stoppage time, in stoppage time, and Bellingham with just a gorgeous bicycle kick, and then Harry Kane finally does something 1 minute into extra time, and that was a painful loss for Slovakia, but I'm glad England won. If you're wondering why is Neil a fan of England, my cousin played for England, so it's as simple as that. Like the second like that, like when I was younger, it's like, oh, your cousin plays for England. And he played for Leicester and then Liverpool, and that was enough for me. So I'm like, Canada, I love Canada too, and I'll always cheer for Canada and Leicester playing England. But even though my cousin's retired now, it doesn't really make a difference. But England has not been impressive. I'm just glad that they have made it to the next round because they really made you sweat it out. So with only 20 minutes to go, I did just cancel that breakout on Nvidia. It's not going to happen. So we'll just stick with the two things that we're in. Rivian continues to work back into the downside. I don't know if we'll get VWAP, but that's the last stand. I'll be looking at VWAP in here at 1505 is about it. So we'll just get out in front of the bid. Nike does, Nike just put in a lower high, and I tried to reload it off the lower high. So instead of getting closer to 77, I tried to grab 76.90s and did not get filled. So no reload on Nike, even though this is also rolling back over. So the shorts, they have worked at least for now. I did double check GameStop. GameStop ended up breaking back the high of the day. Just not a ton of movement. It's still a good 30-cent rally if we'd gone into that one. But we backed off of GameStop. It's always that VWAP that I'm looking for to try to grab. And Nick W. just said Roku. Oh, goodness. Gurev. It was Emil Heskey. And what's funny is, like, you'll pull him up and you can probably tell a little bit of a resemblance, but he's a big boy. Some of the genes I didn't get. Emil's a big boy and fast. I got the speed that's in the family, but yeah, the dude is like tall like my brother and built like a linebacker. So you can imagine he was a pretty intimidating striker back in the day, played with Michael Owen. Roku and VWAP, that was boring, but hindsight being 2020, I saw Roku get put in there. Let's try to remember what Roku was doing the last couple of days. It ran into a big resistance zone, but it still got one heck of a trend going, and it never broke the previous high. So this should be on our radars. It's kind of one of those, if it's a short till it's not when it's weak, sometimes it can be a long till it's not either. But if this gets back underneath 60 bucks, if it's the other way, like if it breaks this bottom, ooh.
Oh boy.
You know what happens? Like, look at Roku when it wicks a top and reverses. I have nothing against Roku, I just don't get it. When it wicks a top and reverse, wick a top and reverse. It hasn't really done the old reverse part yet, but yeah, let's just say the other side's been the better side to be on when Roku makes a bit of a move. And it just made a breakout today. And when it makes a breakout, the next day is usually when it starts dumping off. So you have to be patient with it.
Yeah, so we're getting a little bit of an aggressive pullback off of that 212 back down to 211s. I did kind of get a little bit more as, again, that aggression is suggesting slightly, like we were talking about offside. I'm like, all right, well, if everybody is just slapping the ask into that push going into the last half hour of the day, as that 212 comes in, I do want to get in a little bit more here. But again, I think I got like 60s and we're trading right back at it. But we dipped down to 30s as well, which would have been probably a much better place to get in for I guess a dip buy of that action. But again, 211 halves coming in as of right now. We did hold this prior day high quite well and accelerate to the upside, and now we're holding it slightly on the bid. So I'm just kind of waiting and watching, see if we can get back down to 211s, or we blast back up to 212s. That 212's taking quite a hard pullback. Again, we were aggressive on this break through 210 halves back into 212s, and we did take a little bit of a pullback. Market tailwind still on our side here as we are taking up. But again, sideways consolidation when the NQ starts going down, when it starts going up, it can get a little bit hairy there. But Tesla holding some of these prior levels as of right now. So I'm just kind of patiently waiting to see what we do in and around here. If that 211 comes back in, I'll be more than willing to get out and reassess that one there. But we are holding, we did reclaim a moving average as well. We're holding on the hourly quite well. We're holding on the 15-minute as well. So gonna be a little bit more patient. If the NQ makes a significant move, we know we've been chopping sideways since about 12:30 here for the past 4 hours or so. And we haven't really gone too far, only about a 20 thou orbit, like I've been mentioning over and over again here.
We got to get to something.
What's going on?
Because apparently Chamuna here has been asking about Reddit all day long. And apologies, the chat moves and sometimes we miss some things in there. And then I saw Rivian Millionaire was even like, can you look at Reddit because someone's been asking about it all day. I'm only in 2 shorts and I don't see, with 350 looming, we're just gonna hold these. Hopefully we get target on both of them, although I think it's more likely on Rivian than Nike. But the difference between Reddit and we were just looking at Roku is, and I understand, the same things that I said about Roku technically apply to Reddit here when it breaks 66. Every time it's gotten above 66, it's been a big time rejection candle. It's got a local rally into that breakout. And the difference would be at the end of the day, and first of all, let me go back to Roku so we can look at this first. So Roku pulls back. There's your wick high and ends up closing lower, right? So it pulls back that wick top like it's been doing recently, and then there's selling going into the close, doesn't really catch a bit of a bid. Whereas Reddit, to end the day with the market doing nothing, consolidating the top, and really the market's doing nothing. This is running back to the high of the day on strength and getting back above Friday's high. So you've got still upward trend, trying to close above last week's high. And to me, it's still in the midst of this break. So maybe it does fail in the high 60s. The difference would be you kind of already did the fail on Roku, and then you're just looking for the continuation short tomorrow, whereas Reddit's still firmly in this upward trend, actually trying to close above a high. And on a closing basis, this is pretty much it. Like I want to say, let me just look up Reddit, because I want to see what the actual 52-week high is on this thing. Oh yeah, well it's got that silly wick, but on a closing base, I'm pretty sure 66 is it. So it has a chance to close at its highest close, at least, of all time, which is a big deal. So that's pretty bullish, and it just broke that out. So it's a distinction, I think, that's important between the two. You could argue on the daily, both Roku and Reddit are strong stocks that kind of rejected a level that's been rejected before, but I think this one's a little bit stronger. It gets some meme love as well, which, that never really hurt anybody. You don't want to rely on that, but it doesn't hurt that Reddit gets a little bit of that love. So I like it a little bit better. Like if I'm trading Reddit tomorrow, I don't know if I would be, but I'd be looking for long opportunities, whereas I'd be looking for short opportunities on Roku. I just feel a bit differently about it. I'm just going to take this on Nike. There's buyers at 70, and I got to respect it. It just keeps on getting to the 70 level and reversing. Rivian feels much more likely to get to VWAP at this point. So with only 4 minutes to go till the imbalances come out, I think I have a good chance of getting VWAP here on Rivian, so we're just going to hold on to it. When you have a holiday shortened week, the volumes aren't going to be as big, so you just have to find like things that continue trend or things that reverse trend or scalp inside of a range. You don't want to get too cute. That's what you want to do on most days, but I find you don't want to overtrade in the afternoon. So you kind of find something that works, stick with it. Probably should have reloaded Rivian here, and then clearly on Nike, when I chose not to get this the third time or even a fourth time, it made sense to do so, because you could have just gone short 77 over and over again, and it's just giving you a 15 to 20 cent range, and the last will get 30s and walk away from that trade. But only 3 minutes to go till the imbalances come out there. Should be an interesting one. I'm not expecting any fireworks. Oh, I should have said this. Six Flags, which is now a smaller early look sell imbalance, it's an expected upweight in the S&P 600. So even if it comes out a sell, I'm ignoring that. It's supposed to be, it's an expected upweight in the S&P 600.
Yeah, some of the I guess strong pushes that we had I guess last Friday off of those imbalances were, I guess I should be kind of watching those as well. I remember SMCI was one of them, and another one was I guess UNH as well. So I think I should be pulling those up as of right now. Again, with only about 3 more minutes left, as Neil just pointed out, for the closing imbalances to come out. So things could be getting a little bit slightly hairy here going into the end of the day. I'm holding this trade a little bit longer than I'd like to here at 210, coming right back in on Tesla. So a nice little strong wipe back down to the downside on Tesla there. We have been making higher highs, and higher lows as well. And this aggressive action going into the close is a little concerning for me as well. So with that being said, I think I'm just going to punch out of this one there, as that, look at that selling coming in. Oh boy, that is aggressive to the downside, coming right back into that 210 level with okay, I keep thinking we're closer to 350 than I'm
it's 2 minutes.
Thinking. Yeah, 2 minutes away. Nike pulling back in as well. Are you still in that Nike short?
I just got out of it. And I'm going to be out of Rivian in a couple of seconds. Rivian's about to get to VWAP, so that one's coming to the downside. I got a pretty good guess that when when Rivian was consolidating at 14.15, that last push to VWAP has something to do with Tesla's fall. Like Tesla kind of broke, and you saw the acceleration, so I think Rivian just kind of followed along here with it, so we'll take it. Delov said, are you closing Rivian before the imbalances? I mean, ideally, that'd be great. But now, if it gets back above 14.15, I'm now trailing it. If it breaks out like back above this level here, I just get out of it. That's where everything accelerated anyways. So we might as well. You know, there's no point being on the bid. If I've tightened my trailing stop, I'll just take what we can get. I'll either just punch out if the imbalance moves it, or give it to 14, 16, and maybe we get a break of VWAP and things can flush even further. Didn't really think that Tesla move. I thought this was going against the grain, where Tesla was strong and this was pulling back. But if Tesla is falling, we might as well give Rivian a little bit more room to try to continue to the downside. Like, Tesla was strong when we were taking this short. I like the fact, at least, that Rivian was going counter trend, but even better. And you're right, Barry. You know, on Friday, the only trade you needed on Friday was short Nike, in a general sense. The only trade you needed today was right at the open. Chewy, the first thing it did was lose the support level. And then it consolidated under and just kept going and going. And it's a low of the day. Every opportunity you could have just shorted this on pretty much every single pop. Is what it is, man. When a stock does this, you just got to look for that trend. Sometimes it's really, really good. Nike did exactly the same thing. And you'd think we would learn our lesson, but I shorted it. Then the first opportunity to make a bottom, like, oh, let's go long. You know, it kind of made a bottom, I went long, and I stopped shorting the stock. Everybody does this because you'd rather try to catch the bottom because you always seem so smart when you get the bottom. But when you short the pop, it's like, yeah, but I'm shorting it at $26.40. The stock was at $31. It doesn't sound as cool. But believe me, you just join that trend, you're in it over and over and over again, and you make more money if you just play the trend over and over.
Yeah, definitely. If things are like ranging, I do agree with that. Like if it's trending, if it's ranging, or if it's ranging in a trend, it's giving you lots and lots of opportunity to get involved, both on, I guess, both ways as well, right? Yeah, that's definitely something that I got to do better at. Coming into the day, looking for certain things. Yeah, the imbalances are out as of right now.
Basically, just Siri.
Yeah. So
Apple is only 900,000 to the buy side. Microsoft is 800,000 to the buy side. The SPY is 1.2 billion to buy. The NASDAQ 600 million to buy. The Mag 7 total is like 450. Oh, there's Nvidia. Nvidia wasn't there 2 seconds ago, or I'm just losing it. Nvidia 1.2 million to buy. That's the big one. That was not there 2 seconds ago. Siri we don't care about. Remember I said Six Flags supposed to be a bid, so I'm ignoring that. It's only 900,000 to sell anyways. But yeah, Nvidia's got to be the story. Yeah, I got to get to the, oh, that's not much of a move. So Nvidia is a buy, but not much movement there as it slightly pops up by 20 or 30 cents. Just because an imbalance comes out doesn't mean that it has to be a big imbalance. It doesn't mean it has to be a big move. It doesn't have to move in that direction. But if you have a level that you like or like a bias in a certain direction, sometimes using the imbalance is a reason to be in the trade, or some confluence to the trade is a good idea. So Rivian broke that 14. We'll trail it. If it gets back above 14, I'll just jump out of it. We do have to be flat at the end of the day. I got to get up to the desk in just a couple of minutes. Symbols are blurred on my charts. Are they?
What does that mean?
I think that looks pretty good. You guys let me know. So 14, I just took it out on Rivian, so we'll ring the register on that one. Don't want to look any gift horses in the mouth. It was a simple trend break on Rivian after a strong move into the upside. I'm assuming Nike probably would have been a good hold. No, not really. You gotta if you held Nike, you get an extra 15 cents at this point. So not a huge move in Nike. Obviously, it's a win, but I'd say nothing crazy.
Yeah, that pullback is it's a little lackluster. Then I was looking for a pull right back into VWAP as well, but that never really came. That sideways consolidation happened for over an hour there. What's going on, Adara?
Just be aware here on GME, GameStop. I'm seeing this circulated on social media. I've yet to see any confirmation of this, but it's circulating that the case against Keith Gill with regards to the allegations of securities fraud in the mid-May 2024 move in GameStop has apparently been voluntarily dismissed by the plaintiff, Martin Redev. So just to clarify, we're seeing some circulation. Again, not confirmed yet. I'm still looking for confirmation, but just so you guys know, it is circulating that case against Keith Gill from Martin Redev has been voluntarily dismissed. So keep an eye on GME, still looking for some other confirmation of that, guys.
Voluntarily dismissed. I wonder what that means.
That's interesting. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I don't know how far that was going anyways.
Yeah, right?
You know what? I was pretty skeptical as to where that was going to go. But Yeah, it's not moving the stock. The first thing I did is pull up GameStop to see, hey, is there like a late trade that we can take on it? And there's pretty much nothing happening on GME. So it might have spiked like 10 cents. Like if that was just now, like there was a volume spike on GameStop. Like I'm not being crazy here. Like it was a decent volume spike, but it just got chewed up and only went about 10 pennies. So it's a nothing burger. Not trading it. We'll probably keep eyes on it in the aftermarket show just to see if it does anything cool. But yeah, kind of disappointing. You see news like that, and if you're looking for things to trade, you kind of hope there's like a squeeze opportunity there. But absolutely nothing there in GME. We already talked about Chewy. We're out of Rivian. I think this could get dicey for Rivian. This was a very strong day for it to not get back to 15. When you think about after the Volkswagen news, I'll get to the desk in a couple of minutes, but when you think about after that Volkswagen news, you popped, you dropped, then you failed 15, you failed 15 again. I know it's a big, strong day for it, but it's still a lower high off 14.5, and to not hold on to VWAP at the end of the day is not the best of signs. So it's still got support down at 13 even, it looks like, but yeah, still making some lower highs as Rivian. You'd like to think it made a base, but if a stock makes a base, I want it holding a higher low very distinctly. VWAP maybe, you could argue that it held 1370. That should be a key level tomorrow, but the short certainly worked. Row hit. We'll take a quick look at Microsoft at 355, big pairing event. Whoa! The NASDAQ liked 355 there. Big spike in the NASDAQ. I don't see anything on the imbalance locator that is the reason for it. Let's just say it's because of Microsoft. So let's just say Microsoft is the reason we're breaking these highs. I look up, Nvidia's not doing much of anything. Tesla's still pulling back. Microsoft, fresh highs, 457. Off to the races. Oh goodness, Softy, you have broken the 52-week high.
Softy's
a little bit late in the day. But you know the best thing about this? It doesn't matter that it's breaking the 52-week high now, because if it holds it tomorrow, we can still look for longs on Softy. 460 breakout, dip buy into 455. There's so many things that we can get jiggy with if Softy's going to go. Google not really doing anything. I just want to check out some of the others here because that was a big press in the NASDAQ. Look at Apple. Look at Apple there. Apple, nice little bounce. There was no imbalance flip at 355 to cause this. It was already a buy imbalance on all the major indexes, but at 355, all these big names spiked to the upside. Adrian saying, look at PDD. Last one. I get in the addiction mode because I start thinking about what are the ideas for tomorrow, and people throw symbols at me, and I'm like, oh, maybe we can put that one on a list. I haven't traded Pinduoduo in a hot minute. Did that move at the end of the day? Not really, but a good V-shaped recovery on Pinduoduo. Yeah, Pinduoduo. That's a decent day, but that still looks like a short.
Is that a daily chart?
That's a daily chart.
Yeah,
this still
I know
looks like
been
that.
Selling off aggressively back to back.
Oh my
goodness, it's
goodness.
been in a bit of a trend.
Short 136 on
Futures are just going, man. Like what's going on here? There's definitely some imbalances that are carrying. I know that Softy is pushing to the highs there, and yeah, Alphabet as well pushing to the highs. Softy's the strongest one. Spider breaking for a fresh high a day as well. Look at the ES go 55.40s coming in real hot on that one there on the Spider. But yeah, 20,000, a little bit of an interesting level nonetheless, and it continues to be going into the close there, Neil. So
I'll see you on the flip side.
See you at.
I'll see you guys at the desk. Market
right
recap.
Thank you, Neil.
We got Mr. Nos on board and Adara.
All right. So yeah, no. Hopefully you guys had a good day today. Trading a lot of the tickers again. Very strong trends happening on things like Nike, things like I guess Tesla again off of the open there was very aggressive to the upside. And that was pretty decent. Nike pushing right back, holding that 75 and pushing all the way into 77s as well. And take a look at Softy, guys. Softy is pushing to the upside very, very aggressively as we speak going into the close. Now, these are all-time highs, if I remember correctly, on Softy. Yes, sir, they are. We were testing some of these all-time highs prior week, and coming into today, we are very strong, holding above some of these reference prices here from prior day's strong sell-off. Again, we talk about that strong sell that happened on the imbalance on Friday. We wiped that whole move, and then we started holding above that, and now we're pushing up into the end of the day, into the close as well. So very, very strong action on Softy there. No other tickers really showing us this kind of strength. I'm not really looking at Meta. Oh boy, look at Meta right there. So Meta, full on V-shaped recovery, almost coming into day highs. We did clip the opening price just now as well. Opening price at 9:30 being right at 505.10s here. Is that, yeah, okay, so right at 9:30, 505.10s is the opening price. The high of this candle is 505.76. So that came in real nice. Took all day to do as the low was made in the morning at 10:15 on the 15-minute candle. It took almost 5.5 hours roughly for that candle to come in. I'm going to reach over here because I know the countdown is going to be happening soon enough, with only about 40 seconds left to go. So yeah, let them know what you guys have traded today in the chat. We can take a quick look at it as well. We only have about 30 seconds left. So I'll be seeing you guys for the rest of the week. Shortened week, don't forget, we do have a half day on Wednesday, and Thursday is off for the 4th of July. So with that, we'll start the countdown timer in about a few seconds. But yeah, I see people coming in the chat talking about what they've been trading here. So 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Thank you, Adara. So yeah, it's been quite a day there. Definitely opportunities on the board for those who are looking for them. Lots of I guess trends, some reversions, some of them working better than others. Nike, that SSR bounce we were potentially looking for last week, coming in today as well. Futures sideways, certain specific tickers super strong on the day. Apple and Microsoft, to name a few. Let's take a quick look at some of the other ones that I had on watch. I know Dell was super strong today. Dell to the upside, up almost about, what is that? From the low of day to the high, up almost 8%, just above 8%. On Dell Technologies there. So Dell was super strong as well. We talk about Nike. Chewy, not really the ticker that we were looking for. We had some news over the weekend about Roaring Kitty kind of having a position in that in the ticker. I guess a lot of the move happened on Thursday and I guess Friday as well. Strong sell-off coming into today. But without any further ado, I'm going to pass it over to the big desk for the market recap with Nio and Nvidia. So stick around, don't go anywhere. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care.
Thank you so much, Obi, and what a great start to the week it is. It's always good when you have a holiday shortened week, but there's still trading opportunities. People always say, oh, there's going to be light volume because of holiday shortened week. That's true, but it doesn't mean there aren't things to trade. Chewy was moving around big time. You saw right at the end of the day, Microsoft still making some fresh highs, so that was good. You did have the NASDAQ leading the way today, no question about it, over the S&P. But the semis, they were pretty weak in a general sense, but it wasn't 100% across the board. Nvidia did have that comeback. Didn't quite take out that high, but it did have that comeback. I'm starting with this recap, and I do have the ETFs up, but I made sure to leave Mara up as the main chart to remind everybody that was an absolute rocket ship and deserves the big salute today, because I don't think any of us traded Mara. Well, I know I didn't trade Mara. I don't know about everyone else on the floor. I'm pretty sure Sharif, Adara, you didn't trade it. I know Obi didn't look at it, and I think that was a big mistake. There was that rebound in crypto was on the watch list. We did have on the watch list the bounce in crypto. I went over a few names. It was just nothing that stood out to me to the long side. But Mara was an absolute banger. The other story, of course, when we're going over today, is going to be the dud that was Roaring Kitty in his 6.6% position in Chewy. Well, I can tell you all of that exuberance in Chewy was gone by the time we got to the open, and it continued to go to the downside. If you want to get freedom and wealth, then sometimes you've got to have conviction in your own ideas and don't blindly follow a guy named Roaring Kitty. He's obviously done really, really well with GameStop. There's no question about it. His original thesis was genius, but today was not the day to join. You had to be willing to go both days in this. In terms of sectors out here, USO, baby.
It was all a dream.
I used to.
Magazine, salt and pepper and heavy D up in the limousine. Taking pictures of my wall. I'll stop now. I could do the whole.
I know you can.
Yeah.
On Friday.
Friday. We'll do a verse on Friday.
I actually have a plan for this Friday, because my thing is I'm gonna do, and I'm getting way ahead of myself. It's literally Monday. I don't have to do this right now, but I'm doing it anyways. My plan of action is if I drop something on Friday, I'm gonna do a verse, and then Adara has to guess who the artist is and what the song is. Because Adara knows their hip hop, so I'm gonna pull something out that is probably not that new.
Okay.
And then Adara's gonna have to guess it. We'll do that on Friday. Yep. But a shout out to you, I'll talk about USO. Shout out to USO, because it's gorgeous and it's real. The breakout, we were just talking about this last week. We were just talking about this breakout. There's the 80 break. Now all you got to do is get back into that double top on the daily. So that was an absolute banger today. If you got it, congratulations to you. Wheat's up 2%. I don't know anybody that trades it. We don't have it here on the platform, at least not yet. I'm sure they're always looking to add futures, but we don't have it. Silver with a good day up that 1%. Uranium's trying to get back. And what I like about this, uranium on a weekly, uranium never made that break at the top. You can see it broken on a daily, but now you're the 200 period moving average on a dip. And this is, generally speaking, where I like those trends. If you hold trend bouncing on a pullback off the 200 period, that's good. So this just needs to break back above 30 to 30 and a half, and you can start going again. Hey, look at this. What up, Kathy? 1.14% for ARC today. They're not having a bad day. And guess what? Back above the 50 period moving average. It's been a hot minute. I guess it was an April Fool's joke when it tried to, it was. It literally was right around April.
Was it?
The beginning of April when this lost. You can't make it up. The 50 period, the last time this stock, well, okay, fine, it broke the 50 period over here. But if you go to here, when it really lost the 50 period, that was literally April 1st. And the joke was that it attempted to bounce off the 50 period, and on the second, it gapped underneath. Ooh, so it looks like, we're holding support, we're bouncing higher low on April 1st. Jokes. That was the exact moment that you didn't want to buy ARC. But it's back to the upside, holding that 50 period. Let's see if it can actually sustain that move. I'd be a little bit skeptical, but stranger things have happened. So the sectors are looking good. We talked about energy already. Whether you like USO or XLE, I think I'm more of an XLE person. I think the problem with XLE, and you can see it's very obvious here, I'm not going to waste my time drawing a trend line. You have a very distinct channel on XLE, and it's bottom and top. Very distinct channel, and you're holding that channel. What we know about these types of channels is if you're a swing trader or just a short-term trader in general, when you break trends like this, you want to be involved. So this can get through that 50 period. It wouldn't just be breaking the 50 period, it would be breaking this series of trends to the downside. And so it's done work off the 200, but there's definitely some room to go here. But I want to talk you said earlier today that you were close, you had to go into the simulator because you got shut down.
I did.
So first things first, I'm going to hit this. It used to be a rule on the trading floor, at least when I was a trainer.
Yeah.
Once you went live, if you were still a trainee and you got shut down in the live market, you had to go into the simulator to trade the rest of it. There was no option of going home. All trainees had to go into the simulator if they got shut down.
Yeah.
Nowadays, some people will leave, and it's a different time, whatever. People have side jobs, they're doing different things. I don't want to harp on anybody, but I applaud the fact that you got to be humble in this business. Go into the sim, man. There's nothing wrong with it. Yeah. While you were in the sim, how did it go?
The sim was really good. I was able to execute the Tesla shorts I wanted to take live. I was able to execute them in the sim basically because the biggest issue was my first Tesla trade was bad. I had good size initially, profited in the first part of the trade. I stand by the add at the level, but the issue is basically Tesla did Tesla things, popped up $1. The second I got out, it popped right back down to my levels. It was what it was. The short wouldn't have worked, but I would have been able to profit had that oopsie with Tesla not happened. But I take full responsibility. The position was, I would say, too large, and basically because I had that first issue. I wasn't able to risk as much as I wanted in the later shorts. But then when I was in the sim, I was able to take those shorts off the 90 MA heading into the 209 area. And I'm really proud. I got out at 209 right before we had the bounce to 210.50. So I was really proud of what I did in the sim and excited to take that, take the approach I had to those trades and take it into tomorrow. Yeah.
That's all you can do. And look, Tesla was an absolute rocket ship, maybe late in the day losing some of its luster, but this was the one. And we talk about this all the time. Like, you can, when you want dip buys, I think when you have a bias to the long side, let's just say in this case, because I didn't want to go long Tesla, and we didn't even get it until a lot later on when it eventually made a couple of decent breakout plays on Tesla. But obviously, you want to be in on the first break. You can want to dip buy all you want. That 200 level, the 198 stood out, but there was a couple of very clean places that you could have had the long. And the first one, I think, just goes back into 203. So when I look back, I did this at lunchtime. It's like, what could I have taken? I could have easily taken a 202 break. I definitely should have been in a 203 break. We eventually joined the trend. I had an 06 short, which was a good short in the moment, but it was just another place that you should have been buying the dip. So Tesla does a lot of heavy lifting today, despite that late day sell-off. So shout out to all the Tesla bulls that kind of really stuck it out with this stock. It was not the easiest one, because Tesla has been giving you dip buys on the up days often. And I think what will happen is you get accustomed to a stock doing the dip and rip, and when it doesn't happen, you can find yourself sitting it out, which is a bit of a mistake. Apple, that happened with today. The last time Apple had a big sell-off on imbalance, it ended up with a huge rally, and I got stuck just looking for a repeat of the pattern. This is on the last Friday, 2 Fridays ago. It did a dip, then the following Monday, broke the low, reversed it, huge. So what do you think I'm expecting? You get that dip again today. Whoops, I want to zoom in, not out. You get that dip on Friday, and I'm looking for a repeat of the pattern. Like, yeah, it kind of holds there. I'm looking for a break of the low, hold it just like it did the week before on the following Monday, and instead, it just went clean into a breakout. But the point being, if you are biased long, there's multiple ways to trade this, and there was a very clean 212 break on Apple that you can clearly see you could have had in there. So it is what it is. But I do believe, there were some great trades out there in the day. Don't get me wrong. We already talked about Chewy. And with Chewy, I'll get this out of the way. We have Michael Noss locked and loaded and ready to go. But I do want to say this. We said it in the morning show. You've got to be mentally agile. Yes, Chewy had the Roaring Kitty news. Yes, it has a 15% short float. Yes, squeeze stocks are fun and going long is fun and all that good stuff. But you've got to be able to pivot if it turns into something else. And there's no question about it. It was already making highs in the pre-market and then lower highs and then lower highs. And this is 9:30. So you had one option. Don't trade it, or two options. Don't trade it or go short. The other option is it's showing you no bid. So there was no place where it actually even made sense to go long. I'll catch a falling knife on plenty of stocks. There wasn't even a place where it made sense to go long until it was already at $25. And that's sort of the thing. So you can either not trade the stock, or if you know it's going to do crazy volume, find yourself into a short. There's just not much else you can do in that situation. You can want it to be a long, but if it ain't, it ain't. So I know the funny thing about it is I promise you, I could not say any of this stuff, and we're going to have Michael on in a second. He'd probably say all the same stuff to you. And most traders would. That you can have the greatest thesis in the world or the best plan of action. If this stock breaks this price, I'm going to do this, that, and the other thing. But if it never happens, don't be stubborn about it. Just find a different plan, find a different stock, join the trend. There's always something else you can be doing as an active trader in the market. But we are ready, so you know what time it is. Let's get the party started. There he is. Welcome, Michael. Good to see you.
Good to see you. How's it going?
Pretty good.
No talk.
It's been a minute. I mean, we haven't seen you since this morning. But how's your Canada Day, first of all?
So far, it's been fantastic. I spent the whole weekend building a swing set and got to go outside and play with my son on that just this afternoon. So that was a lot of fun.
I mean, that is literally as good as it gets, man. That's awesome. I'm glad you're enjoying that. Next time I'm out in Halifax, I know last time we weren't able to connect, but the next time I'm out there, I know we're going to connect for sure. I'd love to come by, check out that swing set. But before you came on, I was kind of teeing up the whole, like, I don't know whether you saw what happened in Chewy, but even if you didn't, we've seen it happen a million times on things like GameStop or AMC, like squeeze stocks in general, where you get all that hoopla and that big run to the upside. And sometimes you've just got to be able to say it's not going. It's doing that other thing, which is the other side of short float names, is when they do not continue through, they can really trend back into the downside. And you really just have two options: sit it out or go short. I think, because if you were trying to fight along in one of these, it was just nasty. And more power to Roaring Kitty for everything he did about GameStop. Not off to a good start here on Chewy, I'll tell you that.
No, and with this one, and I think he's kind of losing his power overall, right? The tweets come out and you get a little bit of a pop and then they move back. And that's fine. Who knows? I know there's a lot of speculation about where he got the money, and he must have sold GameStop to do it if all the screenshots are right. But one interesting thing that I've been playing here that I'll share with you guys. I'm not much of a day trader, but I like to dabble, let's say. Most of my bread and butter is swing trading, but from every now and then I like to, take a shot here or there. And one of the things I've been doing with these meme pump and dumps for a while here is anchoring a VWAP from wherever the high of that is. So this is the high that we got a couple days ago, Thursday, I guess, last Thursday, and we spent a lot of time below that. And you can see in the pre-market, we came back up to it, and then we spent pretty much the whole pre-market right on that. So that what this is telling me is, what is the average price of all of the people who just FOMO'd into whatever the cat guy on the internet was saying? This is their average price right now. And it's crazy that you see it stop here and spend the better part of, I think, about 2 hours just chopping around that VWAP. And when that let go, that was it. So I was able to get a little bit on that move. I wish I could say I held for the whole thing, but it seems to be coming over and over again. I found this first with GameStop. Every time it had one of those crazy after hours run, if you anchored a VWAP to it, when it came back up to that price, it was almost like either there's algorithms or it's just people who are bag holders getting back to even and selling out. And just, it's been a reliable trade. So even though I'm not a day trader, I'm going to keep doing this one until it stops working.
And that's all you got to do. Like, just go back to the well till that water runs dry. I knew we'd tee that one up for you. And the other thing about being versatile is, I'll every now and then I will do like some swing trading, not nearly as much as you, obviously. But hey, if you find something that works as a day trade and you're a swing trader, I love the fact that you're willing to step into it. And I think the difference being, when you swing trade, you're looking for those bigger moves. A retracement on a GameStop or a Chewy is going to give you the kind of percent gain that sometimes you're waiting a week or two in other stocks. I think that has to be a part of it. I know people are always looking for that in the upside, but you can win both ways. And locates are reasonably cheap on those names. I can tell you, from 2020 to now, you're able to short these things much cheaper as a day trader than you used to be.
Yeah, and that's a common thing that I'll do. We're not having this happen right now, but I remember during 2020, I was not swing trading at all during the crash and the rebound when the VIX was super elevated. I was basically just trading indexes at that point because you were able to get a 1 to 3% swing on these indexes happening all the time. And if that ever happens again, I did a little bit of it in 2022, a little bit again, then that move will happen. So yeah, mostly a swing trade. I'll take a day trade from time to time, but I'm getting ready for the world, which we all know is coming, when all markets will be open 24/7 and there'll no longer be a differentiation. I can't wait for that. You're going to take a trade and then it's either going to, time won't be the limiting factor. It's going to get you whenever it stops going up, kind of thing.
Yeah, we're going to need a few more hosts for that day. I can promise you that. Like, I'm already old. We'll see what happens. We have some talent that I think we'll be able to figure it out with. But look, this morning it's the beginning of the month. It's not just the beginning of the month. It's the beginning of a new quarter as well.
Yep.
We got the back half of the year, so out with the first half, in with the second half. And I know you're looking over at a lot of ETFs. Some trends that you're looking to maybe join or reverse, that kind of thing. So, walk us through some of your ideas there, because you had a couple that were really interesting. I want to make sure the afternoon crowd gets them as well.
Yeah, so the first thing that I brought up, and I'll bring up again here, was just this, it's a pretty rare candlestick pattern, but I'll zoom right in here. And we call this a tweezer top, where you have two wicks, and this is a weekly chart of the SPY. You have these two wicks that come up to the same area and then they reject. And it's important to know that all candlestick patterns are just showing you the emotions on what's happening in a lower time frame. So you have a big rally up this week, and some people use that as a chance to offload some stock and sell. You have a rally up the next week. That happens as well. Seasonality, I'm going to do a lot of work for this on Friday's show, but seasonality with the election cycle, we're into what could be a choppy period of time. So it looks like there could be some institutional selling happening up in this area. So I'm watching this really, really closely. If we fail and start to push lower, then I'm going to probably exit a lot of the long trades that I have on and maybe look for some either pullback trades or shorter term scalps. But there's been a few of those. The other one that really, really stood out to me, I want to bring up again, is XLC, which you mentioned as I left there, that, you know, people think they see communications and they think, oh, you know, it's going to be telecoms and blah, blah. This is mostly Google and Meta, and that's what, you know, is communications nowadays. And look at the monthly chart. This is each candle's a month here. So we're talking from early or late 2022 till now, just straight up to hit this prior resistance. Now, I'm not saying that this is going to reverse and go all the way back down or anything, but it just would shock me to see it just blow right through in one chop. We may consolidate here for a little bit before pushing higher. So just a couple things are starting to point to me that we could be in for chop. And when that happens, that's when I have to kind of shift posture from more of just a trend follower, you know, just looking for stocks to break out and holding them for as long as they go, and you know, shift my stance a little bit and try to time pullbacks and try to short rallies and do kind of a buy the dip, sell the rip type of thing.
Yeah, that's what I like to see. And what's interesting there is I look at that like at that XLC, and I don't wonder, hey, it could be something you use. Some people might be using it to hedge, the way that it's 45%, just those two stocks. But what I actually love was something you mentioned before with that rare candlestick pattern. You learn something. I've been trading for over 20 years. Now, I'm not a CMT. I'm not a charter market technician, but I have seen a lot of patterns that, whether it's intuitively or time, you see them over and over again, you have an idea of what it means, but I've never seen that tweezer pattern that you mentioned there on the SPY. So my first thought is, I saw someone else in the chat say this too, if something is rare, I almost like it more.
Yeah.
And so I'm spitballing here, but have you traded something like this before? Like, do you remember the last time you saw this kind of a setup? Because I've literally never seen this before on a weekly chart, this little tweezer pattern, and to see it on the SPY would seem to be significant to me. But what's your experience with it?
It's very powerful simply because you know exactly you're out. And that's what I like about it. You know, I always talk about the basement window trades, which, you know, if you're going to jump out a window, better be a basement window. And it's the same kind of thing that I'm seeing here. Now, what's important to note is that all candlestick patterns are just displaying what happens on a lower time frame. So I've zoomed in here to a 60-minute chart of the SPY to show that this tweezer top basically just becomes essentially a double top if you're looking at intraday candles. So this is the first time that we hit that level and just rejected really, really hard. And then the next time we hit that level and then we rejected hard again. So when you're looking at longer term candlestick patterns, that ends up being shorter term, you know, shorter term, just basic, I guess, geometric patterns, you could call them, double tops, double bottoms, head and shoulders, that type of thing. But yes, this is really rare. I can't really remember the last time I saw this, especially on a weekly chart. Most of the time, when you see these things, they happen 2 or 3. This is the one that kind of just came to mind a while ago. Now, was in the context of an already bear market and a downtrend. This is early 2023. We had 3 of those topping tails right in the exact same area, but they don't even line up as perfectly as this. And that caused, you know, probably a month or so of drawdown. So again, it's probabilities like everything else. We don't know what's going to happen next. You know, you could almost say that this was a tweezer top right here, and that just failed. It took a while to mature anyway. But it's just showing me that if I'm going to look to hedge, which is something that I did a little bit of, and how I generally do that is with inverse ETFs. If I'm going to look to take that hedge, this is a good place to do it, because if I see a candle close above this high right here, then I know I'm wrong and it's time to go. And if we even pull back to test this prior low right here, that's a 10% pullback. So my risk is just a percent or two, and my reward is 10%. I always look at that and I'm like, mathematically, I have to take that trade if I think there's better than a 50-50 shot that's going to happen.
I 100% agree with this. Like, I'm a big poker player. Like, if you get certain pilot situations, you're making a call. You're just doing it, and you know you're doing it, and you put in the work. And we have a question in here. I believe it was from, no, I missed it. It was Nio Roberts, not me. It's actually Nio, N-I-O Roberts in the chat. Do you have any thoughts on the weak RSP today? So the equal weight ETF was back down into potentially some support. So do you have any thoughts there?
Yeah, and that's a good shout out because of course you guys got a really smart crowd there. So I'm just drawing this up here, but just quickly for those who don't know, we have the SPY, which is 500 of the largest names out there, and that ranks those names by market cap. So the bigger the company, the more of the effect it has on the market. This RSP has the exact same 500 names. However, as opposed to being ranked by market cap, now they're equally weighted. So what this basically does, it says, okay, what are the other, call it 495 stocks or so in the market doing? And when you see the SPY up a little bit on the day, and then you see the RSP down almost 1%, that just shows me that there was a lot of names that had a really, really hard time today. And it looks like we could potentially be breaking out of this symmetrical triangle I've had drawn here on the RSP for a while. So it's not what I want to see. Again, it's more evidence that this rotation that I'm hoping happens isn't yet. And when it does, if it does, then that will be fantastic. But yeah, this has me a little bit worried. If we can't reclaim the support zone that you were calling out here, call it 163-ish, and this upward trend line pretty quickly, then I'm going to probably lean a little bit more in my defensive stance. I would say I'm still mostly bullish on the market and just added a little bit of defense here. My game plan is that if we continue to see the same thing with QQQE, which is the NASDAQ 100, but also equal weighted. And that's showing that weakness as well. So we're seeing just some signs that say, hey, not worried in the sense that it's 2008 and we should all run for the hills. But for us, short term, hold for a couple days to a couple weeks might be time to kind of take a little bit of a neutral stance for a bit. And I'm just seeing that all over the market in different aspects.
Yeah, thank you for that, Michael. I think it's always important, like when you're managing trades, managing portfolio, whatever it might be, to, if it's working, your job isn't done just because something is starting to work. You always have to be looking for those reasons to exit trades, hedge, maybe start to flip in the other direction. I appreciate you going over that one there. It's already so close to 4:30. First of all, before thank you and everything, I just wanted to make sure, is there anything else that you wanted to cover? I know there's a few other things that maybe you wanted to get to, and I know you want to talk energy, and I like some things going on there as well. Can you maybe jump to that before we get you out of here?
Yeah, so energy is really interesting to me because we are seeing some bifurcation when it comes to what's doing well and what's not. So here's UNG pulling back, had a great trade. We were talking about a lot on this after our shows. From 15, went all the way up to 20. I'm not going to look that in the most, so I exited that. Now we're coming back down here. So just look at the free fall that happens in UNG. Again, they call it the Widowmaker for a reason. But then if we take a look at XLE, we're not seeing that at all. Actually, XLE is putting in this nice up channel right here. Oh, that's an awful drawing. That's okay. You guys get what I'm talking about. This wedge that's been happening for a long time, if this resolves higher, then I think we could see some rotation into energy. And knowing that that's not in solar doesn't look good, and that's not in natural gas, that doesn't look good. That leads us to just a couple spaces, being maybe uranium, which has been one of my favorite stocks that I've been, or commodities that I've been watching for a while. I'm looking to see if we hold this lower bound right here around 28, or just oil as a whole. Right, nice little breakout today. That's what's showing. So we have this high on oil right here around $83 or so. So if we are going to see a rotation into energy, I'm going to look at where is strong, and we can go from there. I don't know if that's going to have to do with the politics that's in the election that's happening. Again, I try very hard not to follow it, whether one candidate's going to be better or one candidate's going to be worse. But this is just what we're seeing right now is people are shifting around. And this uranium story with the NNE stock that was going crazy is getting interesting because everyone's got so hyped on AI, and then they're like, this thing takes a lot of power, so now we got to power it. So that's why I'm thinking that it still could be an AI play if we start to see this rotation into energy soon.
I 100% agree with that. I believe energy is being a little bit slept on because of it. But the important thing, I think there's a lot of important takeaways there, but the one I would want to emphasize is, you know, when you're looking for a specific sector or whatever to break out or a move in that sector, do the pre-work of identifying where you want to express the trade. Like, what is it an individual stock that I like the most, or is it one of the 3 or 4 ETFs? This one's going the best, like USO is looking stronger than XLEs, we'll take that, or XLE needs to do this, and maybe I'll take a specific stock in XLE. That's all work that you can do before you enter a trade, when something is setting up. And we talk about this all the time. Like, you can't control the market, but you can control your level of preparation. Yours is always top-notch, Michael. Thank you, as always. Are you watching any fireworks tonight?
It's rainy and cloudy out here, so I don't think so. Unfortunately not. Hopefully they move them to instead of just canceling them entirely so we can check those out soon.
Well, I'm hoping the weather turns for you. One of the more fun things, I know for all of our viewers down south, they're all looking forward to July the 4th. I spent some time down in Florida with my aunt. I'll never forget July 4th fireworks. It's pretty good up here, maybe not as big as you guys do it in the States, but I do hope you enjoy the rest of your Canada Day. Thank you so much for stopping through. Always a great guest, Michael Noss. Check him out on the X Machine. He's doing a great job, and he'll be back on Friday. We can go over some of these great ideas again.
Awesome. Thanks for having me, and happy Canada Day to you and yours.
Happy Canada Day.
And happy Canada Day to everybody. I say it over and over again, even though I'm the only one that wore red.
Sorry.
Obi had a little bit of red on.
His was red adjacent.
I'm like, what is going on here? It's Canada Day. Okay, so Fabian's got a sweater that it's not red, but his is actually, it has Canada on. It's probably just a Roots sweater, I'm assuming.
My hair is kind of red.
You do have red hair, so that is good. But you know what? Fabian, what was that?
Way too far.
What did you just, I missed that.
He has red blood. So.
As opposed to what color blood, Fabian? You guys, you're killing me over here. Obi's still hanging out doing work, by the way. I'm pointing in this direction. He's actually, there he is. Obi is just chilling. That is pretty red, but I'm telling you, on Canada Day, I'm wearing the red. That's what's up. I know what you guys are going to do down south in a couple of days. But on Friday, Adara absolutely killed it with the roll call, so I'm not even trying. We might go back and forth, but I know you guys want round 2, so let's kick it off, do a little roll call. Let's get it done with Adara. Let's go get them.
Let's go. Yeah, guys, put your names here in the roll call. I'll start. Bears vs. Bulls, thank you so much for everything you do. Killing it every single day. Shout out to you. Mike Breeze in here. Ricky Peters in here. Mark M. Ravine Millionaire. Take Profit. Tom Derrick S. Neil Robertson. Reading backwards till we get some more names. Honesty Fights. Darwin. The Piper. Just Brad _V. Darwin here again. Pin. Money. Shout out to you. Neil Roberts again here as well. Easy Trader. We have Live Trader by Trading TV. That's going to be Fabian. Shout out to you.